The moment I opened my eyes, the first thing out of my mouth was, "Holy crap, this batch of girls is top-tier quality. Old me's gonna go all in with my 3 grand pension and book the whole place. Gotta spend the money where it counts." I instinctively reached into my pocket for cash. Huh? Where's my money? Where are my power pills? I panicked and patted myself down all over. Something's off. These rags, are these my clothes? This hand, is this my hand? Where are my age spots? I froze, and only then did I have a chance to look around. A retro mud brick house. In front of me, a square table with peeling paint. On it, a few sweet potatoes and half a bottle of moonshine. Standing and sitting around the table were 5 young women, all staring dead at me. Out of habit, I grabbed the bottle and took a swig. Oh, this scene felt oddly familiar. The next second, distant memories came flooding back, and I laughed so hard I slapped the table. Ha ha, old me has been reborn. Nah, the young master is back, baby. See, that's what I said. Scumbags deserve a second chance to be reborn and repent. My eyes went wide, like I discovered a new continent. So if I stay a scumbag this life, does that mean I get reborn again? A beast, I tell ya. I'm gonna be a beast this life too. All 5 women's faces froze, eyes bulging, jaws hanging open. Everyone in the Red Star production team #2 knew Wang Chong was a beast, but taking pride in being a beast, they just couldn't wrap their heads around it. How can a person sink this low? In a great mood, I finally took a closer look at these 5 women. I pointed at one with a ponytail and a big belly. Look at you, all doom and gloom like your dad just died. You're Lu Xiaoya, right? A capitalist's daughter, all right, soft, delicate skin, Ray all pitiful. Makes my heart ache. I reached out, and Lu Xiaoya shrank back. That set me off. I slammed the table. You black category trash still putting on airs. Who was it that faked being a famine refugee to trick her way into my bed and get residency here? It was my kind heart that didn't mind you 2 sisters being black category. That's why I kept you and let you live. Don't be so ungrateful. I flicked a finger snap right into the forehead of her lookalike little sister, Lu, shouting. Talking to her, not you. But you're pouting too? Without the Red Star production team, without my, Wang Chong's, protection, you'd have starved to death long ago. Feeling even more full of myself, I turned to the next one. The female educated youth, Chen Haiyan. Shoulder-length hair, an oval face, tall, pretty easy on the eyes. Just one thing I didn't like. The moment she opened her mouth, out came that raspy northeastern hag's voice, like she'd been chewing on husks, grating on my ears. She was also all doom and gloom, also with a big belly, my second ex-wife. An educated youth sent down from up north, later reported and labeled a rightist black category. Back then, because the Lu sisters and she were all black category, I was afraid of getting dragged down with them. So I drew a clear line and divorced her. In these times, nothing surprising about it. You're glaring at me too? A washed-up rightist like you got the nerve to glare? So what if a lower-middle poor peasant like me has a little drink? If I don't drink big and burn through some cash, how am I supposed to be the lower-middle poor peasant representative? How am I supposed to advance? I gave her a contemptuous glance and looked at the last 2. My current wife, Bai Yumei, and her little sister, Bai Yulan. Bai Yumei, with that miserable, pathetic look, couldn't be bothered to look twice. Same as the other 2, like her dad just died. Bad luck. The only one halfway easy on the eyes was the little sister, Bai Yulan. Too bad she's a simpleton, grinning like an idiot all day. Good thing she's pretty, or I'd have kicked her out long ago. I patted the simple girl's cheek. Not bad. You're the only fool with any sense. What's with the long faces, huh? You earn work points, but won't let me drink, saving up like you want to be capitalists? Talk about turning the world upside down, forgetting your place. My stomach growled. Hungry. No more nonsense. I fixed my eyes on the table. A few sweet potatoes in the bowls, 1 bowl of dry rice, 5 bowls of rice water, 2 plates of wild vegetable dumplings. At the mention of eating, this all-important matter, my brow finally furrowed. These 5 wives could earn work points, but it was barely enough to cover my drinking and my bowl of dry rice. System, I called out. Ding. I dinged at myself. Useless. No, someone must be watching, so the system's keeping a low profile. No system, you expect me to suffer through this rebirth. I stood up and, without a word, walked straight out the door. Inside, the women looked at each other, then back at the sweet potatoes and rice water on the table. They were already starving. Who cared when I'd come back? One by one, they grabbed the rice water and sweet potatoes and dug in. Only my bowl of dry rice. Nobody dared touch it. This beast's father was the captain of Red Star production team #2. The moment I got upset, I had plenty of ways to make their lives hell. A few steps out the door, my pants pocket started buzzing. I pulled it out and jumped, startled. It was actually a cell phone. What the hell? How'd this thing follow me here? What good's it gonna do me? Don't tell me I can go back to charge it. The next second, I appeared out of thin air in a cheap rental apartment. Holy crap, I really can come back. I scanned the room in shock. No doubt about it, this was the place I rented. I stepped up to the mirror, looked at my young self, and burst out laughing. Ha ha, I can play it like this. I'm going out for beer and barbecue. I expertly opened my phone and checked the balance. Sure enough, not a cent changed, 30 cents left. For me, that's no problem. I've got ways to eat without spending a dime. Before rebirth, at 80, I could just scavenge some free, wild delivery and eat my fill. If I couldn't find anything good, I'd go dine and dash. I had my ways to fight back anyway. Now I'm young again, lost my damage resistance. But as long as I've got no shame, scrounging up food and drink is a piece of cake. A roadside diner. In walks a beggar dressed in rags. Crooked brows and eyes, twisted limbs, hauling several plastic bags. That'd be me, playing a lunatic to AT. No hospital gown needed. I looked sick enough naturally. I scanned across the tables full of food, picked out 2 dishes I wanted, and dumped them into my plastic bags. The diners all stared, stunned. It was 2030, and here was a beggar straight out of legend. I wasn't greedy, just 1 or 2 dishes per table. One lap around, dumped 8 dishes, stopped at a lucky number. Bro, spare a smoke. Bro, gimme a light too. Sis, you still drinking that soda? Even monks begging for alms know to say Amit Ba. Me, the lunatic, I've got principles too. Twisting my body all weird to entertain the diners, I belted out in my broken, gravelly voice. Golden winds bring joy, the boss strikes it rich. Congrats to the boss, may business boom. One thought, and I was back at the Red Star production team in the 70s. The dining environment matters so much. These 8 bags of stuff would be slop in 2030. In the 70s, they were straight-up delicacies, better than a state banquet, top-tier food science wizardry. With that confidence, even my walk got cocky as I swaggered home. From far off, I could see my ex-wives and sisters-in-law working out front. Some twisting hemp rope, some chopping firewood. Even the simple girl by Yulon was weeding the private plot. Nobody paid me any mind, except the simple girl, who saw me and came over, pointing inside. Food. Eat. You eat food. I'd just scored 8 solid dishes for free. I was in a great mood. Seeing the simple girl had some sense, I held up the plastic bags. Old me got some solid dishes. Get inside, come eat with me. That one line, and the 4 women at the door couldn't control their eyes anymore. Those clear bags were full of meat dishes. Especially that bag of preserved vegetable braised pork, the fat glistening and shiny. Who could look at that and not want a bite? What are you all standing there dumbstruck for? Get inside, shut the door. If outsiders see, I'll just say you black category folks whipped up this capitalist meat. For the first time, the wives listened to me. In 10-odd seconds, they were all back inside, door bolted, kerosene lamp lit. Under the flickering light, 8 solid dishes packed the table. Preserved vegetable braised pork, braised chicken, beer duck, pan-fried Little River fish, red braised pig's trotters, soy sauce beef, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, human pork belly. The 5 wives stared, drooling, eyeballs practically dropping into the meat. I pinched a slice of cumin pork belly and tossed it in my mouth. Barbecue seasoning on fried pork belly. The aroma was intoxicating. I pinched another slice and looked at the simple girl. Open up. Stars lit up in her eyes. She couldn't believe it. Me? I eat. I rolled my eyes. Open up. The meat hit her mouth and the savory, oily spice exploded. The simple girl was gone. Her whole body trembled from how good it was. With her intelligence, she just couldn't comprehend it. How could there be meat this delicious in the world? Straight up heavenly flavor. Seeing her trembling with her eyes rolling back, Bayume got worried and shook her. Yulon, what's wrong? Don't scare me. The simple girl came back to her senses, grinning blissfully. Sis, so good. The meat, so good. I grabbed Bayume's chin and teased. What? Thought I poisoned it. Once I'm full, just watch how I deal with you back in the room. Don't just sit there, dig in yourselves. As I spoke, I picked up a slice of soy sauce beef and tossed it into the simple girl's mouth. Lu Xiaoya was still stubborn. Fine, I'll eat. I'm carrying your kid, eating your food, living under your roof, it's only fair. Chen Haiyan looked defiant, her raspy voice grating. You told me to eat, so I'll have just a little. Bai Yume didn't look pleased either. Want it gambling? What a waste. This could feed us for a month. Lu shouting muttered under her breath. Free food's free food. Only the simple girl pinched a slice of pork belly and offered it to me. Eat. You eat. So good. I rubbed her little head, watched her eyes crinkle into a smile. Couldn't help but pinch her cheek, ate the slice in one bite, and waved my big hand. Dig in. The 5 of them couldn't hold back any longer, all reaching for the cumin pork belly and the preserved vegetable braised pork. People who've lived on husks and greens for so long crave fat down to their bones. It's instinct. Drinking the swiped orange juice, eating the swiped meat, watching them shovel it in like starving ghosts. I felt completely fulfilled. This scene, I dreamed of it in my past life. Slapping a big wad of cash in their faces and telling them, I made something of myself. You're the ones who weren't good enough for me. The scene before me made up for that regret from my past life. Last life, after the winds died down and the black category folks turned things around, all these wives at home left or scattered. Not a single one stayed. Every one of them walked out with resentment and contempt in their eyes. Only the simple girl cried and said she didn't want to leave, until Bayume whipped her hard with a bamboo cane, and she was dragged away bawling. This life, I won't repeat that mistake. All 4 wives can get lost. As long as the simple girl stays, that's fine. The 70s lacked everything except female educated youth sent down to the countryside. If I can pull food from the modern world, what female educated youth couldn't I get? Why put up with the 4 of you and your dirty looks? Simple girl, don't just eat meat. Drink some of this, it's sweet. I handed over the big bottle of orange juice. The simple girl, her mouth all greasy, heard sweet, and quickly took it. Gulp, gulp. 2 big swigs. Sweet, so sweet. Hee hee. Brother Chong, you're so good. Sis, you drink, it's sweet. She handed the orange juice to Bayume. Bayume didn't spare me a glance, praising her. Yulan's all grown up, knows to look out for her sis now. Drink, I'll drink. Gulp, gulp. Bayume's eyes lit up scarily bright. Eating meat, and then a swig of sweet orange juice. She was practically floating with delight. Reluctantly, she handed it to Chun Haiyan. Very sweet. It's orange water. Chun Haiyan didn't hold back either. Then it was Lu Xiaoya, then Lu shouting. By the time the bottle came back to my hand, it was empty. I was smug as could be, so? My orange water's good, huh? Every one of you. When I asked you to earn work points to buy me some booze, you gave me attitude. Now look, I want some money, eating and drinking well. Did I ever shortchange you a bite? As I spoke, I picked up the half bottle of moonshine and took a swig, then pulled out a swiped cigarette and lit it. Phew. The 70s, 8 meat dishes, 5 women keeping me company, drinking sweet potato moonshine, taking a drag. Heaven. I looked at Bayume and said seriously, Yume, don't you want to divorce me like those other 2? Perfect, I'm on the same page. Tomorrow I'll go to the brigade for the paperwork. Bayume's mouth opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't get a word out. I did say those angry words about divorce, but they were just angry words. If I really left Wangchong, where would I even go? The world out there was chaos. Finding a place to settle wasn't easy, especially dragging along a simpleton sister. I couldn't care less what she was thinking and kept talking to myself. Not that I'm kicking you out right away. You can still earn work points and keep me entertained when there's nothing to do. Just stay put like the rest of them. And once you find somewhere better, get lost anytime. By rights, this should have suited Bayume just fine. But seeing how casual I was, treating her like she meant nothing, her heart felt inexplicably stuffed up. Lu Xiaoya immediately spoke up for her. Divorce, do it fast. Get it done before your belly grows. With your looks, find an honest older man, and you'll be sure to have a good life. Chun Haiyan chimed in too. Yume, divorce sooner rather than later. Once your belly's big, it gets hard. Wang Chong, if you've got dirty thoughts, come at me and Xiaoya. We're ruined this life anyway. It is what it is. I spat on the ground. Bah? With my skills, what woman can I get? Quit flattering yourselves. Just as I was about to run my mouth some more, cursing and shouting erupted outside. Dumb Chong, it's not even fully dark and you've bolted the door for some hanky-panky? Can your kidneys handle it? You want the boys to lend you a hand? I knew that voice the moment I heard it. The good-for-nothing from Red Star Production Team Number 1, the brigade leader's nephew, Zhang Guoquan. I shot the wives a look and lowered my voice. Take the food to the back room. Then I shouted out the door. Screw you. I was wondering who it was. Doghead Quan. You mangy mutt. Instead of harassing the female educated youths, you come here looking for trouble? Hold on. Let me put my pants on first. Zhang Guoquan was the brigade leader's nephew. Me? Sure. I had a production team captain for a father, but I'd been split off from the family. Clearly not the favored one. The old Wang Chong was nothing but his lackey. How would he ever dare to talk back? This round of mockery and cursing left not just Zhang Guoquan outside stunned, but the wives inside were shocked too. Only the simple girl laughed along. Doghead Quan, there's a Doghead Quan outside. Huh? I waved my hand, urging them to hurry the food to the back. Zhang Guoquan hadn't even said anything yet when another voice rang out beside him. Dumb Chong, you FING asking for a beating? You dare talk to Brother Quan like that? Brother Quan, Dumb Chong clearly doesn't respect you. Don't let him off easy. Zhang Guoquan lost it and kicked the wooden door. Thud. Inside, I kept cursing. Screw you, Doghead Quan. You think I'm giving you face? The reason I was so worked up was because I remembered my past life. That Doghead Quan came to claim my sister-in-law Lu shouting. And the male educated youth Zhou Wu at his side, had always harbored filthy intentions toward Chen Haiyan. Now that Chen Haiyan was divorced, Zhou Wu had gotten bold ideas again. Remembering the events of my past life, I ground my teeth in fury. That night, these two beasts caught me off guard and knocked me out cold. If it weren't for the wives fighting back with all they had and drawing in the villagers, they'd have had their way. That was the very night Lu Xiaoya miscarried, and she was left with lasting health problems. Last life, not one of the wives stayed, not one of the children survived. When you get down to it, it was all these two beasts doing. I rolled up my sleeves, pulled back the bolt, and yanked the door open. The moment I saw Doghead Quan, without a word, I raised my hand and slapped him hard across the face. Then I kicked him right in the gut. Zhang Wuchuan's head buzzed as he bent over, retching. I didn't give him a second chance. I grabbed a length of hemp rope, seized him by the hair, and started stringing him up on the roof beam. Doghead Quan, you FING dare sleep with my wife? Today I'm gonna kill you. The hemp rope choked his neck, the other end thrown over the beam. I heaved, his neck went taut, and he was up on his tiptoes. Only then did he know fear. Dumb Chong. No. Chongzi, I didn't sleep with your wife, never did. Don't go making things up. I slapped him again. Zhou Wu saw it with his own eyes and said so himself. You calling that a lie? I'll finish you off right now, then go over to your place and sleep with your wife too. Zhou Wu had never seen such a life and death scene. So scared his legs went weak, bracing against the wall just to stay upright. Zhang Wuchuan's eyes nearly popped out, his voice cracking into sobs. Zhou Wu, you son of a BH, you dare set me up? Brother Chong, I didn't, I really didn't, spare me. Zhou Wu snapped out of it and quickly waved his hands. No, I never said that. Brother Chong, you're misremembering. Only then did I put on an act, loosening the rope a bit, and slap my forehead. Oh, now I remember. I had a dream, got it mixed up. Haha, a misunderstanding, all just a misunderstanding. Grinning, I tossed the rope aside. Zhang Wuquan collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, and before he even caught his breath, he started cursing. Dumb Chong, you had a FING dream, and that's reason to strangle me? I chuckled, rubbed my head, mouth twisting to one side. Brother Quan, everybody calls me Dumb Chong. Can't be wrong about that. Just mixed a few things up. No need to get so worked up, is there? He glared, roaring. You nearly strangled me to death, and I'm not allowed to be worked up? I gave a cold, mirthless smile. Brother Quan, you didn't die, did you? Right. Coming to find me this late. What's up? Zhang Wuquan looked me over carefully a couple of times. Same face, sure, but he could clearly sense it. The Wang Chong now was not the Wang Chong from before. Watching the deepening dusk, he shuddered. This damn dumb Chong couldn't be possessed by something filthy, could he? Bad luck. Whatever he did, he definitely couldn't say now that he'd come to mess with his sister-in-law. With that in mind, he squeezed out an ingratiating smile. Chongzi, don't I owe you $5? I came to bring it to you. I grinned, slapped my hand onto his forehead, and gave it a couple of playful pats. Brother Quan, you sure know how to play it smart, haha. Taking the money, I set my sights on his clothes too. I patted his shoulder and tugged at his sleeve. Nice jacket. Take it off. Let me borrow it for a few days. Chongzi, this is brand new. Scared as he was, he still stiffened up and tried to wriggle free, desperate to keep his new clothes. I wasn't having it, and gave his forehead a hard smack. A dull whap, hard enough to leave his head buzzing and stars swimming in his eyes. After being reborn, greater strength and iron-tough kidneys were pretty much standard issue. In no time flat, the new clothes were on my back. I preened to myself. Not bad. Fits pretty well, haha. It took me a while before I remembered there were two outsiders around. Brother Quan, don't go telling anyone about lending me the clothes, or your face will be dragged through the mud. I shot Zhou Wu a sidelong glance. Zhou Wu, you punk won't go blabbing all over the place, will you? Before Zhou Wu could get a word out, Zhang Wuquan straightened up first and smacked him on the forehead. You dare say a word, I'll skin you alive. Chongzi, take good care of the clothes. Return them after a few days. It's pitch dark now. I'll head out first. The two hadn't gotten far before Zhang Wuquan smacked Zhou Wu on the back of the head and kicked him. You dog. I just about got strung up back there, and you just stood watching? Dumb Chong, you wait. Not only am I going to take your sister-in-law, I'm going to take all 5 of your wives. Zhou Wu, having taken his lumps, was undeterred and quietly reminded him. Brother Quan. We agreed. Chun Haiyan's mine. Zhang Wuquan chuckled. Sure, once I'm bored with her I'll hand her down to you. But you gotta help me figure out how to break Dumb Chong. Make him hand his women over nice and quiet. Zhou Wu wrinkled his nose, sniffed hard a few times, greed flashing in his eyes. Brother Quan, did you catch that smell just now? Meat, definitely red braised pork, real rich. That jogged Zhang Guochuan's memory too, and he cursed through gritted teeth. Damn it, must have been that old geezer of his who gave him the meat. Xiao Wuzi, We're not just gonna break dumb Chong. We're gonna knock his old man off his production captain seat too. Damn, I'm cold. Lend me your jacket for a few days. Inside the house, 5 pairs of eyes fell on me all at once. Their looks complicated, as if seeing me for the first time. The old Wang Chong was a notorious ruffian and scoundrel known far and wide. Lazy, gluttonous, overbearing, and tyrannical. But his ruthlessness had always been aimed inward, never outward. Day to day, he threw his weight around and vented all his fists, feet, and temper on these wives at home. But the moment he ran into a good-for-nothing like Zhang Guoquan, backed by the brigade leader, Wang Chong instantly turned into a spineless coward. Even when Zhang Guoquan flirted with his wife to his face or humiliated him with crude jokes, all he could do was force a smile and swallow his anger, never daring to give the slightest offense. But today's Wang Chong had changed completely. Not only did he curse out Zhang Guoquan like he was scolding a son, he'd strung the guy up on the roof beam, and in the end, even borrowed his brand new clothes, tough as nails, unbelievably so. I couldn't be bothered with what was on their minds. With a click, I bolted the door, casually raised a hand, and said in a lazy but domineering tone, "Go on, bring all the food back out. I only ate my fill halfway. I'm gonna keep eating." In the old days, even after taking a beating or a scolding from me, the women would still stiffen their necks and talk back a little. But now, no one dared cross me in the slightest. The women turned in silent understanding, obediently went to the back room, and brought all 8 dishes of leftovers back to the table. Lucia kept her head down, but from the corner of her eye she stole glances at me, an inexplicable spark rising in her gaze. She was black category, born a rung below everyone in this era. Every time the brigade held a struggle session, even if she wasn't the target, she still had to show up as a companion for the denunciation, with beatings, curses, and psychological humiliation liable to land on her at any moment. But if Wang Chong's ruthless reputation spread throughout the production team, then, carrying Wang Chong's child, no matter how bad her class background, few would dare jump out to denounce her. These were chaotic times, hearts were treacherous, and rules were just for show. Whoever dared to make a scene, dared to be ruthless, dared to go all in, that was who could gain a foothold and live in peace. "Simple girl, come here, sit next to me." I pulled the sweet, well-behaved simple girl into my arms, the motion natural. "Don't just gnaw on the pork belly. This braised beef's plenty tasty too." I pinched a slice of crispy fried pork belly, wrapped it around a piece of flavorful braised beef, and popped it into her mouth. Tender and oily meating, firm and springy, the double texture exploded on the tip of her tongue, the savory aroma flooding her taste buds. The simple girl's eyes went astonishingly bright, her little body trembling faintly, her whole face the picture of ultimate satisfaction. In all her life, she'd never eaten anything this good, never lived this happily. She leaned into my arms, mumbling, "Brother Chong, you eat too. It's so good. Brother Chong, you're the best. I want to follow you forever, and I want to marry you, just like my sister." I rubbed her soft little head and answered offhandedly, "Sure, once your sister and I are divorced, we'll register nice and proper and live together." Having lived 2 lifetimes, I'd long since seen through it all. A woman being a little simple isn't necessarily a flaw. It might just be her greatest strength. Not much guile, obedient and sensible, decent-looking, sweet and clingy. Any bold ideas, any brand new versions you want to try, go right ahead. Compare that to those 3 ex-wives and 1 sister-in-law, faces drawn all day long like debt collectors, giving me attitude morning to night. The one thing the Red Star Brigade never lacked was female educated youths sent down to the countryside, and women who'd fled famine to settle here. Each one young, beautiful, obedient, and good at reading a situation. With my power to travel through time in hand and the ability to bring in meat, was I afraid I couldn't find a fine woman? Rebirth is for living it up, not for taking abuse. Reformed scumbag, my ass. Only the lowest kind of man repents. Smoking, drinking, gambling, chasing women. Aren't those exactly what a man's supposed to do? I did nothing wrong, so why the hell should I change? In the deep autumn mountains, the temperature swung wildly between day and night. Once it was fully dark, the mountain air kept dropping. The cold wind slipped through the cracks in the earthen walls into the ramshackle mud brick house, the chill pressing in. In the old days, at this hour the 5 women would have long since burrowed into their straw nest and huddled together to sleep. And I'd have the house's one bed all to myself, along with a tattered cotton quilt and a thin blanket. The simple girl leaned into my warm embrace, let out a soft little yawn, and instinctively burrowed in closer, craving the warmth of my body. "Brother Chong, you're so warm, way warmer than the straw pile. Hee, if I could sleep holding on to you, I bet it'd be so cozy, not cold at all." At those words, something stirred in me and my brow arched. It was deep autumn now, and before long winter would set in, freezing and bitter. All we had at home was one hardened, matted wad of cotton batting and a thin blanket. Those four sulking, wretched wives sleeping cold in the straw pile served them right. But me and my sweet simple girl couldn't be made to suffer that indignity. The next second, a sly glint flashed in my eyes. That's it. The modern rental apartment had bedding and blankets, all fully stocked. Perfect. I'd just haul them over. I wolfed down the leftovers in a few bites, wiped my mouth, and stood up. I'm gonna go grab a thick blanket from that old geezer's place. Take your time eating, and when you're done, wash up wherever needs washing. I'll be checking when I get back. With that, I pushed open the door and left. Out of everyone's sight, a flick of my thoughts, a shift of light and shadow, and in an instant I was back in the modern rental apartment. The place was sparsely furnished, but it beat the 70s earthen house by leaps and bounds. I waved my hand and swept the entire bedding set on the bed into my built-in storage space. I pulled open the nightstand drawer and rummaged around, fishing out a few racy, full-color magazines. I grinned. Good stuff. Pack these away, take them back for some proper study and discussion with the wives. In the corner of the drawer was an unopened half-box of little balloons. I gave them a glance, sneered contemptuously, and couldn't be bothered. My own women, what would they need those for? Just like making a big communal pot of stew. Throw all the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar right in. I opened the wardrobe, mostly the old geezer's old clothes. And you know what? They matched the 70s style pretty well. A dozen odd sets of clean clothes. All of them I swept into the storage space. Sitting on modern supplies while enjoying the tender company of the 70s. Straddling two eras like this, so damn good. Just as I was getting comfortable, the phone in my pocket buzzed. A WeChat message from the landlady. Old Wong, pay this month's rent, $500. I fired back. Give it a few days, I'll pay once I shake some money loose. The reply came instantly. Wait, wait, wait. All you know is wait. You've got money for a massage parlor, but no money for rent? You look like you've still got plenty of pep. Why don't you come shack up with me? Save on rent and get a hot meal too. A shudder ran through my whole body. Was she kidding? The landlady was a woman in her 60s, a wrinkled old clam. I couldn't run away fast enough. How could I possibly go near her? Sure, before being reborn, I was an old geezer in my 80s myself, and going up against someone in her 60s, I guess I wouldn't be losing out. But I had standards. Even at a foot massage place, I only ever ordered girls under 30. My taste and my bottom line were set in stone. Give it a couple days, a couple days. I brushed her off, plugged the phone into the charger, tossed it aside, and ignored her. The urban village rental looked shabby, but the amenities were all there. Air conditioning, a private bathroom, a water heater, the works. I took a nice hot shower, washing off all the smoke and grime. I changed into one of the old geezer's frumpy dark plaid shirts, plain in style, a perfect fit for 70s fashion, wouldn't draw any attention going back. The $500 in rent couldn't be dragged out. Drag it too long and trouble would come sooner or later. I had to figure out a way to scrape together $500. That old geezer's money-mooching routine couldn't be used anymore. Young people have too little damage resistance. Even though I still had the original phone and bank card, my identity had been completely thrown off by the rebirth. In effect, I was an off-the-books ghost. This foothold had to be preserved, otherwise all the back-and-forth traveling would be a huge hassle. Once I'd tidied up, a flick of my thoughts and my figure vanished. When I opened my eyes again, I was already outside the 70s mud brick house. Deep in the night, the mountain moonlight was cold and dim. I squinted, taking a good while to adjust before I could make out my surroundings. I took the brand new cotton quilt and pillow out of the storage space, held them steady in my arms, and kicked the door. Open up, I'm back. Hearing the commotion, the people inside hurried over to pull open the wooden door. By the faint moonlight, seeing the fluffy, brand new bedding in my arms, all 5 women went wide-eyed in unison, shock and envy playing on their faces. I stepped inside, swept a glance over them, and said impatiently, "What are you standing there dumbstruck for? Shut the door, light the kerosene lamp." The lamp flared to life, its dim yellow glow filling the little room. The brand new cotton quilt, soft and thick, was a material they'd never seen before. The women instinctively followed me inside, their eyes glued to the new bedding, unable to look away. I raised a hand and pointed at the hard, damp wad of ruined cotton and the tattered thin blanket on the wooden bed. "This junk's yours now. Take it and cover up with it." The 5 women exchanged glances, disbelief filling their eyes. What they slept on now was nothing but a straw nest, shivering all over in the dead of night as a matter of course. Now getting a share of an old cotton wad and a blanket, enough to see them steadily through the bitter winter, was, to them, an enormous stroke of good fortune. "What's this? Don't want it." I put on a helpless sigh. "Fine then. If nobody wants it, I'll just hand it over to the widow Lynn." The words had barely left my mouth when Lu Xiaoya was the first to panic. I want it. I want it. Chun Haiyan, casting aside her usual cool reserve, strode forward to grab at the pile of cotton batting. The others rushed up to fight over it too, and in no time flat they'd hauled the old bedding onto their own straw pallets. The so-called beds were nothing but platforms cobbled together from a few crooked pieces of wood, topped with a layer of dry straw, rough and lumpy against the body. I tossed the new bedding onto the wooden bed, stretched lazily, and my gaze landed on the simple girl sneaking a touch of the cotton quilt off to the side. My tone softened. Soft, huh? From now on you sleep in the bed with me. No more crowding into the straw pile. The simple girl immediately broke into a goofy grin, pinching the hem of her clothes, her eyes crinkling into crescents. Hee hee, Brother Chong, I knew you were the best to me. Brother Chong, your clothes are really nice. Her blunt, sincere flattery pleased me to no end. Last life, I ended up abandoned by everyone, every woman leaving with resentment. Only this silly little thing cried and begged to stay and live with me. She was the sole comfort of my previous life. Something in my heart softened, and I rubbed her little head. In a few days, I'll buy you a whole new outfit special, so you can dress up pretty too. The four women beside me pretended to keep their heads down, arranging their newly acquired old bedding, moving as slowly as they could, but their minds were entirely on me. They quietly sized up the brand new bedding, sized up the respectable new clothes on my back, their hearts sour and bitter, brimming with resentment. Why? Why should a slow-witted simple girl get the favoritism and doting, get to sleep in a soft bed and get new clothes? While they worked hard earning work points, all they got in return was cold glares and beatings. Finally, the sister-in-law Lu shouting couldn't take it anymore, and worked up the courage to lift her head. I want to sleep in the bed too, and I want new clothes too. That naive, blunt remark quieted the room a bit. The other women lifted their eyes too, their gazes full of expectation settling on me, waiting for my response. A mocking smirk curled at the corner of my mouth. I swept my gaze over them all, my tone frank and domineering. People treat each other how they're treated. The simple girl treats me sincerely well. She's sweet and sensible. Of course I favor her. Then I launched into lies, completely off the cuff, laying it on thick. You really think I've got no money for booze, no meat to eat? My dad's the production captain. I've never been short on food or clothes here in the Red Star team. If I roughed you up or cussed you out now and then in the past, that wasn't bullying. It was a test of your character. Pity though, out of all of you, only the simple girl passed my test. Their faces flushed and paled by turns, hearts full of resentment, but none dared talk back. Seeing their stifled, aggrieved looks, I shifted my tone and softened up. Then again, going forward, if you perform well and do as I say, I won't treat you poorly either. I sat down on the edge of the bed and waved my big hand. Everyone come over. I'll teach you all how to do your homework. Half an hour later, a cigarette dangling from my lips, I lounged lazily with my eyes half closed, slowly puffing away. The night wind slipped in through the cracks in the earthen walls, dispersing the heat, my whole body loose and at ease. Now this was the life a man ought to live. So what if the four wives couldn't stand me? Eating my meat, living in my house, they ought to sit tight and play cards with me. Just as I was getting comfortable, the simple girl beside me suddenly scrunched up her little face, clutched her stomach with both hands, and curled up. Brother Chong, my tummy hurts. The words had barely left her mouth when Lu Xiaoting's face changed too, pressing on her belly. Right after, Lu Xiaoya and Bai Yumei went down one after another, faces going pale, clutching their stomachs, unable to sit still. Even my own stomach let out a rumble, with a bloated, sinking feeling. Watching everyone's uniformly wretched state, I didn't panic in the slightest, calmly blowing out a smoke ring. What's the panic? You've got poor folk stomachs, used to husks and greens, and now that you've eaten meat all at once, it's normal it doesn't sit right. Eat it a few more times going forward, get your guts spoiled, and you'll be fine. Before I'd even finished, the women couldn't hold it any longer. Casting aside all dignity, they scrambled to their feet and stumbled outside. Under the cover of night, the private plot behind the house instantly came alive. 6 people, following the way of the Indian brothers, bonded over some open-air relief. After a full hour of misery, everyone straggled back inside one by one. Go, go, go. All of you get back to your straw nests and lie down. I flicked the cigarette butt to the ground, crushed it under my toe, stretched with a big yawn, and let out a long yawn. Sleep, everyone sleep. Whoosh, the kerosene lamp went out, and the whole room fell dark. The room was a mix of the earthen walls' musty smell, the raw greenness of dry straw, plus the lingering greasy scent of the food and a faint whiff of smoke. It wasn't exactly pleasant, but to me, drifting through 2 lifetimes, it felt deeply grounding, a one-of-a-kind slice of earthly life. The simple girl at my side had already fallen fast asleep, her little nose twitching faintly, letting out soft snores. Everything before me was vivid and real, leaving me feeling especially settled deep down. The night passed without a single dream. Early the next morning, the crisp chirping of birds outside woke me. I opened my eyes to find the room empty. The 5 women were long gone. The sounds of chopping wood, splashing water, and low conversation drifted to my ears. Clearly, they'd all gotten up early to get to work. I got up leisurely, went to the kitchen, pinched a little fine salt, and mixed it with water to rinse my mouth, fresh and clean. This scene, caught by the eyes of the women coming in, made them secretly grind their teeth with heartache, silently cursing me for being wasteful. In these times, folks were reluctant to spare even a few grains of salt when cooking. Every household rationed it. And here I was using it to rinse my mouth. A downright shameful waste of good things. I took in their expressions completely, sneered contemptuously, and pointed at the leftover meat dishes on the table, shooting back. So what if I use a little salt? If it weren't for me, you'd never eat 8 meat dishes in your whole lives. Quit dawdling. Once you're done eating, all of you come into the mountains with me. Today I'm personally keeping an eye on your work. Nobody's slacking off. It was deep autumn. With the fall harvest wrapped up, the production team had entered the slack season, and there weren't many chances to earn work points in the mountains. These 5 women of mine, either burdened with the old label of black category or famine refugees with no one to rely on, didn't rank for the good jobs in the team. Even with my dad as production captain, it made no difference. Everyone here was a neighbor, and the good work never fell to outsiders with different surnames. During the slack season, all they could do was head into the mountains to dig for medicinal herbs, gather fruit, and forage for mountain goods to scrape by. In the old days, I'd have grumbled about how grueling it was to go into the mountains. Now, though, I was 1,000 times on board. There was still that $500 in rent hanging over the modern rental apartment, unpaid. It couldn't be dragged out too long. If that old clam came knocking on my door, that'd be another headache. This was the perfect chance to gather more valuable mountain goods on the mountain trip, take them back to the modern era, and sell them to cover the rent. And while I was at it, I could stock up on a batch of hard-to-get supplies: toothpaste and toothbrushes, toilet paper, soap, cooking oil, MSG, soy sauce. Get it all in one go and improve our quality of life. Let those 4 look down on you with dog eyes, wretched wives see. I, Wang Chong, am not just fast off the line with 5 lanes rotating smoothly. I can live one hell of a life too. As the red sun rose, no one dared dawdle. Everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks to eat. A bowl of plain congee, a soft, sweet potato, paired with last night's rich, oily leftover meat dishes. Simple, but a meal eaten with unusual satisfaction. Lu Xiaoya, Chun Haiyan, Lu Xiaoting, and Bai Yumei. The 4 of them finally shed the misery and resentment they usually wore on their faces, faint smiles creeping into their eyes. As for the simple girl, that one didn't even know what worry meant, grinning happily all day long. After breakfast, everyone quickly got themselves ready. The 5 of them changed into worn, wear-resistant coarse hemp clothes, grabbed their machetes and little hoes, slung bamboo baskets and gunny sacks onto their backs, and stood ready to go. Even the simple-minded simple girl earnestly carried a small bamboo basket, obediently standing in the ranks as a laborer. I, on the other hand, was carefree, a Lacoon cigarette dangling from the corner of my mouth, a thin bamboo switch swinging in my hand, strolling leisurely at the very back. I swept a glance over the crooked column and put on my most arrogant look. "Ha! You 5, today you're all my slaves. Every one of you. Work hard for me and gather that mountain goods good and proper. Anyone who dares slack off or cut corners, watch your hides." Compared to steadily earning work points in the team, foraging the mountains was never easy. Just the trek and commonly ate up an hour or 2. With a little bad luck, if a hillside had just been picked clean by someone else, the whole trip was wasted and you'd have to cross to another hill and start the search over. Coming back empty-handed, hauling a bit of firewood just to save face, that happened too. Most of the time, a whole day of mountain foraging didn't even measure up to earning work points in the production team. Luckily, my body had been strengthened by the space travel, and right now I was hiking empty-handed, so I could manage. The wives up front had a light step. Clearly they still had energy to spare. The deeper into the mountains we went, the denser the trees, and long ago any proper mountain path had disappeared. The ground was thick with weeds and shrubs, and it was entirely up to the 5 women in front to push them aside with their hands and stamp them down with their feet, forcibly treading out a small trail that was barely walkable. The whole way, I ambled along leisurely, occasionally even grumbling about how hard the mountain path was to walk. The 5 women, by contrast, showed not a trace of fatigue. The farther they went, the more excited they got. The whole forest was quite primeval, with almost no signs of anyone having come before, which meant this deep mountain hadn't been trodden in some time. More than likely it hid plenty of mountain goods. Just then, Bayume, walking at the very front, suddenly stopped, staring at a thicket ahead, her voice unable to hide her delight as she called out in a low voice. Fuzzy melons. There are fuzzy melons here. What country folk call fuzzy melons are wild kiwi fruit. It was late autumn now, and the wild fruit beyond the mountains had all long since dropped. To find whole patches of wild kiwi fruit deep in the mountains was truly rare. The deep mountains sat at high elevation, and the temperature among the trees was low, so wild fruit ripened over a month later than outside. That was the unique norm here in the mountains. Looking in the direction Bayume pointed, great sprawling vines climbed the tree trunks, twisting and interweaving, and among the dense branches and leaves hung clusters of yellow-green wild fruit, varying in size, packed densely and weighing down the branches till the vines bowed. As a breeze drifted past, the whole treeful of wild fruit swayed, an utterly delightful sight. By the time I'd sauntered over, the 5 women had already ducked into the thicket and started picking. Wild kiwi fruit was one of the most popular wild fruits among mountain folk. Bring it home, let it sit a few days to ripen, and the flesh turns soft, sweet, and fragrant, brimming with juice, hardly sour or astringent at all. It could satisfy a craving and fill a belly, and could also be handed over to the production team for work points, an excellent value. The patch of kiwi fruit before me covered a good dozen large trees, the fruit lush and abundant. With a rough scan, I estimated in my head, picked completely clean, it would yield at least 20 or 30 gene. This stuff was worthless in the 70s. The production team would give 2 fuan of work points at most, and 20 or 30 gene would barely trade for a single day's work points. But taken to the modern era, it'd easily sell for 7 or 8 yuan a gene, and unloading it all would come to nearly 200 yuan. That 500 yuan warning from the old clam would weigh a little less heavy. At that thought, my mood soared. I fished the empty plastic bottle with its packaging torn off out of my army green satchel and gave it a pat. Take your time picking, and mind your safety. Don't take a fall. I saw a little mountain gully over there. I'll go fetch you some clean water so you'll have something to drink when you get thirsty. The words had barely left my mouth when Lu Xiaoya immediately frowned, displeasure all over her face. All you know is how to slack off. There's not another man in the world like you, dumping all the hard, grueling work on the women while you hide away and take it easy. I threw my head back and shot right back, full of confidence. That's because they've got no ability. They deserve to be beasts of burden their whole lives. I've got ability so I don't have to suffer, so why the hell would I grind away like them? Besides, you're just my ex-wife now. Since when do you get to boss me around? Pick your fuzzy melons properly, and don't forget you're carrying my kid in your belly. No messing around. Chun Haiyan picked up right where Lu Xiaoya left off. Changzi, since you care so much about the child in our bellies, come lend a hand and pick a bit, so we don't have to bend over so many times. Bayume found it all too irritating and immediately waved him off. Get lost, get lost. If you want to slack off, hurry up and go far away. Seeing your good-for-nothing self is an eyesore. Everyone's words were full of complaints. Only the simple girl was full of worry, earnestly urging me. Brother Chong, the deep mountain forest can swallow people whole. You mustn't go far. If you can't tell the way, just shout for me nice and loud, and I'll bring the sisters to find you. Looking at the sweet simple girl, warmth stirred in my heart. I patted the satchel and said with a smile, Don't worry, I've got white sugar in my bag. When I get back, I'll mix you some sweet water to drink. With that, I turned and strode off, going a good distance to get out of the 5 women's line of sight. Once I'd confirmed there was no one around, a flick of my thoughts and my figure vanished in an instant into the deep mountain forest, back to the modern rental apartment. The fan spun quietly, sending over waves of cool air. I sprawled sideways on the bare mattress, cigarette dangling, puffing away, my whole body loose. Slacking off feels good, real good. I casually opened up short videos, swiping through the screen to watch those wriggling little internet celebrity girls. I used to watch that stuff eagerly every day, but now, looking at these over-airbrushed faces, I just found it unbearably dull. I've got 5 flower-fresh wives at home. Every body type, every kind of eyes and brows, all genuine and easy on the eyes. What do I need to watch these deformed, airbrushed freaks for? I quietly did the math. Once I made some money, I'd get a few more cool, snazzy outfits for the wives to wear. Now that was proper business, something worth doing. The gentle, cool breeze wicked the sweat right off me, leaving me fresh and clean. I stretched comfortably and checked the time. Just over 10 minutes had passed. I got up, grabbed the empty plastic bottle, walked over to the faucet, and filled it to the brim with tap water. I spat the fruit candy left in my mouth into the bottle, then unwrapped a strawberry-flavored one and dropped it in 2. The clear water soaked the candy and soon took on a faint sweetness and strawberry scent, along with a playful pale pink tint. Strawberry-flavored sugar water. The 5 Ys were sure to love it. I gave the bottle a shake, secretly pleased with myself. Back in the older generation school days, who hadn't drunk tap water? You'd clamp your mouth over the faucet and gulp it down. Get there early, it tasted of iron rust. Come late, it tasted like spicy strip snacks. A flick of my thoughts, and I crossed instantly from the modern rental apartment back to the 70s mountain forest. Following the tracks I'd just trodden, I returned to the kiwi fruit thicket and immediately spotted the 5 women still heads down picking. By now the kiwi fruit on the trees had thinned out. The good-looking, easy-to-reach ones had basically all been picked clean. I raised my voice and called out, "Wives, water time. Sweet water. Made it special for you, real sweet." The wives didn't stop their hands, answering offhandedly, "We'll drink once we're done picking. Don't get in the way, go rest off to the side." I waved my hand and drawled lazily, "What's left are just hard-to-reach little fruits. No point wasting the effort. In a bit we'll move somewhere else and poke around, find some other valuable mountain goods." Then my tone dropped, carrying a touch of domineering. "Lu Xiaoya, Chun Haiyan, you two are still carrying my seed in your bellies. Quit messing around and get over here to drink some water and rest a while." The women turned their heads, their eyes landing on that bottle of eerily pink water, hesitation and unease in their eyes. Nobody was fussy about drinking water in these times, but colored water like this, truly, no one dared touch it. Everyone hung back, hesitating. Only the simple girl had no reservations at all, quickly stepping up to take the bottle and tipping her head back to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp. 2 big mouthfuls of sweet water went down her throat, the clean, sweet strawberry flavor instantly flooding her taste buds. The simple girl's eyes lit up, her whole face satisfied, and she mumbled loudly, "Sweet. So good. Sweet as can be." She immediately held the bottle out to Yume, urging enthusiastically, "Sis, you drink too. It's especially good." I said mildly, "Drink up. Don't worry. I put fruit candy in specially. It's plenty clean." Hearing that it was that rare fruit candy, everyone's doubts instantly evaporated. The women stepped up one after another, a couple sips each, and before long the whole big bottle of sweet water was drunk clean, not a single drop left. After drinking the sweet water, the wives were noticeably more energized. Though they didn't pay me any mind, they started chatting among themselves about the kiwi fruit they'd gathered, clearly with a bit of a smile. A good 20+ gene, a modest little haul. The simple girl, meanwhile, like she was presenting a treasure, fished out an 80% ripe kiwi fruit and handed it to me. "Brother Chong, I saved it for you. Looked forever, and this was the one good one I found." I stroked her head, then couldn't resist grabbing her and planting a loud kiss. "Silly girl, I didn't dote on you for nothing. Once we trade this for money, I'll buy you candy. Good candy, milk toffee." The simple girl nodded away nonstop. "Brother Chong, you're so good. I'll work hard for you for sure. I won't slack off. I can work really hard." Yume rolled her eyes. "Dumb Chong, quit talking nonsense. Buy milk toffee? Do you have the ration coupons? Do you know anyone at the supply co-op? Fooling the simple girl every single day, what's the point?" No wonder she couldn't stand to watch. Milk toffee was a rare thing right now. There were only 2 brands, White Rabbit and Golden Monkey. Whenever the supply co-op got a shipment during holidays, it got snapped up by people with connections, and ordinary folk could only look on helplessly. The current one starts, the X follows in a flash. Chun Haiyan piped up in her cracked gong voice, bold as anything. "Oh, what a rare treat. Buying milk toffee, and you, dumb Chong. The way I see it, if you want to eat milk toffee in this lifetime, you'll have to wait till Xiaoya and I have popped out our babies." Lu Xiaoya got into it too, mocking me for all she was worth. "That's right. And by then you can soak a fruit candy for a bit and call it milk toffee." That's how the wives are. Get enough of them together and they'll spout any dirty joke. And since I wasn't an outsider, it only egged their wild streak on further. I just grinned, not the least bit angry. Let them gloat for a little while now. Once I bring back White Rabbit milk toffee, watch how I slap their faces. Heh. By then I'll give it all to the simple girl alone, and let those 4 wretched wives drool with envy. Everyone laughed and joked, tucked in the shade of the trees, catching the mountain breeze. Rested enough, they gathered up their bamboo baskets and pressed on deeper into the dense forest. The farther into the mountains we went, the taller and thicker the trees. The towering giants crossed their branches and leaves, layer upon layer, so dense that barely a sliver of sunlight got through. The depths saw no sun year-round, and even the low weeds and shrubs had disappeared. The ground was blanketed with a thick layer of dead branches and fallen leaves, soft and springy underfoot. In the deep autumn mountains, the temperature swung wildly between day and night, and the morning dew lay heavy, so the humus soil of the whole forest stayed damp almost the entire day. This damp, cool, shaded environment was precisely the ideal breeding ground for fungi. Even after days without rain, in the deep, ancient forest you could still find, scattered here and there. A few tender pine mushrooms by the tree roots and among the fallen leaves, along with wildwood ear clinging to rotten wood as it grew. I took it all in, extremely pleased. All natural wild pine mushrooms and wood ear, taken to a modern market, they definitely fetch a good price. I immediately urged them on. All of you, look carefully, find more, do a good job. In a bit I'll pour you more sweet water to drink. But this time the wives weren't buying it. They all stopped what they were doing, reluctance all over their faces. Living off the mountains year-round, they knew the mountains' rules better than anyone. Bai Yume pursed her lips. Just this scattered bit of pine mushroom. It's less worthwhile than cutting pig fodder for work points. Shun Haiyan nodded in agreement. To gather good shiitake and wood ear in bulk, you've got to wait till after a heavy rain. That's when they burst out like crazy. It's been clear this long. Picking these piddly bits in the old forest isn't worth it. I didn't understand these mountain ins and outs, and seeing them so resistant, I couldn't be bothered to argue. Fine, we'll do it your way. No more hunting for mushrooms. Leave the specialized work to the specialists. Following everyone out of the dim old forest, the view suddenly opened up before us. A broad, low stretch of scrubland appeared, well-lit and clear-sighted. Seeing this terrain, the 5 women instantly broke into delighted looks. This was their favorite kind of foraging ground, where it was easy to find the most hardcore mountain good of late autumn, chinkapin chestnuts. Chestnuts and chinkapins in the mountains taste similar, differing only in size, but their treatment was worlds apart. Chestnuts were a Category 2 farm sideline product. The entire harvest had to go to the collective, managed uniformly by the production team and supply co-op, with individuals forbidden to sell even a bit privately. Chinkapins were different. They were a Category 3 farm sideline product, and everything individuals gathered in the mountains was theirs to keep. They could eat them at home or hand them over for work points, flexible and free. More importantly, chinkapins had an extremely high starch content, sweet and floury, deeply filling, and they stored well too. In a season of scarce supplies, paired with brown rice or vegetable dumplings as winter provisions, they were just perfect. The 5 wives were each overjoyed, their hands moving all the more nimbly. This whole big stretch of chinkapins concerned their food and warmth for the entire winter, so naturally, they didn't dare slack. I was even more delighted inside. Chinkapins in the 70s were utterly unremarkable, worth barely a few fun. But in 2026, it was a whole different story. Under the banner of a wild mountain delicacy, they sold for more than double the price of ordinary chestnuts. In deep autumn, most of the prickly chinkapin burrs had fully ripened and dropped to the ground. No need to strain climbing trees. Just pick them up with fire tongs and toss them into the bamboo basket, easy and effortless. I couldn't be bothered to bend over and tire myself out, so I found a shady patch under a nearby tree, spread out 2 gunny sacks, lay down on them, and stretched comfortably. All of you gather those burr chestnuts good and proper, no slacking allowed. In a bit I'll inspect each of your hauls. Whoever picks the most gets my favor tonight, and gets to climb into bed and sleep under the soft cotton quilt. I looked over at the simple girl working obediently, my tone softening. Simple girl, tell me, was sleeping under the new cotton quilt comfy? The simple girl immediately stopped what she was doing, lifted her little face, and answered loudly. Brother Chong, it was so comfy, soft and warm. In all my life, I've never slept in such a good bed. Shun Haiyan immediately gave a cold snort in her cracked gong voice. Pa, who wants to sleep in a bed with you? I've got cotton batting on my straw nest now. Plenty warm, not the least bit cold. Bai Yume hurried to chime in. Right. I slept soundly last night. Not cold at all. I don't want your lousy bed either. The women banded together and put up a stubborn front. Only Lu Xiaoya's gaze darted away, and she said nothing. The thoughts in her heart had quietly shifted long ago. This Wang Chong seemed to have made something of himself now, daring to go head-to-head with a local bully like Zhang Wuquan, and able to get hold of new cotton quilts and meat that others wouldn't dare even dream of. I'm carrying a child in my belly. My future days all depend on him. As long as he stops being spineless and can protect me and my little sister, sparing us some of the abuse at the struggle sessions, I'll settle down and get through life with him. But the youngest, Lu shouting, hid nothing at all, protesting loudly right on the spot. Wang Chong, quit your daydreaming. Not one of us wants to sleep with you. If my sister weren't pregnant and hard to get around, we'd have fled this house long ago to make our own living. She tugged at the hem of Lu Xiaoya's clothes, egging her on. Sis, say something. Give this lazy bum's face a good scorching. Don't let him get too smug. Sis, what's with that look? You think I'm scared he'll be upset? Even if he hits me, I'll still say it. Chun Haiyan turned to look at Lu Xiaoya too, her tone pressing. Xiaoya, we agreed before. We advance and retreat together in all things. Don't you go back on it. You wouldn't be having a change of heart, wanting to sleep in his soft bed, would you? Lu Xiaoya didn't dare meet everyone's eyes. She lowered her head, pretending to rummage for chinkapins, and covered softly. I've got no time to bother with him. I just want to pick more burr chestnuts, store up more provisions, and make it steadily through this winter. Under the tree shade, I couldn't be bothered with their little schemes. Bored, I lifted my eyes and scanned the forest, when I suddenly caught sight of a clump of yellowing leaves hanging on a vine not far off, the branches dotted with many brown, wind chime-shaped seed pods. My eyes lit up. Wasn't that wild yam? Oh ho, right on time. I'd put in some serious hard labor last night. My body was bound to be a bit depleted and in need of some good nourishment. I picked up the little hoe by my feet, got up, and strode quickly over, tracing down the vine to probe for its roots. The idea was lovely. The reality was a grind. I dug and dug for a full 5 minutes, and there was still nothing in the soil but thin vine tendrils, not a single thick yam root in sight. Forget it, forget it. I can't take this kind of suffering. Cursing away, I flung down the hoe, just lay back down in the shade, and lit a cigarette. Amid the puffs of smoke, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Holy crap, I really am a clever bastard. I scampered back over to the yam's roots, and with a flick of my thoughts, the power of the storage space quietly activated. The packed soil surrounding the yam's roots was instantly drawn entirely into the space by an invisible force. The soil rapidly emptied out, forming a pit over 1/2 meter across and nearly 1.5 meters deep. At the bottom lay a whole, thick wild yam, connected to its vine and a good meter plus long, of superb quality. I yanked the yam up by the root, thoroughly pleased with myself. With this heaven-defying ability, from now on, selling wild yam alone would let me support 5 more wives easily. In a word, get it done. I manipulated the space to backfill the soil I'd drawn away, and the ground was restored just as before. Digging yams, low risk, effortless, high reward, was exactly the kind of good deal I loved best. Having tasted the sweetness, I didn't rest, and immediately got up to keep searching. Deep autumn wild yam was easy to spot. Yellowing leaves paired with brown wind chime-shaped seed pods, hanging from the treetops and standing out plainly. Once you've done it, the second time comes easy. In just a dozen minutes or so, I again used the power of the space to effortlessly dig up 2 more thick yams over 1 meter long each. I scanned the area one more time, and seeing no more yam vines, I finally called it. I found a young bamboo shoot that had sprouted that year and neatly cut it into a few tidy tube sections, planning to build a fire on the spot and cook up some yam soup. To avoid being too shockingly outrageous and scaring the 2 pregnant wives into a miscarriage, I decided to play it low-key, stashing the 2 best-looking yams into the space and leaving out just one. This one weighed nearly 3 gene. Stewed into soup, it could just about half fill 6 stomachs. Mountain foraging is heavy labor. Can't shortchange the belly. I crouched on the ground and gathered up some kindling by hand, getting ready to start a fire. Just then, Lu Xiaoya came back carrying a full basket of unshelled chinkapins, planning to use the downtime to shell them. Her gaze swept over idly and instantly froze on the ground by my feet. That meter-plus long, whole, thick, superb quality wild yam was especially eye-catching. Lu Xiaoya froze on the spot. Digging yams was the most exhausting grunt work there was. Even an ordinary strapping man would work himself to death getting just one out. And Wang Chong, forever lazy and gluttonous, had, without a peep, dug out a top-grade giant yam like this. It was as if the sun had risen in the west. Seeing the astonishment on her face, I tossed the firewood in my hand aside and grinned. Xiaoya, you're here just in time. Hurry and start a fire. Let's cook up some bamboo tube yam soup for a treat. I fished the 2 small glass jars out of my satchel and gave them a shake. I brought fine salt and chili powder. We'll dip it once it's cooked. Lu Xiaoya stared at the long yam, swallowed hard, and cautiously ventured. Changzi, how about we save it and eat it tonight? It was still the tail end of a lean year, and country folk had to count their grain on their fingers to get by. On days without heavy labor, every household made do with a morning meal and an evening meal, barely scraping through. No one dared hope for 3 full meals a day. I pulled her in front of me, pressed my palm gently against her swollen belly, and let some of my usual devil-may-care attitude fall away, revealing a rare, genuine warmth. If you don't want to eat, that's fine, but my son can't be left to go hungry. Hurry and start a fire. Boil the water. We'll make yam, mushroom, and wood ear soup. There's wild scallions and wild amaranth over by the field edge. Go pick them and throw them in too. My dad's the production captain. How could his eldest grandson be short a bite to eat? Today we eat our fill. If the house is truly out of grain, I'll go get some from that old geezer. If he dares refuse, I'll deal with him the same way I dealt with Zhang Guoquan. String him up high. That domineering, family-protecting speech warmed Lu Xiaoya's heart, and all her misgivings instantly melted away. What women of this era sought was never how gentle and considerate a man was, but whether he had backbone, could stand up for them, and could protect his wife, children, and elders. With her own man showing such mettle, she was naturally willing to trust him. I'll do whatever you say. Lu Xiaoya's voice was soft, and for the first time in ages she pursed her lips into a faint, reassured smile, lowering her head to earnestly fuss with that big yam. The fire gradually caught, orange-red flames leaping. Chun Haiyan and the others, picking chinkapins nearby, caught the scent of smoke and fire and gathered around one after another. Their eyes landed on that whole, thick wild yam in Lu Xiaoya's hands, and everyone went wide-eyed, disbelief all over their faces. This yam? Don't tell me Dum Chong dug it up. Chun Haiyan, the loudest of them, wore a look of utter incredulity. In her mind, Wang Chong was a thoroughgoing lazybones, afraid of hardship and toil. How could he possibly have dug out a yam this big all by himself? But the facts were laid out before her. A genuine big yam, being peeled by Lu Xiaoya. It couldn't very well have fallen from the sky. Bai Yume, too, gave me a serious, proper once-over for the first time. This man who always looked slack and useless, practically an invalid, had actually dug out a superb quality big yam all on his own. But then, recalling my strength last night, she instantly understood, and inexplicably her earlobes flushed faintly, a strange shyness rising in her heart. Only Lu Shouting stayed stubborn, muttering under her breath. Must have been dumb luck. Just happened onto an easy one. Pure good fortune. The simple girl beside her still had a face full of adoration, praising away foolishly. Brother Chong, you're amazing. My sisters and I have gone into the mountains so many times and never dug up a big yam. Every time it comes out broken or in bits. I heard it all and felt thoroughly smug, lifting my chin with an easy air. You've all felt my strength for yourselves, digging out one measly yam. What's there to make such a fuss about? Quit crowding around gawking and slacking. Get back to work. Go pick more wild scallions and wild amaranth. There are little shrimp in the mountain gully over there. Take a basket and scoop up some. We'll boil it all in the soup. The autumn air was crisp and clear, a gentle breeze drifting through the mountain forest. A campfire burned quietly, 6 bamboo tubes propped in a row over the fire, hissing and steaming, the boiling water bubbling and rolling. Inside the tubes, yam, mushrooms, wood ear, little shrimp, chinkapins, wild amaranth, and wild scallions all came together in one pot. A brimming medley of fresh mountain fare blended layer upon layer, the rich, savory aroma spreading with the steam, drifting across the whole wild forest clearing. 6 figures sat around the fire, chatting and laughing, warmth flowing among them. This kind of relaxed, lively atmosphere was a peaceful, easy comfort the wives had never felt in this poor, oppressive household. The simple girl lounged lazily in my arms, unwittingly narrowing her eyes and letting out soft little snores, sleeping sweetly. Lu Xiaoya crouched by the fire, now and then pulling out a thin bamboo stick to poke at the yam in the tubes, checking how done it was, careful and earnest. Chun Haiyan, in her cracked gong voice, spiritedly boasted about the prosperous scenes of the north. She said the northern forests were carpeted with resources, hazelnuts and pine, nuts everywhere for the picking, and vividly described scenes of clubbing roe deer, scooping fish with a ladle, and pheasants flying right into the cooking pot. She also laughingly told of the north's winter oddities, so bitterly cold that you had to carry a stick when you went to pee, since it'd freeze, and you'd have to knock it off. Lu Shouting and Bai Yume listened in a daze, their eyes full of longing, boundless yearning stirring for the vast, bountiful north. I listened silently off to the side, quietly rolling my eyes, not bothering to burst their bubble. In my past life I'd been up north, and I knew what it was really like. The abundance was real, but the northern winter was especially perilous. Snow often piled up waist-deep, and every hunting trip was a gamble with your life. Lose your way in the wind and snow, and half a day was enough to freeze a person stiff as a board. All right, we can start eating. Toss in the wild scallions and wild shallots. Let it simmer a little while to soak up the flavor. Lu Xiaoya dipped a bit of the scalding broth to taste, her eyes lighting up. Just right, really fresh and savory. I grabbed a handful of thick, clean leaves to use as a pad, picked up a still sparking bamboo tube, pinched my homemade bamboo chopsticks, plucked out a piece of soft, flavor-soaked yam, blew it cool, and dipped it in the seasoning in the bamboo bowl. One bite into my mouth. The savory softness combined with the bold punch of the barbecue seasoning instantly flooded my taste buds. Delicious, really good, better than meat. Hurry up and try it. I gently shook the still drooling simple girl and called softly. Simple girl, wake up, time to eat. Come try it. Brother Chong's got the seasoning all ready for you. The simple girl groggily opened her sleepy eyes and instinctively parted her lips a little. The soft, savory yam entered her mouth and instantly chased away all her drowsiness. Delicious, so tasty. She smiled, her eyes crinkling into crescents, adoration all over her face. Brother Chong, you're amazing. Hee hee, Brother Chong, you're the best. With that special barbecue seasoning to dip in, never mind ordinary wild yam. Even a shoe insole dipped in a layer of it would taste plenty savory, numbing, and spicy. A simple bamboo tube of Wild Mountain hodgepodge soup was somehow eaten by the women as though it were the ultimate flavor of the rarest delicacies. Every leaf of wild amaranth, every bit of wild scallion, right down to every last drop of broth left in the tubes, was divided up and eaten clean, not the least bit wasted. A hot bowl of soup in the belly, warmth stretching through the whole body. I let out a long, satisfied belch, waved my hand, and crisply handed down the assignments. Xiao ya Haiyan, you two big belly ladies, just sit in the tree shade and shell the birch chestnuts. I can't have anyone but wear themselves out and hurt my kid. Shouting, you may. You two take the simple girl and keep gathering birch chestnuts. And if you see wild ginger along the way, dig up plenty of it. I've got a use for it. Wild ginger was the mountain's polygonatum, Solomon's seal, a Category 2 medicinal herb the supply co-op purchased at fixed points year-round. There were proper tricks to gathering goods on the mountain too. Kiwi fruit, birch chestnuts, wild persimmons. Mountain goods that both satisfied a craving and could be traded for work points in bulk were the favorites of every forager. Then there were the wild mushrooms that sprouted in clusters after rain, tender and valuable. Medicinal herbs had their own considerations too. Everyone loved honeysuckle, plantain, and motherwort, common herbs with big yields and wide distribution that you could grab by the armful, and that the supply co-op bought in large quantities year-round. Though polygonatum was also a Category 2 herb and fetched a considerably higher price, running into it came down entirely to luck. It had been dug up frantically for years, so it was hard to find in bulk. Occasionally you'd come across a few plants, and most villagers just dug them up and boiled them as coarse grain to eat, too lazy to hand them over for work points. To hand them over for points, you had to go through a whole tedious series of steps, steaming, slicing, sun-drying, which cost enormous time and effort, all for a paltry few fun. Nobody wanted to do it. Especially in deep autumn, when mountain goods ripened in droves, everyone was busy gathering chestnuts and picking wild fruit. Even if they spotted a plant or two of polygonatum along the way, most just ignored it. Once I'd assigned everyone their duties, I made up a random excuse to slip away. On the way here I saw several yam plants. I'll go dig up a few more. You all work away, don't worry. Humming a leisurely little tune, I was working out my clever little scheme, find a secluded corner with no one around, cross straight back to the modern rental apartment, crank the AC, take a good nap, and really slack off. But before I could even pick a good spot to travel from, a buzzing of beating wings suddenly sounded in my ears. Several black and yellow landmine hornets flew straight at me, diving in fast. My heart clenched, and I whipped around and bolted. The so-called landmine hornet was the country nickname for the golden-ringed hornet. Its venom was fierce. One sting and your skin would immediately swell up into a big red welt, hurting like hell, and no small number of people had been stung to death by them. Damn, good thing I react fast. I stopped and caught my breath, about to travel back to the rental apartment right where I stood. But my eyes rolled, and I instantly changed my mind. If this swarm of landmine hornets was this aggressive, the nest had to be nearby. And I didn't even know. Could my storage space take in living things? Any man alive, scrolling short videos, who hasn't watched clips of harvesting hornet nests, trimming donkey hooves, and yanking bananas out? So I had some sense of a hornet's value. A hornet nest full of larvae went for at least 100 yuan a gene at market. Live hornets could be sold to people who brew liquor, 5 mao to a yuan apiece. At that thought, I instantly perked up, bent low, and slowly edged back. I felt around for a good 2 minutes and finally found the nest on a sunny little earthen slope. A steady stream of hornets went in and out of the entrance. The colony was enormous. I focused, calmed myself, and immediately activated the space to take them in. Several hornets about to return to the nest were instantly sucked into the space by an invisible force, vanishing into thin air without so much as a sound. Overjoyed, I pushed my will again. The entire slope area holding the nest was instantly peeled away, drawing out a tidy pit 2 meters square, its cut edges as smooth as if sliced by machine. I completely separated the nest, the soil, and all the live hornets, then with a casual wave backfilled the soil, restoring most of the ground. Inside the space was a massive nest 300 or 400 centimeters, no, 30 or 40 centimeters, across, a full 4 layers of comb, packed dense with hornet larvae. A rough estimate put it at 8 or 9 gene at least. At 100 yuan a jean in the modern era, this one nest alone could easily settle the 500 in back rent I owed the old clam, with plenty to spare. Around the nest were 4 or 5,000 live golden-ringed hornets to boot, the largest, most venomous variety. Even at 5 mao apiece, that was a fortune. Run into a knowledgeable liquor brewing enthusiast, and a yuan apiece wouldn't be an exaggeration. Delighted, I lit a cigarette and crouched there, standing guard. Each time a foraging hornet returned, I immediately drove the space to take it all in. A hornet or two every dozen seconds, effortless the whole time, no different from picking up money off the ground. After crouching in wait for the better part of an hour, the returnees grew sparser and sparser, and I finally called it. I took out one of the yams I'd dug that morning from the space, put on the look of someone just back from digging up goods, and ambled toward the group. I looked up at the sun. It had slanted slightly west, roughly 2:30 in the afternoon. In the tree shade, Lu Xiaoya and Chun Haiyan were chatting and laughing, shelling the birch chestnuts scattered on the ground. I sat down beside them, gave both their big bellies a rub, and copped a feel while I was at it, drawing repeated scolding from Chun Haiyan's Drake-like voice. I acted like I couldn't hear a thing, took full advantage, and only then hollered from a distance for the other 3 wives to wrap up and come back. Before long, Lu Xiaoting, Bai Yume, and Bai Yulan returned one after another with baskets on their backs. Everyone gathered the whole day's mountain goods together. Looking at the ground piled full of spoils, no one could hide the delight on their faces. 20+ jean of intact kiwi fruit, a dozen+ jean of shelled birch chestnuts, a full basket of fresh, prickly chinkapins, a meter+ long yam, 3 or 4 jean of polygonatum, 20-odd greenish-yellow wild persimmons, plus scattered pine mushrooms and wood ear, and a few wild medicinal herbs I couldn't even name. I nodded again and again. Good haul today? We'll take it all to hand over for work points. All 6 of us can earn full points today, with extra left over to eat. Lu Xiaoya, for once, chimed in of her own accord, her eyes gentle. Yeah, today's been a really good day. It really is more reliable having a man come into the mountains with us. Changzi, with you here, our minds are at ease, and we don't have to work with one eye out for others. If only every day could be like this. Chun Haiyan nodded too. For real, with you along today, not one of those shifty idlers in the mountains dared come near. Bai Yume sighed softly. The rest of us are okay, we've got some sense. It's just Yulan. She's so simple, easiest to be tricked and coaxed. Without someone watching, those mountain scoundrels could lure her away easy as anything. I stroked the simple girl's head, my tone domineering. Don't worry, from now on when you go into the mountains, I'm coming with you. Damn, I'd like to see which lowlife dares snatch meat out of my bowl. My field can only be plowed by me. Anyone who dares covet it, I'll finish him off. The women all rolled their eyes, not bothering to answer my scoundrel act, but every one of them wore delight they couldn't hide. Even Lu Xiaoting, Chun Haiyan, and Bai Yume, who usually found me most insufferable, welcomed me coming into the mountains from the bottom of their hearts right then. Life was hard in these times. No one would pick a fight with the very grain that filled their bellies. Only I was carefree, walking out front empty-handed, my reasoning grand and high-sounding. I'm the only man in this house. I've got to keep my hands free so I can protect you at any moment. The group laughed and chattered along the road, and after an hour plus we got home. I told the wives to first pick out a portion of the plainer-looking goods to keep for our own eating, and gather up the rest for me to hand over uniformly for work points. In my heart, though, I was thinking, handing them over is out of the question. Taking them to the modern era to sell for money was the profitable play. No sooner had we finished sorting than the simple girl tugged at the hem of my clothes, her face all ingratiating. Brother Chong, I'll go with you. Can we trade for some biscuits from the team to bring back? I want to eat biscuits. The other wives all stayed silent. No one objected. One by one they quietly swallowed, their eyes full of anticipation. I got it in an instant. The simple girl's mind was too simple. How would she know what a biscuit even was? These words were surely put up to her by the wives on the sly. They were just afraid I'd trade the mountain goods for booze, so they deliberately used the simple girl's mouth to pin me down. I swept a glance over the women, a playful smile curling at the corner of my mouth. Trading for biscuits isn't out of the question. But, tonight, when I call on you, you'd all better take a lesson from the simple girl and be sensible. Especially you, Shin Haiyan. Dare give me any more of that snide attitude, and I'll tie you right up. Let's go, simple girl, grab the stuff and come out with me. When the 2 of us reached a thicket where no one was around, I suddenly stopped and looked at the simple girl mysteriously. Simple girl, I'm taking you somewhere fun. Just remember, you can't go blabbing to anyone, not even your sister. The simple girl nodded hard. I promise I won't tell. Where are we going, Brother Chong? I chuckled and deliberately teased her. Into my dream to play. You coming or not? The simple girl immediately shook her head over and over, shrinking back. No, no. Dreams are full of monsters. They bite. It's so scary. I pinched her little nose. That's your dream. It's different from mine. In my dream, I call the shots. There aren't any monsters. Only more good things to eat than you could finish. The moment she heard there were endless good things to eat, the simple girl's eyes lit up, and she instantly forgot her fear, tugging at my sleeve. I'll go. I'll go. Brother Chong, hurry and take me. I had her obediently close her eyes, and with a flick of my thoughts, in a flash we were in the modern rental apartment. All right, you can open your eyes now. The simple girl slowly opened her eyes, looked at the strange room she'd never seen before, and instantly her face filled with delight and wonder. Brother Chong, I really did get into your dream, huh? Your dream is so strange. All these bright, glowing things, these square boards. I've never seen anything like them. I pulled a heavy burlap sack out of the storage space, packed with the intact larvae-filled hornet comb. Don't go touching or messing with stuff. We've still got real business to do. First we sell off these good mountain goods, and once they're sold, Brother Chong will buy you biscuits and milk candy. The moment she heard there was something tasty coming, the simple girl nodded obediently. As for the absurd matter of whether you could actually sell things in a dream, her simple mind didn't dwell on it at all. She just knew that sticking with Brother Chong meant candy. Bringing her along was a decision I'd thought through carefully. The simple girl was obedient and wouldn't blab. And even if she let something slip one day, others would just take it as a fool's nonsense. Nobody would believe it. Guarding an earth-shattering secret all alone with no one to share it. That kind of misery is more than the average person can bear. Having her to share the load, even a little, was better than nothing. Once we packed up, the two of us headed out. The urban village was thick with the bustle of ordinary life. People coming and going, all walks of life converging, lively as could be. In our old hemp clothes and worn straw sandals, the two of us looked country bumpkin through and through, standing out quite a bit in the crowd. I found an open spot at a busy bridgehead with heavy foot traffic, spread out 2 burlap sacks, and neatly laid out the assorted mountain goods. No sooner had I set them out than they drew a big crowd of passersby to a stop. Someone stared at the little chinkapins and commented, "These chestnuts are way too small, like they're not even ripe." Someone else beside them saw right through it. "These are wild burr chestnuts from the mountains. They don't grow big to begin with. And this kiwi fruit, rough-looking, definitely purely wild. Way more flavorful than the cultivated kind." Suddenly someone stared at the hornet comb and cried out, "Holy crap, is that a hornet nest? The larvae up there are still moving. It's alive." Genuine, deep mountain wild goods like this are so hard to find these days. Riding the moment, I opened up my throat and called out, "Fresh wild mountain goods. Come take a look. Come have a look. Rare treasures of the mountain wilds. City folk, come give us your business. Look at the hemp clothes on our backs. Look at the straw sandals on our feet. Guaranteed wild. Wild kiwi fruit, 10 a jean. Wild burr chestnuts, 15 a jean. This yam isn't sold by the piece. 80 for the whole thing. I'm a strong laborer and I dug for the better part of a day. 80 yuan is honestly a bargain." The two of us reeked of country bumpkin, and the mountain goods on display were plenty rustic and natural, so the city folk gathered around had their buying urge maxed out in an instant. I picked out a good-looking jean of kiwi fruit and gave it free to the veggie-selling auntie beside me, smoothly borrowing an electronic scale and a stack of plastic bags. The simple girl stood obediently to the side watching, and as she watched, she furrowed her brow, quietly tugging at my clothes, her face full of worry. "Brother Chong, isn't what we're doing profiteering? Will we get hauled off to be struggled against? Will we go to jail?" She cracked me up. I rubbed her head. "Silly, this is in my dream. In the dream I call the shots. No jail, and nobody's getting struggled against. Look at all these people around us, all selling stuff out in the open, aren't they?" The simple girl nodded, half understanding, a little more at ease, and started copying me, helping bag goods and hand them to customers. Watching bag after bag of kiwi fruit and burr chestnuts get carried off, the simple girl seemed to think of something and hurriedly tugged at my clothes. Brother Chong, they took our stuff and didn't pay." Her flustered, dopey look drew a round of good-natured laughter from the onlookers. I helplessly pointed at my own head and explained to the crowd with a smile. "My wife, not too sharp upstairs, folks, don't mind her." Then I turned and gently soothed the simple girl, pointing at the phone with its lit-up screen. "Don't worry, we're not giving it away. What we're trading for is work points. It's all recorded right here. See, clearly written down, won't come up short." Numbers jumped across the screen. The simple girl couldn't read any of it and just took it for a dream-exclusive work point ledger. She instantly relaxed, tears turning to a smile. "Hee hee, so it's work points. That's fine then. Work points can trade for lots of tasty things." Just then, a balding, middle-aged man in casual clothes shoved his way through the crowd and came over. His gaze locked immediately onto the huge hornet comb on the mat, and his eyes lit up. How much for this nest? I quoted the honest price, 100 a gene. Just dug out of the deep mountains not long ago. Real fresh. Look how lively these larvae are. Absolutely top-grade wild goods. The balding man leaned in for a close look and didn't haggle a bit. Fine. Put it on the scale. I carefully stacked the several huge trays of comb onto the borrowed electronic scale. One weighing, and the number had me cursing outrageous under my breath. I'd weighed it before with a steelyard. Net weight only 8 gene 6 liang. And this electronic scale jumped straight past 10 gene. A rigged scale for sure, black-hearted to the extreme. Me, Wang Chong. I'm an unreasonable brute, but even I've never done anything that low. I never would have guessed a plain roadside veggie vendor could be 100 times more black-hearted than me. I've played the rogue my whole life, but I extort people out in the open. I've never pulled this sneaky, short-changing behind your back crap. Looking at the falsified weight, I put on a rare flash of embarrassment and spoke up first. Boss, this scale's off. It's borrowed. Nothing I can do. If you really want it, 860, and this nest is yours. The balding man sized me up and down and gave a playful smile. Wouldn't have guessed it. You look like a slick young fella, but turns out you're an honest one. I scratched the back of my head and gave a frank grin. The balding man was refreshingly decisive and nodded right away. Fine, 860. I'll take it. And the yam, burr chestnuts, and kiwi fruit left on your mat. I'll take all of that too. My eyes lit up and I gave a thumbs up. Boss, you really know your goods. Generous and straightforward. Simple girl, don't just stand there. Hurry and bag up the mountain goods for the boss. The simple girl answered obediently, sorting and bagging with quick hands. Watching the two of us work, the balding man asked offhandedly. By the way, the nest's in such good shape. How come I only see larvae and no hornets? That question hit right where I wanted it. Delighted, I quickly picked it up. I've got him. These are genuine golden-ringed hornets. Potent venom, top quality. I've still got around 5,000 live ones on hand. You want him, boss? If you do, leave me an address and I'll deliver them right to your door. A sharp glint flashed in the balding man's eyes, and he spoke up decisively. I'll take them all. 5 mao apiece. I'll call it 3,000. How's that? Then he pulled an elegant business card from his pocket and handed it to me, printed with the name and address of a trendy specialty farmhouse restaurant. I understood in an instant. No wonder the boss was so free with his money. Turns out he's in specialty dining. These scarce mountain goods and hornets could definitely be cashed out at a high price at his place. The balding man reminded me again. Young man, from now on, whenever you dig up genuine deep mountain wild goods like this, bring them straight to my shop. Price-wise, I won't let you lose out. I nodded again and again, delight all over my face. You got it. Boss, since you're so straightforward, whenever I get my hands on good stuff, I'll bring it to you first thing. I watched the balding man's car slowly pull away before drawing my gaze back and, head down, gleefully tapping open the spare change page on my phone. The screen showed a full 1,300 and some. To me, that was a fortune. Without the slightest hesitation, I transferred 510 yuan straight to the landlord. Transfer done, my fingers flew across the screen, firing off a few affectionate greetings. Old clam, transferred you the money. There's an extra 10. Buy yourself a bottle of feminine wash and rinse out your mouth. Damn, 2 days late on rent, and you're squawking like a ghost. Still eyeing your daddy's virtue? You cracked, old clam. As if you're worthy? Done sending. I casually set the landlord's messages to do not disturb. As they say, money is a hero's courage. With over 800 yuan in his pocket, Brother Chong was exactly this brazen, exactly this cocky. I stacked the 2 empty bamboo baskets together and had the simple girl carry them on her back. Turning my head, I happened to spot an old junk collector rolling by slowly on a beat-up tricycle. I quickly called out to stop him. Old man, here's 2 yuan. Give me those 2 empty cooking oil plastic bottles you've got. The old man did the math. 2 empty bottles would fetch a few mao at the scrap station at most, so 2 yuan was a guaranteed win. He nodded and agreed right away. I promptly transferred over 2 yuan, took the 2 big empty cooking oil bottles, and tossed them into the basket on the simple girl's back. The simple girl carried the basket, her little hand gripping my clothes tight, her clear, clueless eyes glancing all around. Everything in the dream was novel and strange, and she was full of curiosity about everything she saw. Brother Chong, the tractors in your dream are so weird. They go so fast, don't smoke, don't make noise, and they're way better looking than our production team's tractor. Brother Chong, from now on I'll work hard and eat one less by today. Once I save up enough money, I'll buy you a heavy-duty bicycle. You'd look so cool and modern. The two of us chatted and laughed as we walked into a quiet, empty little alley. With a flick of my thoughts, The two empty bottles in the basket were instantly drawn into the space. The next second, both bottles dropped back into the basket. Only now, the once empty bottles were packed dense with golden-ringed hornets. Countless hornets buzzed and wriggled inside, giving off a fine, dense hum. The simple girl heard the noise, turned to look, and the swarm of densely packed hornets filled her eyes in an instant. Terrified stiff, half her soul flying out of her, she trembled all over. I smiled and rubbed her head, soothing her gently. Simple girl, don't be scared. This is in my dream. It's all fake. See, they're all trapped in the bottles, can't get out, can't hurt anyone. Come on, let's make the delivery, bring the boss his hornets. Walking out of the alley, I scanned a code and unlocked a shared electric scooter. The simple girl looked at the small, sleek two-wheeler in front of her and instantly went wide-eyed, nearly bursting with joy. Brother Chong, is this our vehicle? This blue one is so pretty. I smiled and explained. Told you this is a dream. I can play however I want. No need to spend money. Though she didn't grasp the logic, the simple girl was still thrilled beyond words. The two of us squeezed onto one seat, her arms wrapped tight around my waist. The cool breeze on our faces, the scooter rolling slowly forward, her face piled high with smiles. This is so much fun, Brother Chong. In all my life, this is my first time riding in a vehicle. If only we could ride it home, how great that'd be. I promised softly. If you like it, I'll bring you into the dream to play often. But you have to remember, you absolutely can't tell anyone about this, including your sisters at home. The moment you tell, the dream shatters, and you'll never be able to come back in. The simple girl instantly put away her smile and nodded hard. I won't tell a soul. I'm the most obedient. I won't even tell my own sister. On a whim, I teased her offhandedly. Then let me ask you, between me and your sister, who do you like more? The simple girl instantly froze, cocked her head, and thought hard, hesitating for a long while, her little face flushing red, tears welling up in her anxiety, unable to choose either way. Seeing her caught in such a dilemma, I chuckled. Silly, you don't have to choose. You can like us both. The simple girl instantly stopped her tears and looked up cluelessly. Really? Isn't that too greedy? Of course it's fine. We're family. No need to split it so cleanly. A dozen or so minutes later, the two of us arrived at the door of the balding boss's farmhouse restaurant. The boss was a knowledgeable old hand. Seeing the two full bottles of live golden-ringed hornets, he was refreshingly quick and transferred the full 3,000 yuan on the spot. Adding the earlier income from the mountain goods, my phone balance came to a full 3,800 and some. Unprecedented abundance. A surge of swagger rose in me, and I pinched the simple girl's soft cheek. Come on, Brother Chong's gonna be generous today. I'll buy you new clothes. The simple girl's eyes went round in an instant, her mouth dropping into an O, her whole face incredulous. Brother Chong, you're buying me new clothes? Really? Can I really wear new clothes? I nodded, my laugh hearty. Of course it's real. I'll buy you a pretty little floral print blouse and dress you up as the prettiest little woman in our Red Star production team. At the thought of brand new floral clothes, the simple girl couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from turning up. She even drooled. A little floral outfit, hee hee. Brother Chong, you're so good to me. From now on I'll listen to whatever you say. The two of us rode the little scooter and wound our way to the night market by the vegetable market crossing. As the lights came on, crowds surged, rows of stalls laid out in neat lines. I found a stall where the clothes were clearly priced, 10 yuan apiece. With cash to spare, I was feeling especially generous and picked out two clean, pretty floral blouses for the simple girl right off, along with two pairs of durable dark casual pants. As for modern items like undergarments, too ahead of the times, no way to explain where they came from. Most country women in the 1970s didn't have the habit of wearing underwear, so there was no need to get such attention-grabbing things. Besides, I liked that vibe too. Then I bought two pairs of brand new Liberation sneakers, all for the simple girl to wear. The simple girl hugged the brand new clothes and shoes tight, dazed with happiness, standing there grinning foolishly, drooling. Hee hee. Passers-by who saw her like this pointed and murmured. I've never had any shame to begin with, so I didn't care one bit. Let people look however they want. As long as I'm happy, that's enough. A little dummy this obedient and pretty, so what if she's a bit slow? The two of us were just like a young couple, the simple girl blissfully holding my arm, me swaggering along, splurging here and there. Simple girl, these are hair clips I bought for you. Do you like them? Simple girl, these are hair ties. Pretty, right? Simple girl, this is a swimsuit. When there's time, Brother Chong will take you to play in the water. Food didn't get left out either. Simple girl, careful, it's hot. Let me blow on it for you. This is iron plate tofu, real tasty. Brother Chong, you eat too. This crispy grilled sausage is absolutely, insanely good. Brother Chong, dreaming with you is so much fun. I shopped all the way, nearly stuffing the simple girl's basket full. The simple girl pointed at a brightly decorated snack shop, her eyes full of little stars, then pointed at a kid coming out of it. Candy. He bought candy to eat in there. I've got a young body now, and seeing all those snacks made my eyes light up too. I took the simple girl's hand and went right in. The simple girl had never seen a grand shop like this in all her life. The bright lights, the neat shelves, the dazzling array of food, it left her totally overwhelmed. She instinctively lowered her voice, all over her face. Brother Chong, is this the supply co-op in the capital? There are more than a dozen kinds of biscuits alone. I've never even seen them before. She rubbed her little hands nervously, her eyes fixed on the shelves, both hopeful and uneasy. Can I really take some? Will the shop clerk come over and hit me? I stuck one hand in my pocket, looking perfectly at ease. Don't be scared. This is my dream. I call the shots. Nobody dares bully you. Take whatever you want to eat. I pointed down the shelves one by one to introduce them. This is butter biscuits, scallion biscuits, brown sugar biscuits, walnut cookies, wafers, cream-filled ones, chocolate biscuits. Every flavor's different. The simple girl stared at all the biscuits, practically drooling, and looked at me longingly. Hee hee. I've never eaten any. Don't know which is good. Brother Chong, you pick for me. Whatever you pick is sure to be tasty. I laughed out loud and swept my hand wide. No need to pick. Grab a few packs of each. The simple girl's eyes went wide in an instant, her voice trembling with surprised joy. This many tasty biscuits. I can take a few of each? Really? Brother Chong, you're too good to me. As she spoke, a trace of guilt rose in her eyes, and she muttered under her breath. I've really been so bad. I used to talk trash about you along with Chun Haiyan and Lu shouting. Next time they say bad things about you, I definitely won't join in. I'll even snap back at them. Those words sat especially well with me. Briskly, I picked out several packs of every kind of biscuit and dropped them all into the plastic basket. Come on, that's enough biscuits. There's all sorts of candy over there. Pick as you like. I led the joy-dazed simple girl over to the candy section. On the shelves were white rabbit milk candies, peanut nougat, fruit candies, gummies, mints, lollipops, a dazzling array. There was more candy than the simple girl's mind could comprehend. Staring at the full shelves, her brain outright crashed. She stood there in a daze, forgetting even to blink. Indulgent as ever, I grabbed a big handful of each kind of candy and tossed it all into the basket. Then I picked out a dozen-plus flavors of potato chips and shrimp crackers, one bag of each. Spicy strips, dried tofu, pickled pepper chicken feet, packaged pig's feet, beef jerky, cup noodles, samyang fire noodles, snail rice noodles. All the instant foods, taken care of. Drinks were fully stocked too. Iced tea, cola, Sprite, orange juice, yogurt. And of course, the beer and baijiu essential to any scumbag. The snack shop had discounts to begin with, so after that big shopping spree, the packed full haul of snacks only came to a bit over 300 yuan total, bundled into 3 heavy, bulging bags. The simple girl carried 2 big bags of snacks in her hands, happy to the extreme, her cheeks rosy, her eyes full of starlight. Even in a dream, she'd never experienced such joy. She'd never seen this much good food in her whole life, and she could touch it, smell it, eat it. So happy her whole body felt light as air. The two of us, hands full of bags big and small, ambled toward the rental apartment. I looked at the simple girl, bubbling with happiness. You ready? Once you are, I'll take you back. The simple girl's mouth turned down, her face full of reluctance. I want to go to that co-op one more time, just to look a few more times. Once I wake up, I'll never see this much good food again. With a flick of my thoughts, I gathered all the snacks into the space and rubbed her head. No more dawdling. It's already dark, and your sisters are still home waiting to eat. The simple girl let out a listless, oh, all right then. Brother Chong, take me back. I've got my eyes shut tight. The next second the space shifted, and the two of us were back in the deep mountain thicket of the 1970s. The bright shop and dazzling snacks before us all vanished, leaving only the dim forest and the heavy dusk. The simple girl looked at my empty hands, thought of the mountain of candy in the dream, and instantly couldn't hold it in, bursting into loud tears. Wah! They're gone. All gone. I didn't even get to eat candy, didn't get to properly eat biscuits. All the good food's gone. Seeing her cry so wretchedly, the corners of my mouth turned up. A flick of my fingertips, and a white rabbit milk candy appeared, held out in front of her. Don't cry. Look what this is. The simple girl looked up through tear-blurred eyes, saw that milk candy, and instantly laughed through her tears. Candy. It's a white rabbit. There's still candy. Wonderful. Come on, let's go home. At my low, sharp bark, the simple girl clutched the milk candy tight, instantly stopped crying, and scurried along behind me, hustling home. At the door, Bai Yumei was anxiously scanning the distance, restless and uneasy. It was nearly pitch dark, and with the two of us still not back, the sisters had all been thrown into a panic. The moment she saw me bringing the simple girl home, Bayume rushed forward and swept the girl into her arms. Yulan, my Yulan, you're finally back. You scared your sister half to death. Don't you ever go running off with Dumb Chong again. She turned to me, her eyes full of reproach and worry. Dumb Chong. Look, it's completely dark out. I searched the whole production team, was about to run over to the brigade. Where on earth did you take my sister? She's not right in the head. If she'd gotten lost, I'd have fought you to the death. I grabbed her by the collar and yanked her over, even sneaking a peek down her front before I said with a grin, getting too big for your britches, huh? You dare talk to me like that? If it weren't for the simple girl's sake, you, some refugee who fled famine to get here, you think you're worthy of sharing a room with me? Divorce. We're getting divorced tomorrow. Seeing the two of us start to argue, the simple girl hurriedly reached out and hugged my arm, her face full of panic. Brother Chong, don't be mean to my sister. Don't hit her. If you want to vent, just hit me instead. I'm tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. I'm not scared of a beating. If you knock my sister silly, then nobody'll take care of me anymore. I slowly let go, my expression more serious than ever. You may set your heart at ease. Even if I sold off all four of you ungrateful wretches, I'd never let the simple girl suffer the slightest bit. But Bayume acted as if she hadn't heard a word, her gaze locked dead on the simple girl's basket, frozen in place. Brand new clothes and pants, brand new liberation sneakers, delicate hair clips and hair ties, plus soap, a toothbrush, toothpaste, and toilet paper she'd never seen before. One brand new item after another piled up in the basket, every single one a treasure that country folk craved desperately. Bayume's breathing quickened, her tone unable to hide its urgency. Yulan, tell me honestly, where did all this stuff in the basket actually come from? The simple girl instinctively opened her mouth, nearly blurting out the truth about the dream. The words on the tip of her tongue, she suddenly remembered the rule I'd drilled into her again and again, forcibly changed her answer, and replied earnestly. Bought it at the supply co-op. Brother Chong bought it all. Brother Chong said he wants to marry me as his wife, so he bought me new clothes and new shoes special. I instantly brimmed with confidence, nose in the air. Hear that? Day in and day out you give me nothing but attitude. Tomorrow we go to the brigade and get this divorce done. You look down on me. Well, I look down on you too. The simple girl couldn't sense the bitterness in her sister's eyes at all. She just held up the milk candy in front of her like she was showing off a treasure. Sis, look, Brother Chong even bought me milk candy. It's so sweet. The commotion drew Lu Xiaoya, Chun Haiyan, and Lu shouting over. The three of them hurried in and, at one glance at the white rabbit milk candy in the simple girl's hand, couldn't help but swallow. Then they looked at the basket full to the brim with brand new items, and all froze in place, faces blank. After a long silence, they crowded around, all chiming in at once, pressing about where the things came from. Facing the interrogation, the simple girl remembered my instructions and repeated the same line over and over. It's all stuff my brother Chong bought me at the supply co-op. I fished out a cigarette and lit it, quietly standing there acting big amid the puffs of smoke, thoroughly relishing the shocked look on these women who'd never seen the world. The simple girl wasn't sharp, but she remembered my words especially well. No matter how the others pressed, she stuck firmly to the story that I'd bought it all. After playing the big shot for a moment, I was also worried the simple girl might misspeak and blow our cover, so I put on a stern face and gave a cold snort. What are you all crowding around blindly for? Can't you see it's dark? It's pitch black. Anything to say, take it inside. Only then did the three follow me in, hearts full of doubt. A kerosene lamp flickered to life inside, its dim yellow glow spreading across the room. On the table sat 5 steaming boiled sweet potatoes, a few dishes of leftovers from yesterday, wild greens dumplings made from the greens we'd foraged in the mountains today, and a bowl of boiled birch chestnuts. In the resource-starved 1970s, a supper this balanced between meat and veg counted as a feast of mountain delicacies. Once everyone was seated, I pulled a bottle of iced beer from my satchel, along with a pack of drunkard's peanuts. At the sight of the beer bottle, the faces of all 4 wives fell at once, resentment filling their eyes. It wasn't that they feared me making a drunken scene. A single drunk was easy enough for the 4 of them to handle. Mostly it was that the household was already tight. Every day's living counted out on their fingers, and here I was constantly drinking and squandering. The 4 of them had long built up a bellyful of grievance. But I couldn't be bothered to pay it any mind. I raised my chopsticks to pry off the cap, tipped my head back, and took a big gulp. Cold going down the throat, comfort spreading through my whole body. I quietly did the math in my head. Before, I needed them to work the fields for work points and forage the mountains to support me. Now it seemed there was no need for any of that. All I had to do was take the simple girl alone into the mountains, and I could easily reap a full haul, living just as freely. The kudzu root and yams in the mountains were inexhaustible, and with my space able to draw on Earth, it was practically free money. Even better, there were plenty of widows living alone in the brigade these days, plus females sent down youths going hungry for it. I'm handsome and dashing, with food and drink in hand. I'd never lack for women. Why put up with cold looks from these four shrews every single day? Besides, there were over 3,000 yuan sitting in my phone account. That was my biggest source of confidence. Just for drinking one measly bottle of beer, this pack of hags dared throw me attitude. I'd really spoiled them rotten. I picked up a few drunkard's peanuts, tossed them in my mouth, chewed them with a crunch, then lifted my eyes to sweep coolly over the four of them, my tone perfectly carefree. Don't any of you sit there with a sour face for me. If you feel so stifled sticking with me, I won't force it. Anyone's got a better place to go. You're free to leave anytime. Part on good terms. My gaze landed on Bai Yume, my tone growing harder. Bai Yume, forgotten what a sorry state you were in when you fled the famine here. Brother Chong, give my sisters a bite to eat. I'll do whatever you say, forgotten that? And you three from bad class backgrounds. If it weren't for my dad carrying a bit of weight in the brigade, you'd have been beaten to death long ago. I slammed the table hard, the surface trembling. I'm going right now to have my dad write me an introduction letter, and tomorrow I'm heading straight to the brigade office to be done with you clean. Words done, I grabbed the beer bottle, snatched a handful of peanuts to stuff in my hand, turned, and walked out. Inside, the four wives exchanged looks, visible panic on their faces. Lu Xiaoya was the first to lose her composure. Yume, he's really going to get that introduction letter. Why don't you swallow your pride with Brother Chong and keep the household going together? Chong's different now. He's willing to go into the mountains and endure hardship. He knows how to look after the family, and he bought so many good things for the simple girl. He's got this family in his heart. Chen Haiyan's face was full of disagreement. Yume, don't you go getting fooled by dumb Chong. Xiaoya and I are from bad class backgrounds. Our origins hold us back. We've got no choice but to make do. You're different. Your background is clean and clear. No need to let him push you around. He'd really dare cut ties with you? Once he loses you, where's he going to find a wife this fresh and lovely? Besides, isn't there still the simple girl? Lu shouting chimed in too, her tone smug. Yan's right. If the few of us twist into one rope, I don't believe dumb Chong could bear to let go. All five of us are gorgeous as flowers. You couldn't find many prettier than us for miles around. If it weren't for our class background dragging us down, in earlier years, every one of us would have been born to be a young mistress. Lu Xiaoya's heart tightened, and she scolded in a low voice, shouting, "What nonsense! You dare spout treasonous talk like that. If an outsider overheard, we'd all be in for it." Chen Haiyan pinched up 2 more peanuts and chewed them with a crunch, curiosity all over her brow. By the way, where did dumb Chong get these peanuts? So fragrant. I've never eaten any this good. The simple girl sat off to the side grinning foolishly, grabbed a peanut and chewed it slowly, then showed off her white rabbit milk candy again. Bought it at the supply co-op, hee. Brother Chong said he'd buy me milk candy, and he did. My brother Chong is the best man in the whole world. Nobody can compare. Nobody took the simple girl seriously. Listening to Chen Haiyan and Lu shouting egg her on in turns, Bai Yume, whose nerve had wavered at first, gradually plucked up courage. Haiyan's right. As long as us sisters are of one heart, we can definitely keep dumb Chong under our thumb. He'll never find better than us. Chen Haiyan jumped right in. You've all seen it. With a figure like mine, when have I ever not dazzled him blind? From now on, none of us gives him a good face. We absolutely can indulge dumb Chong's rotten habits. Outside, the night deepened, hazy moonlight barely lighting the country dirt road. Beer bottle in hand, I strolled leisurely toward the brigade office. Before I got there, I ran into the team good for nothing, Bucktooth F.A., halfway along the road. F.A., sneaking around like that. Whose wife are you planning to steal? I clapped a hand on his shoulder. Bucktooth F.A. jumped in fright, then turned and, seeing it was me, let out a breath and piled on an ingratiating, fawning smile. Oh, it's you, Brother Chong. Someone's running a table over at the brigade's old ruined temple, and I was just about to go try my luck. Want to come along, Brother Chong? Didn't you say that since us lower-middle poor peasants can't earn advanced worker honors through production, we'll fight for our advanced status at the card table instead? I shot him a sideways glance, full of scorn. You? How much money do you scrape together tonight? You even got 10 yuan on you. Bucktooth F.A. scratched his head awkwardly. Sure can't match your grand style, Brother Chong. My house has just the one wife. No matter how I work her, it's only chump change a day. If I had your good fortune, Brother Chong, 5 wives to my name, I'd rake in at least 2 yuan a day. I gave him a light kick, brimming with arrogance. You crooked, cracked melon. You think you're fit to compare with me? I'm the handsomest young buck for 10 miles around. The females sent down youths in the brigade, the pretty girls in the village, who wouldn't want to get cozy with me a few times. That wasn't bragging, actually. Being able to keep 5 good-looking wives at home, my outstanding looks were my biggest source of confidence to begin with. Even in my past life, living into my 80s with white hair, there were still village old clams secretly pining after me, like that ungrateful old landlady. Bucktooth F.A. wasn't the least bit offended. Instead, he excitedly bragged about tonight's spoils. Brother Chong, my luck's been good tonight. Dug up that old geezer's private stash at home. A good 2 yuan in change, all cleaned out by me. Huh. The old thing really can't take a hint. Got money but won't offer it up to me. Planning to carry it into the coffin, huh? Oh, and Zhang Guoquan had rotten luck at noon. Lost over 10 yuan. His face went green from losing. At the name Zhang Guoquan, my lazy gaze instantly sharpened with interest. Though I taught him a lesson last night, clearly I hadn't beaten him into submission. A village tyrant like this who does evil, if you don't thoroughly break him, he'll cause trouble sooner or later. I waved my hand and gave Bucktooth F.A. another kick, signaling him to scram. My eyes darted around a few times. I sure couldn't be like those idiot novels, Reborn only to play the pushover. I couldn't wait for trouble to come knocking. I'd strike first and crush trouble at the source. Every bad person who'd ever wronged me, who dared oppose me, I'd drag out one by one and fix them but good. My steps halted, and I changed my mind. No introduction letter. The divorce could happen any time. Right now, sorting out that trash Zhang Guoquan was the top priority. Turning on my heel, I took cover in the night and, deliberately picking the out-of-the-way paths, hurried toward the ruined temple. Inside the ruined temple, a gas lamp hung high, lighting the place up bright as day. The temple was packed. Zhang Guoquan and Zhou Wu held the head seats at the gambling table, while good-for-nothing loafers from the various teams clustered around, and a fair number of sent-down male youths mixed in among them placing bets. In these years of scarce supplies, entertainment was impoverished to the extreme. Gambling had become these idle men's only pastime. I crept softly against the earthen wall outside the temple, held my breath, and eavesdropped. At the gambling table, Zhang Guoquan, having lost over 10 yuan and choking on his bad mood, was deliberately steering the conversation onto me, dripping with mockery. If we're talking about the most useless man in our team, it's got to be Wang Chong. A pushover through and through, not an ounce of ability of his own, loafing around all day, living entirely off his 5 wives working the fields for work points. His whole life's totally finished. Zhou Wu immediately chimed in to pile on. Brother Guochuan's right. Wang Chong is a hopeless waste through and through. Just look at those wives of his, never a smile on their faces. Dumb Chong's definitely no good in bed, can't satisfy the women at home. The loafers around the table roared with laughter, filthy words tumbling out one after another. Huh, how frustrating that must be. Tomorrow I'll go ask Dumb Chong if he wants me to put in some effort for him. Take me along. I can't miss something this fun. So many of us going over together. We'll scare that coward Dumb Chong till he pisses himself. Ha ha ha. And then we'll make Dumb Chong stand watch for us. Vile, jeering words kept spilling out of the temple, grating and malicious. Outside the temple wall, my face darkened bit by bit, cold menace filling my eyes. Sure enough, that dog Zhang Guoquan was still thinking about me. Truly a beast's nature, and his grudge-holding streak was exactly like mine. In that case, then let's have a proper contest and see who can outmatch whom. With a flick of thought, I activated the storage space and gathered up the 100-plus landmine hornets I'd deliberately kept inside, wrapping them tight into a ball with a thick piece of hemp cloth. Countless hornets churned restlessly inside the cloth ball, giving off a dense, piercing buzz. Holding the ceaselessly trembling cloth ball, I gathered my strength, whipped my arm up, and hurled it hard into the room. I'd meant to smack it onto Zhang Guochuan's head, but my aim was a touch off. The cloth ball landed square on the gambling table right in front of him, not a hair to either side. The crowd inside only saw a dark shadow flash before their eyes, and all looked up toward the temple gate. The night was pitch black, empty, not a soul in sight. Puzzled, they drew their gazes back to the tabletop, and the next second, everyone's scalps went numb, hairs standing on end. The cloth ball had already come apart, densely packed golden hornets fully exposed under the lamplight. Over 100 fierce golden-ringed hornets, most of them clustered right in front of Zhang Guochuan's face, mere inches from the tip of his nose. This swarm of nestless hornets had been fretting over having nowhere to sting, and the bright gas lamp had agitated them further. The clear human figure before them instantly ignited their aggression. With a buzz, countless hornets took off all at once and, with no order at all, launched a frenzied, stinging assault on the nearest crowd. First to bear the brunt was Zhang Guoquan. Several hornets landed on his forehead, cheeks, and neck, their sharp stingers driving fiercely into his flesh. Searing pain swept through his whole body. He screamed and jerked backward, hands flailing in a panic, but the more he swatted the worse it got, more of the swarm swarming onto his head. Beside him, Zhou Wu couldn't dodge in time. His ear and the corner of his eye got hit one after another, and he rolled on the ground howling in agony. The loafers and sent-down youths around the table dissolved into chaos. Some fled clutching their heads, some flailed and swatted, some in their blind panic slammed into the temple pillars. Within the cramped, ruined temple, screams, wails, buzzing, and the crash of overturning tables and chairs all wove together in utter pandemonium. This bunch of usually arrogant, domineering nobodies had all won the landmine hornet's favor. No one dared linger even half a second, all charging desperately out of the ruined temple and bolting into the night. In mere moments, the once clamorous temple was empty, leaving only scattered tables and chairs and a mess all over the floor. The cool night wind blew over the sorry crowd. Nearly every one of them had red, swollen lumps of all sizes bulging on head and face, ridiculous and pitiful. Zhang Guoquan especially. His whole face swollen up high, his eyelids squeezed to slits, his lips turned inside out, his features contorted and deformed almost beyond recognition, crouching on the ground howling in pain. Hidden in the dark, I took in the whole scene, a thoroughly satisfying rush surging up from the bottom of my heart. In my past life, I bullied the weak and feared the strong, and I'd been bullied plenty by these two beasts, Zhang Guoquan and Zhou Wu. Living again, this grudge had to be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I'd torment these two dogs to death bit by bit, leave them not a moment's peace, break them completely, make their legs tremble at the mere mention of my name. I'd collect on every grievance and every debt from my past life, principal and interest, all of it. At this moment, Zhang Guoquan's face was swollen past recognition, his mouth puffed up high, without even the strength to speak, able only to keep letting out muffled groans of pain. The loafers around him came to and gathered together, muttering guesses in low voices about who exactly had pulled this off. Most of them guessed it was people from the production team across the river. The two sides often fought over hilltop and land boundaries and bore deep mutual grudges. The whole crowd cursed up at the night sky and off toward the distant riverbank, resentment soaring to the heavens. Only Zhou Wu's expression kept shifting between light and dark. Clutching his swollen, throbbing cheek, he said in a low voice, "I don't think it's necessarily the folks across the river. Odds are it was Wang Chong. Weren't we just in the temple talking about that punk Wang Chong? No sooner did we talk about him than the landmine hornets showed up. How could there be a coincidence that neat? And last night Brother Guoquan went and deliberately made trouble for Wang Chong. And afterward, there was also..." Before he could finish, Zhang Guoquan, who'd been holding it in all along, suddenly flew into a rage and swung a slap across Zhou Wu's face. Zhou Wu's head snapped to the side, and he forcibly swallowed the rest of his words back down. Zhang Guoquan's heart churned with both fury and fear. The matter of being strung up and beaten by me last night was the greatest humiliation of his life. If this many people found out that the brigade leader's nephew had been hung up and thrashed at will by the pushover Wang Chong, his face would be utterly wiped out. He'd never be able to hold his head up in the Red Star production team again, and might even become a laughingstock. Zhou Wu caught on and immediately clamped his mouth shut, not daring to bring it up again. After all that flailing, the swelling and pain on their faces and bodies grew worse, a burning, stabbing agony hard to bear. They stopped fussing over who'd done it and decided to go find the village barefoot doctor first for some herbs to apply and bring the swelling down. The whole crowd propped each other up and dragged their sorry selves toward the village. Concealed in the dark behind them, a playful, cold smirk hanging at the corner of my mouth, I silently followed. Reaching a three-way fork in the road, I deliberately circled around, pretended I'd just come hurrying from another direction, and strode up to hail this sorry bunch of loafers. "Damn, what are you all doing running over here? Done with cards already? I was still planning to win my money back. Beat you all in a round. Come on, let's go play cards." The gang of loafers turned to see it was me, and every one of them wore a bitter, miserable look. Someone sighed and groaned. "Dumb Chong, don't even get me started. Something terrible happened. Some rotten, no good, deserves 1,000 cuts beast tossed a nest of landmine hornets into the temple. A whole room of us got stung. Hurts like hell." Someone else was seething, grinding his teeth. "It's got to be those people from the production brigade across the river. I can't swallow this. One of these days we're going to go settle the score." Once they'd finished, the whole crowd instinctively turned in unison to look at Zhang Guoquan behind them. He held the highest status and the most say in this group, so everyone waited for him to speak up and call the shots. But right now Zhang Guoquan's head was swollen a full size bigger than usual, his lips turned inside out, his whole face throbbing with pain. He could only wheeze a few grunts, couldn't get out a single complete sentence, and just glared hard at everyone, his eyes brimming with viciousness. I followed their gaze, put on an exaggeratedly puzzled face, and opened my mouth to mock. Huh, who's this pighead number 3? What are you all staring at him for? Don't tell me you're all peckish and craving some head cheese. Bucktooth Fa hurriedly reminded me. Brother Chong, you're joking. This is Brother Guoquan. The instant those words left his mouth, Zhou Wu went off like a firecracker. Ignoring the pain on his own face, he sprang up, pointed at me, and cursed sharply. Dumb Chong, quit putting on your act here. Those landmine hornets in the temple just now, did you throw them in on purpose or not? My eyes went cold. I stepped forward twice, raised my hand, and delivered 2 crisp, clean slaps across his face. The sharp crack of the slaps rang out especially loud at the crossroads. Damn, you can eat any shit you want, but you can't just say whatever you want. Framing people with false accusations gets you a beating. The 2 slaps left Zhou Wu dizzy and seeing stars. He stumbled back again and again, no longer daring to shoot his mouth off. I turned my head, my gaze landing on the grotesquely swollen Zhang Guoquan, my smile growing more mocking. Doghead Quan? No, wait. Looking like this now, you ought to be called Pighead Quan. What happened to you? A perfectly good person. How'd you turn into this sorry-ass state? Truly a good-for-nothing. Can't even go out for a card game without turning yourself into this pathetic mess. Absolutely hilarious, huh? Every loafer present went wide-eyed, staring at me in shock. Everyone knew Zhang Guoquan was the brigade leader's own nephew, used to throwing his weight around all over the Red Star production team. Normally nobody dared to provoke him, let alone mock and challenge him so openly in front of a crowd. Nobody had expected that I'd be so tough now, completely unafraid of offending him. Zhang Guoquan glared daggers at me, hatred all but overflowing from his eyes, a bellyful of fury blazing. But his mouth was swollen and numb. He couldn't get out half a word, couldn't spit out a single threat, and didn't dare step up to make a move either. The terror of being manhandled with one hand and strung up by me last night was still carved deep into his bones. In front of me, he'd lost all courage to raise a fist. Watching Zhang Guoquan's stifled look, furious yet not daring to speak, I felt more and more pleased and put on a show of good-natured, well-meaning concern to give him some fake advice. What are you all still standing around dazed for? Hurry up and go find the barefoot doctor for some herbs to bring the swelling down. You waiting for your faces to rot off? Oh, and I've got a family folk remedy here. Child's urine brings down swelling fastest. Guoquan, want me to hose down your face and cure that pighead of yours? The loafers were stunned. Nobody could believe I had the nerve to mock and defy Zhang Guoquan in front of this many people. But this bunch of loafers were hardly a well-behaved lot to begin with, and they'd suffered plenty of bullying from Zhang Guoquan themselves. Right now, every one of them was secretly enjoying his misfortune, quietly gloating inside. It was the lackey Zhou Wu who steered the topic away. Quit standing around. Let's go find the barefoot doctor for some herbs first. This really hurts like hell. Only then did everyone snap out of it. Reminded of their own stings, they all howled in pain and rushed off toward the village barefoot doctor's place. After the noisy crowd had gone far off, I seized the moment when no one was around, willed my mind, and shuttled back to my rented apartment in the modern era. Leaning back against the mattress, I opened up short videos and scrolled aimlessly. A great philanthropist, kind of heart, understanding how hard it is for ordinary folks to earn money, had specially launched charity loans so everyone could afford to donate. There was another one claiming that goblins, hobgoblins, dwarves, and ogres aren't myths but deformed races born from the interbreeding of ancient cave dwellers who plundered humans to reproduce and eventually evolved into today's foreign devils. All kinds of novel takes kept coming one after another, and I actually found it pretty entertaining. I had to admit, short videos really had their tricks, always managing to churn out something new that turned your understanding on its head. Munching on a pack of drunkard's peanuts and drinking cold beer, 2 hours slipped by in the blink of an eye. I deliberately dragged it out this long. Of course I had a plan. That dog Zhang Guoquan was narrow-minded, held grudges, and was protective of his own. Having eaten such a big loss tonight, he was surely not going to take it lying down. I had to strike again, until I broke him completely. With a flick of thought, I shuttled back to the Red Star production team of the 1970s. The late autumn night was bone-chillingly cold, the wind cutting, the moonlight cold and clear. I couldn't help but shiver and pulled a thick cotton-padded jacket out of my storage space to throw on. Once I'd gotten my bearings, I hunched down low and, under cover of night, crept silently toward Zhang Guoquan's house. As the brigade leader's nephew, Zhang Guoquan's family was among the best off in the village. They lived in a neat, sturdy brick and tile house, far better than the mud brick, thatched roof huts of ordinary farming households. I crouched down and pressed close to the corner of the wall, listening carefully for movement inside. The house was dark, no lamp lit, but intermittent sharp hisses of pain kept coming through. Clearly the searing pain from the hornet stings hadn't faded. He was lying in bed, toughing it out, unable to sleep at all. I was thrilled inside. Perfect. Best that he's not asleep, otherwise it wouldn't be any fun. Huddled in the shadow of the wall, I pulled out my phone, dimmed the screen all the way, and turned on night mode. I opened the sound effects list, selected an eerie, ghostly BGM, and gently tapped play. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. An ethereal, mournful wail slowly rose, light and floating, seeming near yet not, as if drifting up from the deep bowels of the earth, carrying a bone-piercing chill, echoing through the silent night. The night wind brushed over the treetops in the yard, the branches and leaves swaying lightly, and paired with that shrill wailing, it instantly conjured up an eerie, skin-crawling atmosphere. Inside, Zhang Guoquan, gritting his teeth against the pain, suddenly heard the eerie sounds outside the window and went stiff all over. Looking out through the window, in the ghastly pale moonlight the tree shadows dappled and swayed, as though an invisible hand were making them sway. A cold, clammy chill shot up from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. Zhang Guoquan broke out in goosebumps everywhere, trembling uncontrollably. Just as his heart was seized with terror, I put on my hideous blue-faced, fanged mask, propped myself up higher on the firewood stacked against the wall, and poked my head out over the edge of the window. The ghastly pale moonlight fell on the ferocious mask, making it especially eerie and terrifying, and it landed right in a direct stare down with Zhang Guoquan's horrified eyes inside the window. The instant our eyes met, Zhang Guoquan was scared clean out of his wits. His whole body went rigid, his limbs went soft, and he couldn't summon an ounce of strength. A warm liquid soaked the bedding. He'd been so terrified he'd wet himself. I took in his coward's display, delighted to the core. Sure enough, this trick worked best. The BGM had totally done the job. Since it was working so well, then naturally I had to up the dosage and really give him the treatment. A swipe of my finger, and I switched to the next sound effect. Out of the phone instantly came a woman's eerie, blood-curdling shriek, full of grievance and venom, echoing over and over. Give me back my life. I died such a horrible death. The eerie female voice looped again and again, boring into the room, coiling tight around Zhang Guoquan's ears. He was too scared to look out the window again, curling his whole body up in the covers like a startled hedgehog, shaking like a sieve, his teeth chattering. Outside the window, I watched, more and more amused. Zhang Guoquan, who normally lorded it over the whole village, turned out to have such a tiny nerve. I hadn't even really cranked it up, just simply played a few sound effects, and I'd scared him into this state. Feeling playful, I switched again, and a new round of even colder, fiercer sounds rang out. Gue, I am Gue. I'm going to eat you. Eat your flesh, drink your blood, chew your bones. The cold, ferocious snarls, wrapped in the clammy chill of the brick and tile house, bored straight into the crown of his head. Zhang Guoquan trembled more violently than a tractor, his pupils shrinking sharply, his mind going blank. Finally his head lolled to one side, his body stiffened bolt straight, and he passed out cold from fright, going completely still. Hidden in the dark, I almost laughed out loud, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. A gentleman's revenge waits 10 years, but my revenge runs from morning to night. That dog Zhang Guoquan had done all manner of evil in my past life, causing my ex-wife to miscarry. This blood feud, even flaying him alive, would hardly ease the hatred in my heart. This life, back in the 1970s, you still want to bully men, ravage women, and play village tyrant? There can only be one village tyrant in the Red Star Production Brigade, and that's me, Wang Chong. Zhang Guoquan, oh Zhang Guoquan, don't you dream of living a single peaceful day this lifetime. I've got no shortage of ways to teach you how to be a decent human being. Done dealing with him, I lingered no longer and turned to hurry off toward my own place. The late autumn road at night was rugged and cold, the evening wind whipping past my ears. Some 20-odd minutes later, I finally reached my own front door. Just as I got close to the house, my pupils suddenly contracted. On the window of the east room beside the front gate, there was actually a dark, murky head pressed against it, dead still, grinning foolishly right at me. In the pitch-black dead of night, a human head popping out of nowhere, utterly eerie. It nearly scared the piss out of even me, and I've seen my share of the world. Holy crap, it couldn't be this haunted, could it? I'd just been playing ghost to scare someone, and now the moment I turn around there's a real thing at my house. An overwhelming, eerie feeling washed over me, and I was just about to shuttle straight back to the modern era to lie low for a bit. At that exact moment, the head at the window let out a delighted cry, its crisp voice shattering the dead silence of the deep night. Brother Chong, you're back. I'll open the door for you right now. The familiar voice reached my ears, and only then did my heart which had leaped into my throat, settled back down. Both irritated and amused, I cursed under my breath. Simple girl, you little dummy. Pitch dark and you don't even light a kerosene lamp. Nearly scared me to death. With a creak, the front door swung open. The simple girl came bounding out with light, quick steps and dove straight into my arms, her whole body carrying the cold of the deep night. Brother Chong, you've been out so long. Aren't you hungry? I've been keeping the sweet potatoes warm for you the whole time. They're nice and warm, real tasty. I reached out to stroke her chilly little head, icy to the touch, and the little girl's body was still trembling faintly. Clearly she'd waited a long time. An inexplicable pang of tenderness welled up, and my tone softened. You little fool, it's so cold out. Don't you know to put on another layer? What if you'd caught a chill? At the mention of new clothes, the simple girl instantly forgot the cold, her eyes crinkling into a smile as she tilted up her little face and showed off with full-hearted joy. Brother Chong, look, I put on my new clothes. It's that floral print outfit you bought me in the dream. It's so soft, so pretty. I immediately pressed my index finger to my lips. Shoo, you mustn't blab. Remember, it was bought at the supply co-op, no mentioning dreams. Pretty, you look pretty in anything. The simple girl nodded, half understanding, and locked the words firmly in her heart. The two of us walked inside, lit the kerosene lamp, and its dim yellow glow spread across the room. I pulled the simple girl into the kitchen and got to work briskly. Soon, a bowl of instant noodles loaded with ingredients was ready, steaming and giving off wisps of white. Nestled inside were tender poached eggs, along with hot pot fish balls and ham sausage. On a cold late autumn night in the resource-starved 1970s, a bowl of piping hot instant noodles loaded with the works. Who could possibly understand? The rich aroma filled the whole room, savory and fragrant, overbearing and irresistible. The simple girl trailed behind me like a greedy little puppy, staring wide-eyed at the big bowl, drool she couldn't hold back leaking out. She'd just picked up the kerosene lamp to set it on the table in the main hall when I spoke. It's cold out there. Go eat in the room. I did it on purpose. Since those four dead wives wanted to give me attitude, I'd release the poison in the dead of night and make them drool with envy. The kerosene lamp came to rest on the cabinet, its dim glow flickering lightly. Out of the corner of my eye, I clearly caught Bai Yume, lying on the straw nest on the inner side, go stiff, her eyes full of alarm, then immediately shut her eyes and feigned sleep. TSK, the middle of the night, and she's still not asleep. No need to guess. This woman's got something weighing on her mind, still fixated on going to the brigade tomorrow to get divorced. Bai Yume. Oh, Bai Yume, isn't all of this something you brought on yourself? I pretended not to notice a thing, deliberately raising my voice and making a big commotion. Simple girl, hurry and eat your noodles. They're best while hot. These poached eggs are cooked to perfection, tender and full of flavor. Here, try this meatball. One bite, and the oil comes bubbling out. The simple girl was simple-minded. All that filled her head was the deliciousness, and she cheered out loud without a care. Delicious. So hot. So good. Brother Chong, in all my life I've never eaten noodles this tasty. And these oily, sizzling meatballs. One bite, and my whole mouth is full of flavor. Brother Chong, you're really too amazing. After a few bites, the simple girl suddenly cocked her little head, as if she'd thought of something. Brother Chong, can I call my sister over to eat a little too? I want my sister to have some good food too. She'd definitely love it. I shot a sidelong glance at the pretend sleeping Bai Yume, a playful curl tugging at the corner of my mouth, and said softly with feigned sincerity, your sister's already asleep. Don't wake her. She told me she doesn't like noodles, so let's just eat ourselves. The simple girl was always easy to fool. Not the slightest doubt about anything I said. She believed it outright, cradling her noodle bowl and muttering with a face full of pity, that's such a shame. Noodles this good, and my sister doesn't even like them. What a big silly. So fragrant, so savory my tongue's about to fall off. Brother Chong, when New Year comes, I want to eat these noodles again, okay? I was just about to answer when Bai Yume, feigning sleep off to the side, could hold back no longer. She shot up from the straw nest, a belly full of anger in her scolding. Who said I don't like noodles? Which bastard's spreading rumors? I do the hardest, most exhausting work in this house. Why can't I have a bowl of these noodles? I rolled my eyes hard, my tone impatient. What are you screeching about in the dead of night? If you want some, go grab your own chopsticks. Bai Yume hurriedly fetched a pair of chopsticks, leaned in beside the steaming bowl, and without hesitation picked up a hot pot meatball and popped it into her mouth. The scalding meatball went in, the skin springy against her teeth, the rich savoriness of the fat exploding across her tongue in wave after wave, instantly driving off the deep night chill, an exquisite flavor utterly impossible to taste in this impoverished era. Bai Yume narrowed her eyes, the corners of her mouth lifting involuntarily, her whole face full of satisfaction, all those days of grievance soothed away by that single bite. As she chewed, a jumble of emotions churned inside her. In just 2 short days, my transformation had been earth-shaking. I was no longer that pushover who could only drink and throw his weight around. I could go into the mountains and dig out yams. I was willing to buy the simple girl new clothes and new shoes, and I could even produce so much good food to help out the household. Her earlier prejudices, under this bowl of loaded hot pot noodles, gradually began to loosen. Bai Yumei glanced at the three, Lu Xiaoya, Chen Haiyan, and Lu Xiaoding, who seemed sound asleep, and hesitated, torn, for a long while. All that talk of deep sisterly bonds and a united front ultimately couldn't hold up against the temptation of a steady, secure life and the warmth right before her. Then she took another look at this handsome face of mine and my proud, unruly expression, bit her lip, cast aside all her airs, and spoke softly. Chong, can we not get divorced? From now on I won't cross you anymore. I'll settle down and live a good, peaceful life with you. I was slightly taken aback, then secretly laughed to myself. I really hadn't expected the proud, stubborn Bai Yumei to have so little backbone. She caved first after just a single day of push and pull, truly no challenge at all. But no wonder. I'm this handsome, this impressive, any woman would know how to choose. This divorce didn't absolutely have to happen after all. If she could obediently do as she was told, then with looks like Bai Yumei's, I'd reluctantly wrong myself and make the sacrifice. Not divorcing is fine too. My tone was flat, still domineering. From now on, when I speak, if you ever dare to publicly sing a different tune or go against my wishes, just watch how I deal with you. As I said it, I fished out a bottle of iced beer and patted my own thigh. Come sit in my lap and eat. Keep me company for a drink. Bai Yumei's cheeks flushed faintly. She obediently sat over, her soft, warm body settling into my arms. Beauty in my arms, good food in hand. I was in a great mood. I tipped my head back and took a swig of cold beer, a wave of comfort washing down my throat, then raised my hand to gesture, my tone lazy and domineering. Pick me out a fishball, the white one in the bowl. That's right, now that's my good little wife. You stay of one heart with me, and I won't do you wrong. I'm your man. You stop listening to the goading of those two widows, Chen Haiyan and Lu Xiaoya. The rich, overbearing, oily aroma of the instant noodles wafted everywhere, drifting straight into the noses of the other three women. Lu Xiaoding was the first to be roused awake by the fragrance. She opened her eyes to see me with Bai Yumei in my left arm and the simple girl at my right. The three of us clustered around a bowl of intensely fragrant instant noodles, wolfing them down with gusto. Her throat kept bobbing as she swallowed her drool over and over. In the resource-starved 1970s, the overbearing aroma of instant noodles held a fatal allure for the locals. Even Bai Yumei, the most stubborn of them all, had bowed her head and caved under the temptation of a single bowl of noodles. But Lu Xiaoding was different. Bai Yumei had a marriage certificate with me, whereas she had no standing to cave at all, and inside, she was absolutely gnawed with anxiety. No, something this delicious, I've got to get a bite. Lu Xiaoding couldn't lie still any longer. She reached out and shoved Lu Xiaoya and Chen Haiyan one after the other. The two were sound asleep and were forcibly shaken awake, faces full of irritation. They were about to complain when their noses suddenly caught that overbearing, savory fragrance, and all their temper vanished in an instant, leaving nothing in their eyes but thick, ravenous craving. I took in every bit of the three women's stirrings but pretended not to notice, still contentedly enjoying myself. Bai Yumei carefully picked up noodles and fed them to my mouth, while the simple girl obediently scooped up hot soup and passed it over. A mouthful of noodles, a mouthful of soup, chased with a swig of cold beer, pure bliss. In the end, it was Chen Haiyan, the boldest, most fiery-tempered of them, who fired the first shot. Middle of the night, and you won't even let people sleep? Eating noodles that fragrantly. Even the baby in my belly is craving it. Wants some too. Trading on her big-bellied, pregnant status, Chen Haiyan still carried her old arrogance, not the slightest hint of caving, and didn't take me seriously at all. I looked at her, a faint smile on my face, not flaring up. Say what you will, the seed in Chen Haiyan's belly really was my own. I'd file this account away for now. Once she'd delivered the goods, I'd sit her down and settle it good and proper, and cook that rotten attitude of hers right out of her. I just gave up my spot, letting the several women crowd around and scramble to divide up the leftover noodles, balls, and sausage in the bowl. Watching my wives crowd around a single bowl of food, happily fighting over it, an inexplicable, thick sense of a keeper's satisfaction welled up inside me. It was just like raising a pack of obedient little pets, their joys, their contentment, their gains and losses, all in the palm of my hand. This feeling of controlling everything was especially soothing and satisfying. Sipping my drink, savoring my little slice of happiness, I laid down some important guidance for tomorrow's work. Tomorrow there's no need to go up the mountain, and no need to go dig irrigation ditches for the team to earn work points. I've got a new job lined up for you. The rice in the fields was just harvested not long ago, so they're sitting empty. All of you go out to the fields and dig loaches and catch swamp eels for me. The hothead Chun Haiyan still couldn't help but question it. What do we dig up that stuff for? It all reeks of mud. Who eats that junk? And it's not like we've got chickens and ducks at home to feed. I shot her a glare, my tone carrying a touch of menace. Damn it. Don't think that just because you're carrying a kid, I won't lay into you. When I tell you to go dig, you go dig and behave. I've got my own plans. Tomorrow I'll go get 4 chickens and bring back a couple of Muscovy ducks to raise at home too. The moment they heard about raising chickens and ducks, their faces lit up with joy, not a trace of resistance left. What farming household in these times didn't dream of raising a few chickens and ducks? The eggs they laid could be taken to the supply co-op to trade for salt, needles, and thread, and daily necessities. The most reliable income a family could have. Only with chickens and ducks pecking around the yard did it really feel like living a proper life. Did the heart feel settled? The old me had spent his days drinking, gambling, and shirking honest work, so the family had never had a shred of savings. These days, though the rule against capitalist tales still hung over everyone, ordinary farming households raising 5 or 6 chickens and ducks was perfectly normal. Bai Yumei was the most invested. She immediately pressed further. Chong, where are you planning to buy the chickens and ducks? Going to the commune market day? Don't let anyone swindle you. Don't end up buying sick chickens or sick ducks. I'll go with you. For a wife in these times, getting to tag along to market with her man was a big deal. Not only could she slack off from work, she could also see a bit of the world. It was even bragging rights among the wives. At the thought of getting to go to the commune, and of the family soon having chickens and ducks laying eggs, Bai Yumei's voice trembled as she spoke. Chun Haiyan's face was full of eagerness too, and she leaned in to join the conversation. Buying chickens and ducks is a big family matter. Can't be careless about it. I'll come along with you too. A big man like you is thin-skinned and won't lower yourself to haggle. But I've got a quick tongue. I guarantee you won't get shortchanged one bit. Dumb Chong. Oh, dumb Chong. You finally did one decent thing for this family. Lu Shouting and Lu Xiaoya both nodded, all wanting to come along and help. I chuckled, a hint of rascally mischief in my eyes. No need to buy them at the market. I won money gambling. A few punks owe me gambling debts, so I'm just gonna go straight to their houses and grab chickens and ducks to settle the tab. What are you all tagging along for? Can you fight? Would you dare string up a deadbeat and beat him? This kind of beastly business takes a fearless beast like me to handle. Doesn't matter if it's an old man or an old woman on the other end. I've got plenty of ways to make them cough up what they owe, nice and obedient. Learning the chickens and ducks weren't being bought, but seized as gambling debts, the eager looks on the 4 wives' faces instantly faded by more than half. Those not yet in-hand chickens and ducks had become a bit of a hot potato. Going to people's doors to demand gambling debts and forcibly take their things was hardly an honorable affair, and these wives all came from respectable families, so morally they couldn't quite stomach it. But at the end of the day, it was free chickens and ducks, no money required, and none of them could bear to give up such a windfall. So they still hoped I'd successfully collect on those gambling debts. Even Chun Haiyan, who'd always looked down on me, gave me a rare look of newfound respect this time. Dumb Chong, if you really can collect on this gambling debt, then you're genuinely capable. Aren't you always wanting to try out some new tricks? As long as you bring the chickens and ducks back, this old lady will go all in. As she said it, Chun Haiyan just snatched the beer right out of my hand, tipped her head back, and gulped down 2 big swigs. I immediately grabbed the bottle back, crooked my finger, and gave her a sharp flick right on the forehead. You clueless, no good wife. Who told you to go drinking booze? You've got a kid in your belly. If anything happens to the baby, I'll skin you alive. Hurry up and finish eating and go to sleep. Tomorrow you're all going to the fields to dig loaches and eels, and don't any of you dream of slacking off. Nobody dared to fool around anymore, and they all lowered their heads to focus on eating their noodles. This one meal of hot pot balls, sausage, and egg noodles, brimming with oily fragrance, was full of heart. They ate it clean, licking even the soup and oil droplets from the bottom of the bowl. I was just about to burn the midnight oil when, sure enough, all 5 wives came down with stomach trouble. The dead of night outdoors echoed with commotion, one after another, the wives taking turns running out behind the house. The late autumn night wind blew through, and even I, inside the house, got a whiff of the smell. It put me in a foul mood. Damn it. All of you go do your business further away. The next day the sun was already high, sunlight slanting in through the window, before I finally woke. I casually ate some porridge that had been kept warm on the stove. The 5 wives had long since gone out to the fields to work, digging loaches in the drained paddy. Along the edge of the field there was even a crowd of the village's little brats, chattering away and stirring up trouble now and then. The countryside of these times had never used any pesticides, so loaches and swamp eels were everywhere in the fields. A drain paddy had a hardened surface with soft mud underneath, just barely firm enough not to sink into. Those little holes in the field, 9 times out of 10, had something hiding inside. Digging loaches was the simplest. The holes ran straight down, and if you dug down some 10-odd centimeters following them, you'd hit one every time. Swamp eels were a lot more trouble. Their burrow openings extended sideways, winding and twisting, and if you couldn't figure out the direction, you'd be laboring for nothing. Normally lazy and slack, I was for once diligent. A single swing of the hoe turned up a big clump of muck, and with just a few pokes, out came a loach. A full sense of harvest, fun and profitable to boot, especially bringing up catches one after another in front of the crowd of little brats. Watching their faces full of adoration, I felt particularly smug. Huh, see this sideways hole here? It's definitely a big swamp eel. Watch closely now, watch how I dig it out whole. I tossed aside the hoe, bent down, and slowly probed my fingers into the sideways hole, patiently feeling around. After feeling around for a moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through my fingertips. My heart lurched, and I instinctively yanked my fingers back. A long swamp eel got dragged out with them. My first reaction was actually that I dug up a water snake, and I let go in fright. The simple girl at my side was quick-eyed and quick-handed. She darted in first and clamped down hard on the eel's head and neck, giving it not the slightest chance to struggle. Huh, I caught it. Brother Chong, it dared to bite you. I'll smash it to a pulp to get you back. I hurriedly stopped her. No need to smash it. Save it. We'll deal with it tonight. We'll fry it up nice and crispy to go with our drinks. Chun Haiyan burst out laughing on the spot, her face full of mockery. Ha ha, dumb Chong, you really are a dopey dimwit. Lu Xiaoya and Bai Yumei both chuckled softly too, delighting in my expense. So clumsy. Can't even catch an eel without getting bitten. Not even as nimble as the simple girl. Hearing the praise, the simple girl gave a silly little giggle, her face full of pride. Watch me, Brother Chong. I'll teach you how to catch swamp eels. Everyone chatted and laughed, but their hands never stopped for a moment. One loach and big eel after another got dug up and tossed into the bamboo basket. Before long, the little basket was more than half full, heavy and weighty. Looking at the loaches and eels crammed to bursting in the basket, I was full of delight. The wild loaches of these times were top quality. Taken to the modern era to sell, a pound would fetch at least 20 yuan and up. This half basket right here was at least 4 or 5 pounds, worth over 100 yuan resold. Business opportunities were everywhere. Easy money, more than I could ever spend, truly more than I could spend. I glanced at the sky. The sun was climbing higher, and I was just about to find an excuse to slip away when, out of the corner of my eye, I suddenly caught 2 furtive figures. It was Bucktooth F.A., along with Pockface Lou, the son of the team accountant. The two of them had their heads craning about, leers on their faces, eyes locked motionless on the field. I followed their gaze and instantly saw through their filthy little scheme. These two beasts were plainly ogling my wives at work. Especially Chun Haiyan, bent over as she labored, her figure full and buxom, the pagodas flashing in and out of view as she stooped, holding the two of them transfixed. A surge of fury shot to my head. These two really were courting death. Pockface Lou especially, banking on his dad being the brigade accountant and being Zhang Guoquan's most loyal lackey. In my past life, he'd sided with Zhang Guoquan to cross me plenty, secretly coveting my wives all along. Even without doing anything truly out of line, that filthy mind alone was enough to earn him death. Since I'd made up my mind to be a beast, then I had to deal with Pockface Lou first, get ahead of it. I couldn't be a cuckold, sitting around waiting to be bullied at my own door and then magnanimously forgiving it. A flick of thought, and without a word I strode straight over. Before Pockface Lou could react, smack, smack, 2 crisp slaps landed square on his face. Then I grabbed his head and shoved it down hard into the muddy paddy. Pockface Lou was stunned dumb on the spot, his mind gone blank. I'd only stood there and looked a couple of times, hadn't done anything out of line, and yet out of nowhere I'd caught a beating. Right up until his whole face was buried in silt, he still couldn't figure out how exactly he'd offended me. He struggled desperately, but I was strong as an ox and held him down fast. The more he struggled, the more the soft black mud poured into his mouth and nostrils, choking him into fit after fit of coughing, his face a wretched mess. Seeing his movements grow weaker and weaker, I finally hauled him out of the mud, and with the motion delivered a vicious kick to the small of his back, sending him flying straight into the shallow ditch by the road. Pockface Lou tumbled into the water, flailing and gasping for breath, spat out a few mouthfuls of foul mud, and once he'd caught his wind, cursed up a storm. Dumb Chong, are you fucking crazy? You just wait. I'm gonna go get my cousin right now, and he'll beat you to death for sure. Seeing him still talking tough, I turned savage on the spot, leaped into the ditch, raised my hand for 2 more resounding slaps, and shoved his head back under the water, making him gulp down a bellyful. After this thrashing, Pockface Lou's already ugly face grew uglier still, swelling straight up into a pig's head. Stripped of his earlier arrogance, he didn't dare howl and holler anymore. I looked down at him from above, my eyes full of contempt. Pockface Lou, next time you dare peep at my wives digging loaches, I'll beat you every single time I see you. I refuse to believe I can't whip a punk like you into shape. Taking 2 savage beatings back to back, Pockface Lou completely caved. He could only hang his head and scramble wretchedly out of the ditch. Only once he'd walked a good distance did he dare to squeeze out one last tough line. Dumb Chong, you just wait. I'll get my cousin Guoquan to come back and deal with you. I sneered inwardly. Zhang Guoquan, huh? Perfect. I'll just deal with you 2 brothers together. Turning to look at Bucktooth F.A., who was trying to sneak away, I crooked my finger, my voice lazy. Brother F.A., in such a hurry to get somewhere? Come here, let me treat you to a few slaps before you go. Seeing there was no dodging it, Bucktooth F.A. could only hang his head and trudge back, forcing out a humble, sheepish smile. Brother Chong, I was just passing by, purely passing by. I've still got to go cut pigweed on the back hill. I really didn't have any other ideas. Bucktooth F.A. knew perfectly well. I was the production team leader's son, and the team's designated poor peasant representative. With any excuse at all, I could haul a rootless, unattached idler like him off to a recall the bitter past, savor the sweet present, session, and put him through the ringer till his skin peeled. I wore a contemptuous smile, not fooled by his acting. This guy looked honest, but he was full of rotten tricks. He pulled plenty of despicable stunts, swindling and cheating, bullying orphans and widows. Dealing with him was surely a good deed that'd earn me merit. I slowly raised my palm and lightly waved it a couple of times in front of Bucktooth F.A.'s eyes. Bucktooth F.A. instantly squeezed his eyes shut, his 2 legs trembling uncontrollably. Every second of waiting for the slap to fall was pure torment, but the anticipated pain never came. The trembling slowly spread through his whole body, and he shook all over like a leaf in the autumn wind. That taste of a slap hanging over his head, refusing to fall, was like someone gripping his heart in a death clench, more unbearable than actually taking a real beating. Watching his cowardly display, that face slick with cold sweat, greasy and ugly, I suddenly felt an inexplicable pity for my own palm. Delivering this slap would just be dirtying my own hand. These hands of mine still had my wives to touch, and good food and drink to enjoy. At that thought, I waved my hand impatiently and scolded coldly. Get lost. Damn it, one look at that mouthful of buck teeth makes me want to puke. Hearing he could go, Bucktooth F.A. was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly bobbed his head, bowing and scraping. Thank you, Brother Chong. I'll be off then. I'll go right away. He hadn't taken 2 steps when I decided letting him off like this was too easy on him. As a rascal, I had to feel fully satisfied. I shifted my footing, quickly caught up, and delivered a flying kick, sending the utterly unguarded Bucktooth F.A. straight into the muddy paddy. Bucktooth F.A., I told you to get lost. Can't you understand human speech? Next time I catch you peeping at my wives, I'll pull that mouthful of buck teeth of yours out one by one and straighten him. Chen Haiyan came over and stopped me, hands on hips, mid-tirade. Chong, don't waste your energy. Aren't you still going to people's doors to collect gambling debts and grab chickens to settle the tab? What if you run out of strength and can't beat the other guy? Lu shouting hurriedly chimed in too. Dumb Chong, hurry up and go bring those chickens back, otherwise won't all this half day of digging loaches and eels be for nothing? I lifted my chin, my face full of cocky arrogance. Is there anyone in this world I can't beat? That doghead Quan thing, strung up on the roof beam and worked over by me. It's not like you all didn't see it. I'm ruthless and vicious and shameless. A piddling little gambling debt? There's no way I can't collect it. Nobody slack off. Keep on digging loaches. Having sent the wives off to keep working, I ambled unsteadily toward the production team headquarters. The headquarters was ringed by a waist-high mud brick courtyard wall, its surface coated in mottled, whitening lime, with the crooked words, work points, the lifeblood of the commune members scrawled across it, the strokes faded from wind and sun. Inside, a row of gray-tiled mud brick houses stood side by side, with 2 faded woven bamboo lanterns hanging under the eaves. Ropes, wooden plows, hoes, and rakes were piled in the corners, and 2 old flatbed carts leaned against the base of the wall. The main room was the head office. Its 2 heavy raw timber door panels were polished to a shine, plastered with yellowing red paper slogans. On the desk sat a black wooden abacus, a tin ink box, a few stubby fountain pens worn short, and stacks of workpoint ledgers bound with hemp cord. In the wooden chair behind the desk sat the production team leader, a middle-aged man in his 40s, in a half-worn dark blue Zhongshan suit, barely keeping up appearances. His skin was dark and coarse, his palms covered in thick calluses, looking not one bit different from an old farmer toiling in the fields. I stepped into the headquarters, my gaze falling on this man. This was the biological father I only vaguely remembered, Wang Defa. Those scenes from novels of long-separated father and son reunited in tender emotion, not a single one played out. Honestly, having lived a second life, facing this biological father of mine, my heart didn't stir in the slightest. My expression natural, I stepped up and spoke coolly. Dad, I've got some business to handle at the brigade. I'm gonna borrow the team's 28-inch bike. Wang Defa looked up, watched his devil-may-care son, and let out a long, helpless sigh, full of the frustration of iron that won't become steel. Chong, you're about to become a father yourself. Can't you be a bit more steady? Stop running around with those loafers all day. When you've got nothing to do, go work the fields and earn some work points. Tend to the private plot. I immediately raised an eyebrow and shot back, my tone making no attempt to hide the sarcasm. Oh, so you know I'm about to be a father? You think you need to teach me how to handle my business? You'd better put more effort into taking good care of that stepmother of mine and that precious little son of yours. Wang Defa was at a loss for words and heaved another heavy sigh. Back then, when his first wife died of illness, he'd hastily remarried and taken my stepmother, meaning to give me a complete home, but before he knew it, there was a little son. This truly was the most shameful, worst thing he'd done in his life. Thinking of his departed first wife, facing me full of resentment, he hadn't a shred of confidence to stand on. All right, take the bike and ride it. Remember to treat it well. Our whole Red Star production team number 2 only has this one 28-inch bike. It's precious. I couldn't be bothered to waste any more words and pushed the 28-inch bike straight out into the yard. Half-worn, chain gleaming, kept in decent shape, it was the sole big-ticket possession of Team 2. I steadied the handlebars, swung a leg over, and mounted up. Wang Defa got anxious and hurried out of the yard after me, stamping his feet and slapping his thighs, hollering frantically. Ride slow, ride slow. That's the only 28-inch bike in our whole team. It can't take any rough handling. Listening to the nagging wails behind me, an inexplicable rush of exhilaration welled up inside me. I just stood up on the pedals, stomped down hard with both feet, the wheels spinning at a blur, the bike shooting forward fast. Chong, slow down. You spendthrift wretch, pedal easier, would you? Wang Defa's aggrieved. Anxious cries behind me grew fainter and fainter, scattering on the wind. Facing the autumn breeze rushing at my face, I felt nothing but light and free all over. As I rode along, I mulled it over. Should I shuttle back to the modern era first to buy chicks and Muscovy ducks, or go make trouble for Zhang Guoquan first? The thought flitted through my mind, and I made up my mind in an instant. Buying chickens and ducks could wait for any time, no rush. But dealing with Zhang Guoquan couldn't be put off for even a moment. If I didn't nail this doghead Quan down completely while I had the chance, then once he recovered his wits and came around, he was sure to find some way to take revenge on me. Between doing someone in and being done in, even a fool knows how to choose. I put more force into my legs, the 28-inch bike shuttling swiftly along the country dirt road, and before long I'd charged right up to the entrance of the brigade's rundown temple. The rundown temple, normally the liveliest spot, packed with rascals, idlers, and gamblers, was now absurdly deserted, empty inside and out, not a single soul in sight. I frowned, guessing to myself, could the venom of last night's swarm of landmine hornets really have been that potent? Straight up stinging this pack of degenerate gambling dogs, who'd haunted the gaming table for years on end, into quitting cold turkey? No wonder people always say gambling, drugs, and vice ruin lives. Turns out that's no idle rumor. This landmine hornet venom really did have something to it. TSK. Without even meaning to, I played the role of a great philanthropist, directly helping a whole village of gamblers kick the habit. Truly a boundless good deed. Since Zhang Guoquan and his pack of gambling dogs weren't at the rundown temple, then I'd just go straight to his door. A gentleman's revenge waits 10 years. A scoundrel's revenge counts down every second. I turned the bike around and rode the 28-incher straight toward Zhang Guoquan's house. Before I'd even gotten close to the Zhang family's courtyard gate, from a distance I could already see a dense, dark crowd of villagers gathered at the entrance, incredibly lively. Set up right in the middle of the courtyard was a makeshift ritual altar. A shabby, worn offering table sat dead center, holding an incense burner, candlesticks, a few dishes of fruit and pastries, and yellowed paper talismans. 2 Taoist priests in ragged Taoist robes, wearing Taoist crowns and holding horsehair whisks, were pacing out crooked ritual steps and muttering incantations. Wisps of smoke curled up from the incense and candles. Ashes of paper money fluttered on the wind, the atmosphere eerie and solemn. Off to the side, a monk beat a wooden fish, mixed with the villagers' whispers, clamorous and uncanny all at once. I was genuinely floored. The big character posters and red-headed directives about sweeping away all monsters and demons. The commune had them plastered everywhere. This Zhang family was arrogant beyond all bounds. With things this tense, they still dared to put on feudal superstition. Then again, come to think of it, the brigade leader was a Zhang, so who dare say a word? Besides, country folk had always been especially tolerant of monks and Taoists. Even when they went out to earn work points in the fields, they'd get the easiest tasks, their status subtly set apart from everyone else's. Monks weren't allowed, so villagers spontaneously called them fast keepers. Taoists weren't allowed, so they called them gentlemen. Zhang Guoquan, whom I'd scared into fainting last night, was now huddled all alone in a corner by the wall. The swelling on his face had gone down some, but he was still puffy-faced, his features twisted. The dog-head Quan, who'd once been so brazen and domineering, now stared blankly and dully at the ground, empty-eyed, just like one of those soul-lost village watchers who wandered around the countryside. I casually grabbed a nearby loafer who was there to watch the show and asked with feigned puzzlement, what happened to Guoquan? A perfectly fine person. Could he have been possessed by an evil spirit? Loafers loved nothing more than gawking at a spectacle, and now that they had a rare chance to show off their knowledge, they instantly went wide-eyed, faces full of terror, and began gesturing vividly. Chong, you really don't know. It's downright uncanny. Last night a bunch of us were gambling in the rundown temple, and without the slightest warning, a nest of landmine hornets just materialized out of nowhere and chased us around, stinging like crazy. You tell me if that's not strange. The dead of night, pitch dark, where would landmine hornets come from? And yet they were laid up right there in the rundown temple, just waiting for us. A loafer beside him, his face still puffy, hurriedly chimed in, rubbing his swollen cheek, full of lingering fear. Chong, you'd best not scoff at the supernatural. Look at my face. I got stung last night. Those hornets were terrifyingly fierce, and fast too. There was no dodging them at all. And I count as lucky. The worst off is Brother Guoquan, scared clean out of his wits, hasn't come around all night. Another loafer, as if recalling the crucial reason, hurriedly added. I just remembered, a while back Brother Guoquan had a craving, and somewhere or other he grabbed a nest of bee pupae, took them home, deep-fried them golden and crispy, and ate them all. Now that I think of it, it was really uncanny. Those pupae were clearly fried through, but they kept squirming when they hit the pot. Wouldn't die no matter how long you fried them. Thinking back on it now, it makes my scalp crawl. The monk beating the wooden fish, hearing this, immediately stopped and loudly chanted a Buddhist invocation. Amipa. This humble monk understands now. Zhang Guoquan has offended the insect god. Landmine hornets are domineering by nature, vicious in temperament. They are the guardian spirit beasts under the insect god's command. You dared to eat these spirit beasts, and now you've come to this end. You provoked the insect god and received your retribution. The moment the monk delivered this verdict, the two Taoists performing the ritual instantly took offense. They'd finally landed a big commission from the brigade leader's nephew's family. Rich pickings. And how could they let some monk steal all the limelight? One of the Taoists immediately shouted sternly, his face full of scorn. Bald donkey, quit spewing nonsense. Zhang Guoquan clearly offended the local mountain god. That's what brought this calamity. A while back he passed by the mountain lord's temple and pissed all over the incense altar in front of it, defiling the deity. Now he's only been frightened into losing his soul, with no harm to his life. That's already the honorable mountain lord showing mercy. The monk got flustered at this. In these times, business commissions for ritual services in the countryside were exceedingly scarce, especially a job from a cadre's household like this one, rich in pickings and perks. Landing a single one could match half a year's ordinary earnings. He just went all in, set down his wooden fish, stood up, and countered head-on. Oxnose, quit talking rubbish. Zhang Guoquan clearly offended the insect god. It's got nothing to do with the mountain god. Don't think that just because there are two of you, this humble monk will back down. I've trained in martial arts since childhood and mastered a set of mighty Vajra legs. One kick from me, and I'll kick the shit right out of you. The two Taoists exchanged a glance, not taking this lone monk seriously in the slightest. They immediately cracked their knuckles and shot back menacingly. Thieving Baldy, this is your last chance. Talk nice. As it happens, we two martial brothers have cultivated the mighty ox demon fist since childhood, specially made to cure arrogant bald donkeys. So we ask you, are you scared or not? The onlooking villagers watched dumbstruck. Nobody had expected a perfectly good exorcism ritual to be turning into a monk versus Taoist brawl. While everyone was still stunned, the monk had already turned nasty and decided to strike first. His body lunged forward, and he swung a foot straight at one Taoist's crotch. A sly, vicious move. But it turned out this Taoist really had trained in some rudimentary fighting. He reacted lightning fast, lightly shifted his weight, and stepped back, easily dodging the deadly kick, leaving the monk to strike nothing but air. The Taoist who dodged the sneak attack instantly flew into a rage. Thieving Baldy, you have no martial virtue, launching a sneak attack like that. The other Taoist's fury surged too, and he raised his hands into a fighting stance. Insolent bald donkey, come meet your death. As the words fell, one monk and two Taoists went straight at each other, the scene instantly dissolving into chaos. The monk was strong and burly, his blows brutal and overbearing. Once he got in close, he grabbed one Taoist's top knot in a death grip and yanked hard, making the Taoist bare his teeth in pain. The two Taoists, though a bit leaner, coordinated seamlessly with agile moves. One sidled in close, grabbed the monk's ear, and twisted with all his might, making the monk howl. The other bent down, reached out, and jabbed straight at the monk's nostrils. A shameless, sly move that forced the monk to keep jerking his head back to dodge. The three of them traded blows back and forth. The monk had brute strength and spades, the Taoist had crafty moves, and for a while neither side could gain the upper hand. It was a dead-even match. Grappling, standing, rolling on the ground. The scene was chaotic and downright farcical. The gang of onlooking loafers watched with total delight, huddling together to place bets on which side, monk or Taoist, would cry uncle first. I alone stood at the back of the crowd, my eyes darting nonstop. It was 1973 now, precisely the crucial moment when the Poor and Lower Middle Peasants Association was in full swing, being restored and rectified, cracking down hard on social conduct. As the poor peasant representative of Red Star Production Team No. 2, I found this bald donkey and these Taoists before me to be a golden opportunity for progress, delivered right to my door. These three charlatans actually dared to openly practice feudal superstition right in front of me, a poor peasant representative. Especially this sanctimonious fat monk. He was no genuine man of the cloth at all, but a bona fide flower monk, secretly indulging in every kind of vice. Eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. I remembered clearly, during this strike hard, crackdown some 10-odd years later, this flower monk's true colors were thoroughly exposed. He'd actually dug a secret cellar inside the temple and imprisoned two women who'd fled there from out of town as refugees, doing all manner of evil, his sins monstrous. A beast like this, hiding in a temple to swindle people out of their incense money and defile innocent women, wasn't fit to be called human. Betraying nothing, I reached over and patted a few loafers I was on decent enough terms with, signaling them to follow me to an empty corner off to the side. Lowering my voice, my tone carrying a hint of enticement, I said, "Brothers, want to make a quick buck to spend?" As I said it, I shot a sidelong glance at Bucktooth F.A. Bucktooth F.A. instantly read the hint. If he didn't play along obediently today, once we got back to the production team, I had plenty of ways to deal with him. He immediately leaned in, his face fawning yet earnest, his sleazy expression paired with exaggerated posturing, the spitting image of the traitor Captain Jia from film and TV. "Yeah, I want in so bad, Brother Chong. Are we robbing or stealing? I'm totally reliable. I'll keep watch for you. There won't be the slightest slip-up." I lifted my foot and lightly kicked him aside, scolding him under my breath in exasperation. "What stealing? What robbing? Clean up your mouth. This money's from a legit source." Hearing it was a legitimate channel that could still make money, the other loafers instantly perked up and crowded around. "Chong, hurry up and tell us what channel? As long as we can make money, we'll even rob the rich." "Don't put it so ugly. We're robbing the rich to help the poor. We're fighting the landlords." Every one of these loafers was a beast, without the slightest scruple in their hearts, most fond of taking shortcuts and bullying the weak with force. I sighed inwardly. Hanging around this bunch of hooligans, it seemed my moral bottom line still had room to sink further. I raised my hand and pointed at the fat monk, still grappling with the two Taoists, my expression grim. "See that fat bald donkey? Stuffed to the gills, face slick with grease, living even cushier than the commune director. He's definitely got a stash of ill-gotten wealth. In a bit, do exactly as I say. Whether we eat meat and drink soup today all comes down to this one shot." With me leading the way and providing backing, plus a cut of the spoils, this gang of loafers naturally had no objection whatsoever. They instantly cracked their knuckles, eyes shining, just waiting for my order. I took a deep breath and suddenly let out a thunderous bellow, my voice earth-shaking. "Bald donkey, you actually dare to openly practice feudal superstition in the Red Star production team. You plainly don't take us lower-middle poor peasants seriously at all." The sudden, stern roar startled every villager on the scene. They all whipped their heads around to look at me in unison. I strode over fast, in a few quick steps rushing right up to the three grapplers. Cleanly and decisively, I kicked the two still brawling Taoists apart, reached out, grabbed the fat monk by his collar, and delivered 2 heavy, powerful slaps across his face. With my physique enhanced by the system, the force was ferocious. The crisp crack of the slaps rang out across the entire courtyard. The fat monk was instantly slapped into a ringing head and blackened vision, dazed on the spot, unable to react for the longest time. In the instant the monk was stunned, Bucktooth Fa immediately leaped out, acting his heart out, sobbing with tears and snot everywhere. "Brother Chong, you've got to get justice for me. It was this thieving Baldy. While my granny went to the temple to worship the Buddha and burn incense, he defiled my granny's honor. My granny suffered such an unspeakable disgrace that she grew despondent and died with her grievance unavenged. I immediately put on a furious face and scolded sternly, cowing the whole crowd. You brazen, audacious thieving Baldy, wearing the skin of a man of the cloth while doing such filthy, base, despicable things. Heaven itself cannot tolerate it. Today I'll haul you before the Bodhisattva and interrogate you publicly for every one of your sins." I raised my hand and gave a signal. The 2 loafers who'd long been standing by immediately stepped up, one on each side, pinning down the monk's shoulders in a death grip, ready to haul him off. These few were notorious tough characters in the production team. No one in the countryside dared to provoke them. Though the villagers present were baffled, not a single one dared to step forward and speak up for this outsider monk. The fat monk, pinned down fast, finally came to his senses. Flushing crimson with panic, he wildly cried his innocence. "Nonsense. Utter nonsense. How old is your granny? Am I mad, or an idiot, that I'd do such an absurd thing? You're slandering me." Bucktooth Fa gave him no chance to defend himself. He suddenly rushed forward and viciously kicked the monk in the crotch. "You beast. You dare do it, but not own up to it. Before my granny died, she made a point of telling me, it was you. The missing widow Nyo, you took her too." The moment the words "widow Nyo" came out, every villager on the scene went pale in an instant. In the villages under the Red Star Commune's jurisdiction, 2 young, pretty widows had gone missing one after another, the most famous of them being Widow Nyo. The 2 disappearance cases had caused a huge uproar, and not the slightest clue had ever turned up. It had become an unsolved mystery hanging over everyone's minds. If what Bucktooth Fa said was true, then this monk wasn't merely corrupting public morals. He was implicated in playing fast and loose with human lives, and death would be too good for him. The fat monk, who'd been arrogantly crying innocence, went visibly ghastly pale, panic and terror flashing rapidly across his eyes. He even began to stammer. You're talking nonsense. Slandering me. What widow Nyo? This humble monk doesn't know her at all." I took in every bit of his panicked expression, and a rough picture instantly formed in my mind. This damned Baldy was 9 times out of 10 genuinely tangled up in those 2 widow disappearances. It seemed the crimes dug up in the later crackdown were merely the tip of the iceberg. The sins this beast hid in the shadows were far filthier and more vicious than what had been reported. Toward a beast like this, doing evil while wearing human skin, I felt not the slightest mercy anymore. I gathered my strength and drove a fist hard into the monk's face, the force ferocious. One punch rolled his eyes back and knocked him out cold on the spot. I swept my hand grandly, my tone sharp, and issued a loud order. "Everyone follow me. To the monk's temple, to rescue Widow Nyo. If she's alive, we find the person. If she's dead, we find the body." Normally, when it came to getting this gang of loafers to go work the fields and earn work points, every one of them dawdled and dragged, moaning like they were dying, grudging even one extra step. But the moment you sent them to smash, loot, and ransack, each of them instantly turned lively and spirited, whooping and hollering, seemingly with boundless energy. I rode the 28-incher up front, moving at no slow pace, while behind me the gang of loafers ran full tilt, legs pumping. And they actually kept right up, not falling behind one bit. Racing all the way to the depths of a mountain hollow, a secluded little temple abruptly appeared before us. The temple wasn't large, a tile-roofed structure built of gray brick, its paint half-worn, clean and tidy. The layout was simple, a main hall in the center enshrining the deity's statue, with a few side rooms adjoining on either side, secluded and hidden. I brought the bike to a stop and propped up the 28-incher. The gang of loafers arrived one after another, panting, drenched in sweat, yet every one of them wide-eyed and eager. With 7 or 8 of us gathered, I swept my hand grandly. "Search it for me. Turn up every bit of ill-gotten wealth this dead Baldy swindled and cheated out of people." As the words fell, I made straight for the most spacious side room. This room had the best location, the most light, and the largest layout. No need to think twice. It was definitely the thieving Baldy's master bedroom, and 9 times out of 10 the valuable goods were hidden inside. The wooden door was fastened with an old iron lock. I gave the door panel a savage kick. With a resounding crash, the old wooden door burst open, the iron lock snapping clean off, revealing the scene within. I sucked in a cold breath. Wow. From the outside, this room looked like an utterly unremarkable earthen hut, but inside it was a whole different world, absurdly luxurious. In these times, country farmhouses uniformly had hard-packed dirt floors, but this monk's bedroom not only had gray brick interior walls, the floor was covered in wood planking. His living conditions were better than the vast majority of cadres. The room held a solid wood wardrobe, an exquisite wooden table, and a wooden bed made up with satin bedding. Without a word, I led the gang of loafers charging into the room and immediately began rummaging through everything, searching all over. Desk and chair drawers, the false compartments of the wardrobe, the corners under the bed, every spot that could possibly hide something got searched one by one. I reached into the false lining of the wardrobe's clothing, and my fingertips instantly touched a thick, stiff wad of banknotes. My eyes rolled, and betraying nothing, I didn't take it out to show off. While everyone was busy at their own tasks and no one was paying attention, a flick of thought, and I stashed the wad of cash straight into my storage space. At that moment, a loafer beside me suddenly let out a delighted shout, his voice trembling. Gold! There's gold here. Gold bracelets, gold rings, so much gold jewelry. A flash of delight crossed my eyes. I hadn't expected this baldy to be so loaded. I quickly stepped over, snatched up all the gold pieces, and casually dumped them all into an exquisite wooden vanity box on the table. What are you all crowding around gawking for? Hurry up and keep searching. Nobody's allowed to pocket anything on the side. Everything we find today gets distributed together. We all get rich together. Anyone who dares to secretly stash some loot and gets caught by me can forget about getting a single cent. At my bark, no one dared slack off, and they hurriedly scattered to keep hunting. A moment later, another excited yell exploded across the scene. Watches. There are 3 watches here, and a jade pendant, and lots of loose change and receipts. We're rich. We're really rich. I inwardly cursed my luck. I'd really gotten shortchanged. Had I known this room held so much hard currency, I should have come sneaking over alone at night and hogged it all. So much sweeter. But at least that wad of great unity bills had gone into my space, several hundred yuan at least, so it wasn't a wasted trip. I suppressed my regret, stepped up, and grabbed all the watches, the jade pendant, and the loose change and receipts, dumping them together into the vanity box. Keep searching. Turn this room upside down. There's definitely more hidden loot. Find it all, convert it to cash, split it evenly, and everybody strikes it rich. The loafers of these times were downright professionals at ransacking houses and rooting out loot. From their school days, they'd often been led by teachers to ransack landlords' old mansions. So they knew exactly which households hid money, what tricks they used, and where, all of it, inside out. After the exposed cabinets and chests had been searched clean, everyone immediately switched tactics, taking wooden sticks and rapping across the floor and walls one section at a time. Solid spots gave a dull, heavy thud. Hollow ones rang out empty and crisp. You could tell the difference the moment you heard it. Soon, a loafer crouching in a corner rapped the floor a few times, then jerked his head up in wild delight. Hollow. This patch of floor is hollow. There's definitely something underneath. Everyone shoved aside the small wooden cabinet against the wall, and there on the floorboards beneath it was a blackened iron pull ring. Its surface was greasy with a worn patina, smooth and shiny. Clearly something opened and closed often. I immediately stepped up and quickly called out names. Shunzi, Haizi, you 2 go stand guard outside the temple gate right now. Don't let any outsiders barge in. If there's some real treasure down below, us brothers eat our fill first. The gang of loafers was thrilled to hear it. Chong, you really know how to handle things. We'll guard that gate to the death. Won't let a single fly buzz in. Someone with sharp ears suddenly leaned close to the floor, his face turning a bit pale. Something's off. Listen, it sounds like someone's crying for help down there. It's a woman. Holy crap, that's spooky. It couldn't be some filthy thing from the mountains, could it? The whole gang of loafers instantly got the creeps, instinctively backing up half a step. I cursed outright, tamping down everyone's panic. Quit your goddamn wild imagining. I've never believed in any filthy things. 8-1, that's the missing widow Nyo down there. You've never read Water Margin? Even in the old days, there were evil monks who dug secret cellars to hide women and do their filthy business. As I spoke, I grabbed the iron ring and yanked it hard. The floorboard lifted, revealing a pitch-black expanse below, deep, dark, cold, and dank. Help! Is anyone there? Help! The cries for help from the bottom of the cellar came through clearly all at once. Urgent and feeble, laced with boundless despair. I hollered down irritably. Yell all you want, but knock it off for now. You're yelling till my head hurts. Cowed by my snarl, the cries for help instantly stopped, leaving only faint, halting sobs that made your heart ache to hear. I lit a kerosene lamp, stepped onto the sturdy wooden ladder, and descended step by step. The lamplight swept across the full picture of the cellar. It was appalling. The cellar was cramped and damp, the air foul and pungent. Two women, not a stitch on them, were shackled fast with cold iron chains to wooden posts in the corner. Sensing someone had entered, the two hurriedly curled up their bodies and raised their arms to cover themselves, their eyes full of terror and shame. I held up the lamp and leaned in to get a clear look, my tone tinged with a bit of impatience. Cover up for what? Looking like you do right now, filthier than pigs. I couldn't care less to look. That said, I lifted my head and shouted up toward the top of the cellar. Damn it. Hurry up and toss down 2 sets of clothes. There are 2 widows down here. Oh, and throw down the key from the vanity box while you're at it. The loafers up top instantly got interested and heckled with jeers. Chong, don't be in such a rush to come up. You've finally lucked into it. You want to get your fill of fun first before you come out. I cursed back on the spot. Screw you clowns. These 2 dames are uglier than your own sallow-faced wives at home. Quit the nonsense and hurry up and throw down the clothes. Before long, 2 loose-fitting monk's robes and a ring of keys were tossed down. I casually threw them to the 2 shivering women. Couldn't be bothered to say another word, turned, and climbed back up the wooden ladder. The moment I climbed out, I frowned and waved my hand. Ugh, stinks to high heaven. It's not even a place fit for humans. Eating, drinking, and relieving themselves all crammed into one spot, just like a cesspit. Don't stand around dazed. Search every other room in this temple thoroughly for me. The gang of rascals responded at once and scattered to search again. Meanwhile, outside the little temple in the mountain hollow, villagers who'd heard the news kept gathering, more and more of them, densely packed in a great ring, every face wearing anger and curiosity. Dead center, Bucktooth F.A. and another small-time rascal were pushing a wooden handcart. The flower monk who'd been knocked out earlier trussed up like a dumpling with hemp rope, slumped on the cart and whimpering. I dragged the 2 widows, now in monk's robes, trying to cover themselves, out of the side room and pushed them to the center of the clearing. Taking a deep breath, I hollered at the top of my lungs. Folks, everybody take a look. These 2 dames are Widow Nyo and Widow Chun, who went missing a while back. They never wandered off at all. They've been locked in the cellar by this evil monk the whole time. With the truth laid bare before them, the onlooking villagers instantly erupted. A tidal wave of furious curses rose one after another. Some cursed him as debauched and immoral, wearing the skin of a monk while doing deeds worse than a pig or dog. Some cursed him for playing at gods and ghosts to swindle incense money and fleece the poor. Some cursed him for imprisoning respectable women, saying he deserved to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. The villagers, their resentment long pent up, grew angrier the more they talked. A few bold loafers took the lead in stirring things up. A thieving baldy like this is nothing but a menace to keep around. Just beat him to death and be done with it. Rid the people of a scourge. This evil monk has to die today. Before the words had even faded, the gang of loafers rushed forward first, fists and feet flying. The villagers, their anger long bottled up, could restrain themselves no longer and swarmed forward in a rush. Fists, stones, sticks, shoe soles, all rained down on the flower monk. No one showed mercy. Everyone wanted to vent their rage. They beat him for a solid half hour. Even the commune leaders were alerted before the furious villagers gradually dispersed. The flower monk on the ground had long since been beaten beyond recognition, his clothes in tatters, his whole body caked in mud and blood. He lay stiff and stone still, without so much as another sound. From beyond the crowd came sudden, urgent shouting, accompanied by orderly footsteps. Make way, the commune party secretary is here. The villagers parted to open a path, and the commune party secretary strode into the circle with his attending clerks. One clerk stepped forward and crouched down, checking the flower monk's breathing. His fingertips trembled, and he hurriedly stood up. Secretary, he's not breathing. Stone dead. The commune secretary's expression was steady, not a ripple on it. He merely gave a slight nod. In broad daylight, in the new society, there was still an evil monk this steeped in wickedness hiding out, brutalizing the people, spreading superstition. Death is too good for him. That said, the secretary turned to look at me, his expression softening a bit. Young comrade, I heard along the way that you were the first to catch on to this evil monk's wrongdoings and took the lead in exposing his true face. I reined in my usual roguishness, adopting an extremely humble posture, a modest and gentle smile on my face. The tone struck just right. Reporting to you, leader, this thieving baldy came to our brigade to play at gods and ghosts and push feudal superstition in a big way. As the brigade's poor peasant representative, stamping out crooked and evil trends is part of my duty. I absolutely couldn't stand by and do nothing. The secretary was very pleased. He reached out and patted my shoulder, his approval especially evident. Well done. A poor peasant representative of the new era should be just like you, daring to fight, daring to charge, firm in your stance. The Commune's Lower Middle Peasants Association has just finished being set up. This is precisely the time when we're short on hands and need to hold up role models. In a while, your brigade will hold a big meeting to establish the Brigade Poor Peasants Association. I have high hopes for you. Keep up the good work. I seized the moment to flash a deferential, sycophantic grin, my attitude sincere and humble. Thank you, Secretary, for your patronage. From now on, I'll definitely follow the organization closely, seek instructions in the morning and report back in the evening, and unconditionally obey your every directive. I knew full well that for at least 6 or 7 years, the Poor Peasants Association was a genuine power organ at the grassroots level, its status extremely high. The Brigade Poor Peasants Association chairman even had the standing to stand toe-to-toe with the brigade leader. The management of the educated youth station, the academic affairs of the village school, the village's commercial activities, the commune members' medical coordination, the brigade's distribution of supplies. The Poor Peasants Association had the power to participate directly in decision-making on all of it. Even if I couldn't land the top post, just becoming vice chairman would be enough to let me swagger around the entire Red Star Brigade, with no one daring to provoke me. An hour later, I returned with my core gang of loafers to the rundown old temple of the Red Star Brigade. On the wooden table in the temple lay the ill-gotten wealth ransacked from the monk's temple. Counting me, 5 of us were qualified to stay and take part in splitting the loot, all veteran loafers with solid footing, connections, and standing. I gave the goods on the table a glance and laid down the rules. There's over 200 yuan in cash altogether. We split it evenly into 7 shares. Us 5 core guys get 1 share each, and the remaining 2 shares go to those outside. As for the hard goods, the 3 watches, the gold rings, and the jade pendant, we split them into 5 lots, and each of us picks a lot. And this gold bracelet, I'll hold on to it first. Once I convert it to cash, I'll split off a little something for you. No sooner had the words left my mouth than 3 quick-handed loafers instantly made their move, each snatching up a watch, absurdly fast. The one left without a watch didn't hesitate either, immediately grabbing the gold rings into his hand. Holy crap, you dogs are way too quick on the draw. Didn't leave me a drop of soup. I put on a show of grumbling and cursing, a look of reluctance on my face, as I tucked that smooth, warm jade pendant into my breast pocket, while secretly gloating inside. If this jade pendant was genuine, its value would definitely far exceed that of the 3 watches and the gold rings combined. Take the gamble, worth every bit. As for the gold bracelet, I'd held back for the time being. I had no intention of ever bringing it out to divide. Once I became Poor Peasants Association chairman, if any fool without eyes dared bring it up, watch me make his life hell. Back in my rented flat in the modern era, I sat with one leg crossed over the other, humming a little tune, carefully tallying up this trip's haul. The first thing in hand was that hefty gold bracelet, at least 20 or 30 grams. Even though old gold from the 70s wasn't as pure as modern fine gold, at today's market gold price, unloading it would fetch at least 10 or 20,000. Next came a stack of crisp, brand new Great Unity bills, still carrying a faint scent of ink, consecutively numbered new notes, a full 50 of them, adding up to a whopping 500 yuan. TSK. That thieving baldy usually looked so respectable, yet secretly he'd squirreled away this much loot, hidden deep. But now it was all good. All this ill-gotten wealth now bore the surname Wang. The cleverest part of all was that flower monk being beaten to death by the enraged villagers. Dead men square no accounts, and with no witness left to testify, there'd be no trouble down the line whatsoever. Simply marvelous. On top of that, there were another 37 yuan in cash. 5 was the gambling debt Zhang Guoquan had repaid, and the remaining 32 was my split of the incense money from ransacking the temple. All the old money from the 70s added up to a full 537 yuan in the Red Star production team. That was absolutely a staggering fortune. Even my deadbeat old man, the production team leader, probably couldn't cough up that much cash. From today on, I, Wang Chong, was the richest man in Red Star production team number 2. Add the 3,000 plus in modern savings sitting in my phone's WeChat, and I was obscenely loaded. In great spirits, I just headed out, found a little sidewalk eatery, and took a seat. I made a point of finding one with air conditioning, willing to pay an extra yuan or 2. No biggie for a big shot like me. Ice-cold beer paired with a rich, savory rice and topping bowl, a bite of food, a sip of beer. I ate in total ease and comfort. This life was just the best. Nothing to do. And in the modern era, I ate and drank like a king. Back in the 70s, I was a village tyrant. Huh, that even rhymes. I really am a talent. Living it up on both ends, comfortable on both ends. Full in content, I didn't rush to travel back. Instead, I made straight for the farmer's market. Since I planned to raise chickens at home for extra income, half-grown weaned chicks were the best value for the money. Chicks weighing about a gene went for 10-odd yuan each, already vaccinated so no fear of foul plague, with an extremely high survival rate. Once I'd picked them out, I packed up 6 sturdy weaned chicks and put them in a cardboard box with holes punched in it. Back in the 70s, there was now a box of live chicks on the rear rack of the 28-incher. Out on the field ridge, Wang Defa, who was leading a group of commune members digging an irrigation ditch, spotted the familiar 28-incher returning to the village from a distance. He immediately dropped his hoe and, barefoot, came sprinting frantically toward me. The moment he got close, he couldn't be bothered to ask anything else. All his heart and mind went to fretting over the team's precious bicycle, and he launched right into his grumbling. Oh, good heavens above. Do you even know how to ride a bike or not, you kid? Just look at this thing. Look how you've ruined it. His nagging droned on like a buzzing fly, grating on my nerves. Too lazy to argue, I just let go of the handlebars and shoved the whole bike into his hands. All right, quit your yapping. A grown man, naggier than my own grandma. It's enough to give a person a headache. That said, I untied the hemp rope securing the cardboard box, hoisted it up, and headed home. Only then did Wang Defa notice the box in my hands. Little air holes cut in its sides, a few fuzzy little chicken heads poking out now and then, chirping and cheeping. At that moment, the expression on his face was priceless to the extreme. Bewilderment, shock, and confusion surged up in turns. He was utterly baffled, even doubting his own eyes. Could the ancestors be showing their spirit? Or had the sun risen in the west? Since when did that no-good brat Wang Chong understand anything about building up a household? In the past, the moment he had a single cent in hand, the first thing he'd do was blow it all on liquor and cigarettes. How could he possibly be willing to buy chickens? Seeing that I was about to walk off, Wang Defa didn't have time to think it over. Barefoot, he hurried to catch up. Chong, hold on. Let me ask you, where'd you get these chickens? Are you planning to take them home and raise them? The corner of my mouth twisted, a teasing impulse rising in me, and I rolled my eyes, looking at him as if he were an idiot. Raise them? You're kidding. Do I look like the chicken-raising type to you? I bought these chickens to eat. Chickens this half-grown have tender meat, full of fresh flavor, the best-tasting kind. Raise them? I couldn't stand to lower myself to that. The moment the words came out, Wang Defa's heart instantly seized up, tormented as though a dull blade were sawing at his flesh over and over, his brows knitting tightly together. Chong, oh, how can you be so senseless? These chickens are meant to be raised up so they lay eggs. That's a long-term livelihood. Even if you want meat, you've got to wait until they're grown and eat them at holidays and festivals. That's the cost-effective way. Besides, even though Xiaoya and Haiyan have divorced you, what they're carrying in their bellies is your own flesh and blood. If you eat the chickens now, when they've given birth and their bodies are weak, what are you going to use to nurse them back to strength? A few commune members digging the ditch nearby crowded around too, all chiming in with their advice. Chong, you can't just eat these chickens willy-nilly. Keeping them to lay eggs is the proper way to make a living. That's right, eating chickens for no good reason. Isn't that squandering the family fortune? Both your dames have big bellies. There'll be expenses everywhere once the kids are born. If you eat the chickens, what are they and the babies going to eat later? Faced with everyone's persuasion, I still held my neck high, thoroughly self-righteous, not budging one bit. They're chickens I bought myself. I'll eat them however I want. Nobody's business but mine. Then my tone shifted, and I put on a show of earnestness. Dad, to tell you the truth, my eating these chickens is actually all for your own good. Wang Defa's eyes instantly went wide, his face full of disbelief. Utterly stunned with rage, he pointed at himself, his voice trembling. For my own good. I gave a heavy nod, and, with a perfectly straight face, trotted out my twisted logic. You bet. I'm now the brigade's poor peasant representative, and the organization has always taught us, the poorer, the more glorious. As a poor peasant representative, how can I privately raise chickens to get rich? These are capitalist chickens, chickens brimming with sin. As an advanced poor peasant representative, I cannot coexist under the same sky as these sinful chickens. I'm going to pluck their feathers, eat their meat, stew their soup, and utterly root out these sprouts of capitalism. Once this string of twisted logic was out, Wang Defa was so enraged his blood churned. His chest heaved violently, his whole body shook, and he slapped both his thighs, wailing to the heavens. What a sin! What sin have I committed to deserve this? Seeing him about to lose his breath, worked up into a frenzy, I finally reined in my grin, reached out, and patted his back to soothe him. All right, Dad, I was just messing with you. I'm not stupid. How could I possibly eat them all in one go? I'll hand these chickens over to the dames to raise. From now on, all the eggs they lay are mine to eat, and once they're grown, the chicken meat's mine too. One full meal versus meal after meal of it. I can tell the difference. Wang Defa took several deep breaths before he could barely tamp down his anger, then pressed on with one more question. Is what you said the truth? I raised my hand and pointed at Lu Xiaoya, Chun Haiyan, and the others, who were hurrying over not far off. Would I lie? First thing this morning, I sent them out to the fields to dig up loaches, specially to feed the chickens. The simple-minded gal came running over, the smile on her face brilliant beyond words, looking for all the world like a hen that had just laid an egg, clucking and giggling. Staring dopily at the little chicks poking their heads out of the box, she gingerly stroked this one and touched that one, her eyes brimming with joy. Brother Chong, you're so amazing, snatching back 6 whole chickens in one go. That's incredible. I stuck my nose in the air. You bet, snatch the hell out of him. Anybody dares to welch on a debt to me, I'll tear his house down. Everybody stop crowding around. Break it up, you'll scare my chickens, and then I'll come to your houses and grab yours. The onlooking villagers, far from being scared, joined in the fun with grins and jokes. Chong, I've got no chickens at home, just my old lady. If you grab her, that just gives me an excuse to go find myself a new one. Chong, if you don't know how to raise chickens, come to Annie's place. Let your Annie teach you properly. Everyone chatted and laughed, the atmosphere lively and warm. Too lazy to banter back, I led my 5 grinning dames toward home. The production team of the 70s wasn't like in the TV dramas. No going hungry, no long faces. The people of this era were the most pure-hearted and the most easily satisfied. During the farming off-season, they'd gather to chat about everyday life and swap ribald tales, slack off a little at work, and grab some trivial little advantage. Any of it could keep them cheerful for the better part of a day. Just like the 5 dames now following me, every one of them with eyes crinkled in smiles, their whole attention fixed on the chicks poking their heads out of the box, their eyes full of hope for the days ahead. Chun Haiyan, in her raspy, gong-like voice, gave me a rare bit of credit. Chong, you little rascal, you finally amounted to something this time and did something worthwhile. If you ask me, gambling isn't necessarily all bad. Lose money, and you just drag it out and welch and wipe the slate clean. Win money, and you clutch it in your hand. And if all else fails, you go to their door and snatch it back. Haha. Bai Yume, gentle by nature and soft-hearted, felt a vague worry hearing this, and gently spoke up to dissuade her. Isn't it a bit too unscrupulous? Besides, what if Brother Chong gets beaten up by someone? Lu Shouting grinned, a teasing note in her voice as she savored the drama. So he gets beaten, so what? It'd be a perfect chance to borrow someone else's hand to cure him of his gambling itch. If you ask me, the harder the beating the better, so he learns his lesson good. Lu Xiaoya hurriedly tugged at Lu Shouting's arm, signaling her to say less, and smoothly changed the subject. Brother Chong, we worked most of the day today and dug up over 20 gene of loaches and eels, plus we picked up a dozen or so gene of river snails. That's plenty to feed the chickens. We could raise 10 more and still afford to feed them. In a month at most the chickens will be grown and laying eggs, and then we'll be collecting eggs every single day. Ha ha. At the mention of the good days ahead, the smiles on the women's faces could no longer be hidden. Collecting eggs every day? At least 4 or 5 a day, right? Oh my, this life is really something to look forward to. We'll go dig some wild scallions up the mountain and eat fragrant scallion scrambled eggs every day. The simple-minded gal puffed out her little chest, her face full of proud, smug indignation, and earnestly defended me. Humph, just now you were all secretly saying bad things about my brother Chong. My brother Chong is the most amazing of all. He's the best man in the whole world. Nobody gets it. Having a simple-minded gal at home, this kind of emotional value can't be bought with any amount of money. Her genuine, guileless silly talk is worlds better than all those catty, passive-aggressive little schemes. I patted the simple-minded gal on the head and pulled a big oil paper package out of my satchel. Take it. Biscuits, bought specially for you. The simple-minded gal instantly broke into a beaming smile. Another round of clucking giggles, her shoulders twitching with laughter, her face full of disbelieving delight. Are they really biscuits you bought for me? Brother Chong, you're just too good to me. That said, she turned to look at Bai Yume beside her and spoke with innocent candor. Sis, didn't you say before that you wanted to divorce Brother Chong? Hee hee. Once you're divorced from Brother Chong, I'll go get the marriage certificate with him and live our life together. I like Brother Chong the best. Bai Yume didn't reply, but the knit of her brow and her tightly clenched fists showed her heart was anything but calm. Wow, so many different kinds of biscuits. The simple-minded gal's cry of astonishment instantly drew all the dame's eyes over. In the opened oil paper package lay 7 or 8 kinds of exquisite biscuits, all different colors and shapes. Lu Xiaoya, Lu Shouting, Chun Haiyan, and Bai Yume all froze in place, eyes wide as saucers, staring hard at the oil paper package, their eyes filled with utter shock. They were all born and raised in the 70s. The snacks they'd seen growing up could be counted on one hand, and their understanding of biscuits had long been boxed in by the times. In these days, supply and marketing co-ops were short on goods, and non-staple foods were pitifully monotonous. To their eyes, biscuits only existed in the glass jars on the co-op counter, and only two kinds could be seen at holidays and festivals. One was animal crackers, the other a round, thin wafer. And even ordinary biscuits couldn't just be bought with money. You had to have biscuit ration coupons to go with it. And even after saving up enough money and coupons, they were often out of stock. An ordinary household might not get to eat them once in a whole year. Being able to eat two co-op biscuits at a holiday was the greatest of blessings, the most glorious thing in the village. You could brag about it loud enough to drown out everyone else. But the oil paper package in my hand right now completely overturned their understanding. 7 or 8 kinds of modern biscuits, all totally different flavors, dazzling to behold. Golden, crispy milk wafers, sugar-frosted cookies, plump strawberry-filled biscuits, savory soda crackers, plus chocolate biscuits, milk-flavored biscuits, and layer upon crispy layer of mille-feuille biscuits. Pale yellow, cream white, chestnut brown, tender pink, all different styles. The artificial flavoring aroma of high-tech junk food drilled into their nostrils in wave after wave, a sweetness they'd never smelled in all their lives. The 4 women each had their own thoughts, guessing to themselves. Lu Xiaoya was full of confusion. The commune co-op didn't have biscuits like this at all, nor had she ever seen them at the big county store. Where on earth had Chang gotten them? Did he secretly know some big shot in the city, have connections no one else had? Lu Xiaoting was both curious and envious. The once good-for-nothing Chang was becoming more and more unfathomable, and his spending got more lavish each time. Had this gambling dog's luck been that good lately? Chun Haiyan sighed inwardly. Silly Chang had really pulled himself together. If he could keep up the ferocity he'd shown stringing up Zhang Guoquan and beating him, he really could swagger around the Red Star Brigade. Maybe these biscuits were something he'd extorted. Silly Chang was definitely better the fiercer he was. With his name behind me, I could suffer a bit less during the brigade's struggle sessions too. Bai Yumei was all knotted up again. Watching Silly Chang grow more and more capable, her heart was a mix of complicated feelings. If he were like this every day, not getting stinking drunk, bringing things home, I'd definitely be willing to spend my life with him. But from the look of it, he doesn't think anything of me at all. He wants to be with this simple-minded gal. No, I can't let the simple-minded gal go with this bastard. I have to bear this suffering in her place. Whatever filthy ideas he has, let him bring them to me. It's just having a kid, isn't it? I'll just have it. The 4 women's unworldly reactions were all taken in by me, and I felt a secret thrill inside. This was the gap between eras. Ordinary snacks you could find everywhere in the modern day were top-tier rarities in the resource-poor 70s. It was easy to put on a big show. In great spirits, I glanced at the 4 of them, casually picked up a strawberry cream wafer, and held it up to the simple-minded gal's mouth. Open up, have a taste. The simple-minded gal obediently tilted her head up and bit down. One gentle chew and she froze instantly. This was a taste she'd never experienced before. The wafer's layers distinct, crisp on the tongue, melting away with the lightest press. The fine strawberry filling wrapped in rich, creamy fragrance, sweet and clean without being cloying. None of the stiff, dry roughness of the old biscuits. Only the ultimate crisp softness, fruit and cream fragrance intertwined. So good it was stunning. Her eyes shone bright as stars, her face full of delighted surprise, her mouth chewing non-stop, unwilling to swallow away even a bit of the flavor. Then she hurriedly raised her hand, picked up the remaining half of the wafer, and held it out to my mouth, her tone sincere and urgent. Brother Chang, you eat too. It's fresh and sweet, so delicious, just too delicious. I've never eaten such tasty biscuits in my life. I smiled and rubbed her head, opened my mouth and ate it, then deliberately raised my brows, putting on an extremely exaggerated look of satisfaction, my voice slightly raised, purposely tantalizing the 4 dames beside me who were watching wide-eyed. Wow, so delicious. Fragrant and sweet and crispy, a genuine cream strawberry flavor, incredible. Silly gal, put the biscuits away. We'll eat them slowly and make them last. At these words, the 4 women beside me completely lost their composure. All 4 stared blankly at the endless variety of biscuits in the oil paper package, unable to tear their eyes away, their throats bobbing non-stop, drool nearly overflowing. Their craving was hooked to the peak, yet they were too embarrassed to speak up and ask. They knew I wasn't easy to approach, so they could only look pleadingly at the simple-minded gal. Unnerved by their stares, she tilted her head to look at me, timidly tugged at my sleeve, and spoke softly. Brother Chang, could you let my sisters have a little too? Just a little bit. They're always so good to me, really so good to me. I rolled my eyes, grumbling inwardly. Aside from Bai Yumei, who genuinely looked out for the simple-minded gal, The other 3 could hardly be counted as good to her. Good was a stretch, though they weren't exactly awful either. But the simple-minded gal's kind heart was precisely what I liked so much about her. Someone as unscrupulous as me needs a truly good-hearted dame to help me build up some good karma. Deep down I, Wang Chong, actually am willing to be a good man. It's just that in this harsh, unforgiving place, I have to toughen up to protect the dames of my household. Besides, I'm a man who believes in the Tao and the Buddha. How could I possibly be a bad person? The simple-minded gal and the 4 women all looked at me together, every pair of eyes full of anticipation. I felt so content inside. This was exactly how the head of a household should be. Being a Shandong man felt great, but I kept it off my face, speaking slowly and unhurriedly. Silly gal, you handle the dividing however you see fit. These biscuits were bought for you to eat in the first place. Given the go-ahead, the simple-minded gal immediately grew happy and had Lu Xiaoya, Lu shouting, Chun Haiyan, and Bai Yumei step forward one by one, each picking one they liked. Holding these hard-won biscuits, they nibbled tiny bites, their faces full of satisfaction. When it came to her own turn, the simple-minded gal only quietly swallowed her drool, picking up a few crumbs that had fallen in the oil paper package to press to her lips and taste. Then she carefully wrapped up the remaining biscuits and held them out to me, her face all obedient and pleased. Brother Chong, you keep them. Hee hee. Those nasty kids in the village are always trying to trick me out of my food. If you keep them, they won't be able to trick me. Aren't I clever? I patted her head out of habit, my tone offhand. Just hand them to your sister to keep. I don't have the spare time to bother with these trivial little matters. Bai Yumei felt a flush of joy inside and hurriedly stepped forward to take the oil paper package from the simple-minded gal's hands, tucking it away with care. Don't worry, Yulan, sis will keep them safe for you. Whenever you want to eat some, sis will get them for you. Chatting and laughing, they made their way home and carried the chicks to the backyard. Backed against the hillside, with thick wooden fencing already blocking off both sides. All it needed was a bit of trimming with some woven fencing to be a naturally excellent little coop yard. The 5 dames busied themselves, all chatting and laughing. At the thought of collecting eggs every day from now on, of the days looking brighter and brighter, everyone was brimming with energy. I stood off to the side and gave instructions. Work hard, nobody slack off. These loaches and river snails I've got another use for. In a bit, go turn over some soil in the fields and dig up earthworms to feed the chickens. That said, I picked up the bamboo basket full of loaches, eels, and river snails and turned to head out. Making sure no one was around, a flick of thought, and I traveled back to my rented flat in the modern era. I casually stashed the seafood from the basket into my storage space, let out a long yawn, and flopped onto the mattress. I needed to rest up. Tonight I'd go see how Zhang Guoquan was doing. If his condition had improved, I'd ramp up the intensity on him again. If he was still dazed and dopey, a harmless soul-lost village watcher, then I'd turn around and deal with that little punk Zhou Wu. In life and in dealings, you can't wait for trouble to come find you. You've got to predict who the trouble is and beat that trouble half to death first. I fell asleep, and when I opened my eyes again, the lights outside the window were already lit, the city ablaze with brilliance. I got up and headed out to lavishly treat myself, grabbed a dozen ice-cold beers, a carton of Lacoon cigarettes, and finally picked up a pack of betel nut too. It's not like I can't afford it. I've got over 3,000 yuan in my account. Can't I be a little good to myself? I've still got dozens of gene of wild seafood in hand. Selling it off however I like would net me another 500 or 600. Not to mention the 5 capable dames at home, skilled at everything from climbing mountains to wading rivers. No worries about lacking income down the road. As for smoking and drinking being bad for your health, that's how I lived my last life. And didn't I still make it past 80? All I can say is constitutions differ. I, Wang Chong, was born with a body made for tobacco and liquor. As for betel nut, I don't have much of a habit, just an occasional taste. At a little street stall, I added a piping hot mixed grain pancake, a portion of crispy fried chicken wishbones, and a pack of assorted braised meats, essential accompaniments for drinking. Holding my street food fare, gazing at the bustling night scene before me, I was overcome with emotion. This is what living is. This is what life is all about. Back at the rented flat, a flick of thought, light and shadow shifting, and I was back in the 70s. From a distance I could already see the dim yellow lamplight glowing in the house, and at the doorway a small, slight figure looking back and forth, now and then standing on tiptoe to peer toward the village entrance. No need to guess, it was the simple-minded gal. Silly gal, I'm back, I called out, my voice piercing the dusk. The simple-minded gal immediately broke into a foolish grin and trotted over to meet me, her eyes full of joy. Brother Chong, you're back. We've all been waiting for you forever, waiting specially to eat with you. Today we pan-fried little fish, crispy and crunchy, so delicious. Chattering away, She reached out to take the bamboo basket from my hands. When she saw the oil paper package and the bottled beer inside, her eyes went wide instantly, her face full of amazement, and she lowered her voice to mutter, "Brother Chong, did you go buy tasty stuff in your dream again? Is this the pancake we ate last time? Take me along next time too, okay? Hee hee. I really love going to play in your dreams. I definitely won't blab. If my sisters ask, I'll say you bought it at the co-op." The two of us walked home side by side, giggling. Before I'd even stepped through the door, a shrill voice suddenly came from behind, sharp and mean the moment you heard it. "Chong, Chong, have you eaten yet? If not, go eat over at your dad's place. Your dad's been going on about you in front of me all day today, saying you've made something of yourself now." My ear twitched. I recognized it as the voice of my stepmother, Wang Dongying. I reached out and gave the simple-minded gal a push into the house, then stood sideways across the doorway, blocking the door firmly, directly barring the old dame behind me who was trying to follow us in. The Wang Dongying before me looked like she was in her early 40s, yet she was noticeably younger and more refined than the ordinary farm women who worked the fields year-round. Her clothes were smooth and clean, without a single patch on them. Set against my old man Wang Defa's dark, coarse face weathered by wind and frost, and those rough hands calloused thick from years of toil, the contrast was stark. The comfortable, idle life this woman enjoyed was all bought with Wang Defa's labor and the little advantages he skimmed off the production team. All the bitterness Wang Defa ate, all the hardship he endured, went entirely toward Wang Dongying's comfort and dignity. I felt not a shred of pity for Wang Defa, only a chest full of displeasure. Were it not for this selfish, mean-spirited Wang Dongying, all the good fortune and benefits my old man had saved up should have gone to me alone to enjoy. I sneered inwardly. I hadn't even settled accounts with you yet, and here you come delivering yourself right to my door. So focused on dealing with Zhang Guoquan and Zhou Wu, I'd nearly overlooked this vicious woman. Once I've got those two firmly under my thumb, the next one to be reckoned with will be you, Wang Dongying. Wang Dongying, say what you've got to say. I casually blocked the door, leaning against the frame, my tone cold and hard, cutting off her attempt to come inside once more, giving no quarter. You and I aren't that close. No need for your phony concern. Wang Dongying was no pushover either. Treated so coldly by me, her face darkened on the spot. One hand on her hip, the other pointing at my nose. She shrieked and cursed. "Wang Chong, you damned short-lived good-for-nothing. Is this how you talk to your elders? Back in the day, if I hadn't been so kind-hearted, I'd have drowned you in the outhouse pit long ago. You think you'd have lived to now? Don't think I don't know. The money you bought chickens with today was definitely private cash your deadbeat old man slipped you behind my back. Hand over those 6 chickens right now, or I'll make such a scene that your whole household knows no peace." Faced with her shrieking and cursing, my eyes went dark and cold. I sneered, stuck a wrinkled half-cigarette in my mouth and took 2 drags, sucked the ember bright, then tapped off the ash and blew on it twice. Looking at the fiery red cigarette tip, I finally curled my lips into a satisfied, wicked grin. The next second, my face went cold. I suddenly reached out, grabbed her hair, and yanked her forward hard, pressing the fiery red cigarette tip viciously against her cheek. Ah! The shrill, agonized scream exploded, echoing across the whole backwater village. I twitched my nose and even caught a faint whiff of scorched flesh, rather fragrant, actually. Dealing with a vicious woman who threw tantrums and played the shameless card, reasoning with her was a complete waste of breath. As long as I was shameless enough, ruthless enough, and vicious enough, no matter how unruly a shrew, none of them could get the slightest advantage over me. I, Zhang Wei, am the heaven-ordained protagonist of a male lead story. I don't recognize any of those female lead tropes. In my last life, I ended up with my family torn apart. Aside from the scheming of those 2 beasts Zhang Guoquan and Zhou Wu, this vicious stepmother Wang Dongying did no small amount to secretly stir the pot. The few dames clearing away the dishes inside were all dumbfounded and stuck their heads out one after another. Say what you would, Wang Dongying was still an elder, and me pressing a cigarette to her face was filial to an absurd degree. Bayume's heart clenched. She quickly ran out and grabbed my arm, urgently trying to stop me. "Chong, you mustn't. You mustn't. No matter how much you dislike her, she's still your dad's woman. At least think a little of your dad's face." I gave my arm a hard shake, flinging Bayume off, the force in my hand undiminished as I kept a death grip on Wang Dongying's hair and yanked it back. I don't give a damn about anybody's face. That said, I directly shoved the flattened, mangled cigarette but straight into her mouth. "Wang Dongying, screw you. You can't just live a quiet life. No, you had to come provoke me. You believe me or not, I'll dig a pit right now and bury you in the vegetable patch as fertilizer." Wang Dongying, relying on Wang Defa being the production team leader, had always thrown her weight around. She was only ever the one bullying others, never before having seen such a fierce, reckless, life-be-damned approach as mine. Her tantrum-throwing, ground-rolling tricks were utterly useless, and one look at the savage, ferocious, utterly inhuman expression on my face instantly crushed her arrogant bluster to dust. At that moment, the notorious shrew of Red Star Team Number 2 completely caved. Her whole body trembled, her limbs went weak and ice-cold, and she couldn't even stand steady. Press the attack while the enemy's on the run. Having been an old rascal for decades, my eye was sharp, and I saw straight through to the fear in her heart. I hooked a cold smile, gripped her hair to force her face close, my eyes piercing. Wang Dongying, I'll give you one chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake like a good girl, and I'll treat today's business as if it never happened. Otherwise, haha. I turned my head and smiled at the simple-minded gal inside the house, my tone offhand. Silly gal, go get a hoe. Let's plant this old dame in the vegetable patch. The simple-minded gal looked utterly clueless, completely missing the horror in the words, still grinning foolishly, and answered crisply. Okay, Brother Chong. I'll go get it right away. I'm really strong. I know how to dig pits and fill dirt. I'll definitely bury Wang Dongying up nice and good. Threats from anyone else, Wang Dongying could still tough out as empty words. But the simple-minded gal's utterly innocent, guileless look made her skin crawl, chills shooting through her. A simpleton with no sense in her head. What outrageous thing wouldn't she be capable of doing? In that instant, Wang Dongying completely lost it. As if every bone in her body had been drained dry, her legs gave way, and she slid straight down to her knees in the mud, smooth as could be. Oh ho, on your knees already. I grinned and reached out to lightly pat her cheek, full of mockery. Weren't you making quite the scene just now? Where'd all that bluster go? Speak. I abruptly hardened my tone, my voice cold and sharp. I told you to speak. The Wang Dongying of this moment had long lost her nerve, her heart full of terror, wanting only to flee this filial stepson as fast as she could. What did she care about face or dignity anymore? She broke down and wept on the spot, kowtowing over and over. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll never dare again. I narrowed my eyes slightly, savoring her terrified, pleading look, the pent-up resentment of years sweeping clean from my heart. Only after a good while did I casually wave my hand. Scram. If you're not convinced deep down, come find me to settle it any time. I've got plenty of ways to teach you how to be a decent human being. Wang Dongying bobbed her head and bowed, trembling all over. I wouldn't dare. I really wouldn't dare. She braced herself against the ground and got up, but the moment she turned around, the fawning on her face instantly drained away, replaced by pure viciousness. She secretly gritted her teeth, planning to go find someone to deal with me the moment she got back. Before she could finish cursing, a mighty force came from behind. A kick landed on her backside. Wang Dongying pitched forward uncontrollably, stumbling in a little run for a dozen or so steps before barely steadying herself. Did the lot of you see that clearly? With my back to the night, I coldly looked at the dames. From now on, anyone who dares not do as I say, dares to throw a tantrum or get moody with me, I'll deal with you just like I dealt with Wang Dongying. What are you all standing around dazed for? Dish up my food. Behind her came my voice, grinning and cursing. Wang Dongying didn't have the slightest nerve to look back, clutching her backside, holding in a belly full of resentment. She quickly melted into the night. I turned and went inside, pulling the courtyard gate shut behind me. The table was laden with a lavish spread, pan-fried little fish, pancakes, a braised meat platter with peanuts. But all four dames were consumed with worry, brows tightly knit, without the slightest appetite, silently watching my carefree self. Only the simple-minded gal was oblivious, happily cradling half a pancake, eating with her mouth all greasy, sauce smeared at the corner of her lips. She munched away while warmly urging her sisters on. Sis, hurry up and eat, it's so tasty. There's meat too, come on, eat. You're all so silly, refusing to eat something this delicious. I just picked up my beer on my own, a bite of meat and a sip of beer, now and then tossing a few peanuts into my mouth, eating with relish, the very picture of a man without a care in the world. The four dames knit their brows again and again, anxious beyond words and sighed, yet not daring to say much, terrified of misspeaking and setting me off, ending up like Wang Dongying. After much hesitation, it was Chun Haiyan, the most fiery-tempered, who spoke first, her signature Drake-like rasp full of urgency. Chong, you've really landed us in big trouble this time. That Wang Dongying isn't on her own. She has 3 brothers, and one of them is even the militia platoon leader of production team number 5. He'll definitely not let you off. Don't just sit there eating and drinking. Hurry and go find your dad to talk it over, bow your head and apologize, smooth Wang Dongying over, or something's really going to happen. Lu Xiaoya, Lu shouting, and Bai Yumei all chimed in too. Bai Yumei's tone was gentle, full of worry. That's right, Brother Chong. Common folk don't fight officials. A militia platoon leader has men and guns at his command. If he comes to your door, who'd dare help you? Lu shouting agreed. There's no shame in apologizing. If this really blows up, the one who gets hurt is you, and our whole household will be dragged into it. Lu Xiaoya softly urged too. Take everyone's advice. Hurry and go apologize. Put the grudge behind you. Don't stubbornly tough it out and suffer a big loss. They went back and forth, one after another, all of it urging me to lower my head and give in. It grated on my nerves. I suddenly slammed the table, cups and bowls rattling with a crisp clatter. Damn it, have you said enough? Have me go apologize to that thieving hag. Are your brains broken? Anyone who dares say another defeatist word like that to me, I'll pound you to death. So what if her brother's a militia platoon leader? My own uncle is the militia company commander of our whole brigade. Once we've finished eating, I'll go find my uncle. She, Wang Dongying, thinks she's fit to match backers with me, Wang Chong. In these times, no one who could throw their weight around in the countryside was a truly brainless brawler. Anyone who could swagger about had some kind of backer covering for them. Only with a backer behind you have the nerve to be arrogant, the standing to bully others. A rootless nobody of a hooligan, running into a spineless team leader, could at most bully within his own production team, but truly dare to step out of his territory and stir up trouble, and even getting beaten to death or crippled would be for nothing. Hearing that I had a relative this impressive, the women's faces instantly lit up with delight. Bai Yume immediately dropped her persuading tone. Chong, the militia company commander you mentioned is your own uncle? How come I've never heard you mention him? No wonder that at every big meeting, Haiyan and Xiaoya at most take a few scoldings and don't really get beaten. I thought it was on account of your dad's face. So it was your uncle helping our household all along. I lifted my chin, nose in the air, my face full of scorn. What else? With my dad's spineless turtle act, dominated to death by Wang Dongying. What use could he possibly be? Bah, no ambition at all. If I were the production team leader, I wouldn't have to slave away in the fields every day. The team's warehouse would be my personal granary. Take whatever I want, whenever I want. I raised my hand and beckoned to them, my tone domineering. Come over, all of you. Keep me company for some fine drinks. I'm having imported liquor. An hour later, the Wuko warrior, Wang Chong, finally headed out the door, contented, and strolled toward the brigade headquarters. When I'd strolled to not far from my uncle's house, I scanned around left and right, confirmed no one was about, and with a flick of thought pulled 2 red oil paper packages out of my storage space. One of large red dates, one of white granulated sugar, genuine hard currency in these times. Even with your own uncle, the courtesies of human relations still had to be observed. Carrying the gifts, I walked up to my uncle's door. The house was pitch dark inside, as if everyone had long since turned in. Knock, knock, knock. I rapped on the wooden door. Who is it? Knocking on the door this late? A middle-aged woman's voice, tinged with irritation, came from inside, my aunt. Auntie, it's me, Chong. I've got an urgent matter to see Uncle about. The moment she heard it was me, the tone inside instantly grew colder. Your uncle's not home. He went to the commune on official business, hasn't come back yet. Hurry along now. If you've got something, wait a few days till your uncle's back to talk about it. I was a bit thrown, never expected such rotten timing. Wang Dongying's 3 brothers were each a local tyrant, bullying men and women, running roughshod over the countryside with vicious methods. Even in the Red Star Brigade and the commune, they were notorious tough characters that ordinary cadres and villagers dared not provoke. In the whole brigade, precious few could make these 3 brothers rein themselves in. My uncle, the militia company commander, happened to be one of them. In these times, a militia company commander held real armed power at the grassroots and oversaw the brigade's security. If he really got serious about handling a matter, the 3 Wang brothers wouldn't dare not give him face. One-on-one against any single one of them, I, now strong and robust, wasn't the least bit afraid. But the 3 of them banded together, each one vicious, and I really wasn't confident I could tough it out unscathed. And if the 3 beasts had no martial virtue and brought out firearms, I couldn't gamble on their conscience at all. This was a fight I couldn't afford to lose. It wasn't just about my own face. It also concerned the safety of the 5 dames at home. Once I ended up on the losing end, with the vicious temperament of the 3 Wang brothers, there'd likely be no peaceful days ahead. And there was that damned Wang Dongying. If she got to spring up this time, pressing her back down again would be no easy task. Thoughts racing. I could only bite the bullet and tell the truth. Annie, I've stirred up trouble and need Uncle to step in. Will he be back tomorrow? The Anne inside was still full of displeasure, her tone scolding. At holidays and festivals, you never once come to visit your uncle. Now that you've made a mess, suddenly you think of him. Harsh scolding on her lips, but after a moment, a kerosene lamp still flickered on inside. The wooden door creaked open, and my aunt stood in the doorway, her face full of resignation. Speak. What trouble have you gone and stirred up? Let me see if I can step in and mediate first. I'll say the ugly part up front. Just this once, and no next time. Don't count on your uncle to bail you out every time you make trouble. I took the opening to step inside and set the 2 packages of red dates and white sugar dead center on the table. Auntie, I'm afraid this is something you can't smooth over by stepping in. It'll take Uncle coming back himself. Today I led some people and ransacked the evil monk's temple, picked up a bit of money along the way, and bought 6 chickens, planning to take them home to raise for eggs and make a living. But then my stepmother came straight to my door and made a scene, claiming right off that my chickens were hers and trying to snatch them by force. I couldn't stand it, argued with her, and gave her a beating in the process. At these words, my aunt sucked in a cold breath, her expression grave. Wang Dongying's fierce, overbearing ways were known to everyone in the entire Red Star Brigade. What made her even more fearsome were the 3 brothers behind her, banded together, tyrannizing the countryside, avenging the pettiest slight, counted as serious tough characters even in the commune. A family grudge like this had long exceeded an ordinary neighborly dispute. It wasn't something a mere woman like her could mediate at all. My aunt had meant to scold me and drive me out the door, but looking at the nephew before her, thick brows, big eyes, tall and upright of build, and then at the 2 gifts on the table brimming with sincerity, the words she'd been about to say she swallowed back after all. Silent for a moment, my aunt quickly weighed things and made a safe arrangement. Here's what we'll do. First thing tomorrow morning, hurry into the mountains to hide out and lie low for a while. I'll send your cousin to the commune early to find your uncle and tell him what happened. Wait for your uncle to come back and step in to settle it for you. Also, take all those dames of your household with you. Don't leave a single one behind. Those 3 Wong beasts are cruel and cunning. There's no wicked thing they wouldn't do. Oh, and tell your dad to toughen up too. He is a production team leader, after all. My aunt's arrangement was sound enough, and I nodded in agreement. Auntie, I'll do as you say. The 2 of us exchanged a few more courteous words of caution. Then I got up, took my leave, and left. Walking along the country path shrouded in night, the more I thought about it, the more aggrieved I felt, a surge of anger shooting straight to the top of my head. Damn it. I'm a bona fide reincarnator, and yet I have to swallow this kind of humiliating grievance and dodge the sharp edge of 3 old hooligans? Since it was certain the 3 old Wong rascals would come make trouble, I might as well go to their door first and hit them hard. The late autumn mountain village night hung heavy, the evening wind carrying a bone-deep chill as it swept past the bare treetops, letting out a low, keening moan. The whole great mountain was a mass of black, clamped down tight over the tranquil village. Every household had long since put out its lamps, leaving only thick, dense darkness between heaven and earth. Following my childhood memories, treading the uneven, bumpy field ridge paths, I made my way, well acquainted with the route, toward the home of Wang Zhengwo, the eldest of the 3 Wang brothers. In my youth, at holidays and festivals, Wang Defa had dragged me to the Wang household plenty of times to pay New Year respects and give gifts. I remembered exactly where these 3 brothers lived. When I was still a few dozen steps from Wang Zhengwo's house, in a low, mud brick house not far off, a few scattered specks of dim yellow kerosene lamplight leaked out through the cracks in the tattered window paper, faint enough to be swallowed by the night in an instant. In the still of the night, a badly off-key song came drifting over. The voice wasn't loud, but it was wrapped in thick grievance, mixed with suppressed, choked sobs, heavy enough to weigh on the heart to hear. The sun sets over the western hills, red clouds fly, the soldiers finish target practice and return to camp. I hid in the shadow of a roadside tree, softened my steps, and slowly crept over, making out the singer by the faint light. He was a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, wearing a tattered, faded coarse cloth jacket, his hair a messy, withered yellow, his frame hunched, huddled on the stone steps at his own doorway. His eyes were red-rimmed, brimming with tears, his lips trembling non-stop, every lyric sung in broken fragments, the choked sobs nearly drowning out the song. His face was written all over with humiliation and helplessness, clearly full of unwillingness deep down, yet forced to suppress it hard, venting his bottled-up misery through the off-key song. The song drifted intermittently through the night, and from inside the house came several rakish men's voices singing back, their tones flippant and brazen, laced with utter mockery and thuggery. They say our marksmanship's the best. They say our marksmanship ranks number 1. Right after came an explosion of wild, arrogant laughter, especially grating. Haha, Jinhua, tell me, just how's my marksmanship? Damn it, hurry up and praise my outstanding marksmanship. You don't want your man hauled off to prison tomorrow, do you? Speculation and profiteering is a serious crime these days. Get caught, and you'll eat a peanut and lose your head. If I, kind-hearted as I am, hadn't been protecting you 2 all along, your sorry little family would have fallen apart ages ago. The arrogant tirade came from inside the house again, overbearing and domineering. "You useless wretch out there, what are you standing around dazed for? Sing me another one. Sing that sun that never sets on the grasslands, that lush green tune. It suits a spineless wretch like you best. Hurry up and sing louder. Cheer me on good. You don't want to go to prison and suffer, do you?" Hidden in the dark, my pupils contracted, a towering fury surging up inside me. My face was full of shock, my jaw practically dropping. I never would have imagined. It was one thing for this beast Wang Zhengwo to throw his weight around the village day to day, but in private he'd sunk to this depth of vileness, brazenly seizing another man's woman, trampling on someone else's dignity, and forcing the humiliated husband to sit at the door and sing to cheer him on for his amusement. This was no mere local bully, Wang Zhengwo. This was a bottomless, utterly conscienceless Kemita Zhengwo. This was the real beast plaguing the countryside, wreaking havoc on the region, without a shred of conscience in his bones, without a shred of a bottom line, relying purely on brute force to oppress kind-hearted country folk. The savage rage churned in my heart. For a villain like this, even taking his dog's life outright tonight would be enacting justice for heaven, ridding the people of a scourge, not the least bit wrongful. Hidden in the deep shadows of the night, I clenched my jaw and secretly made up my mind to be ruthless. Tonight, I had to give Wang Zhengwo a painful lesson he'd never forget for the rest of his life. First, to clear away future trouble for myself, and second, to vent, on behalf of these long-oppressed folk, a bellyful of resentment pent up for years. The middle-aged man outside didn't dare disobey. Choking back sobs, he adjusted his pitch, and his hoarse, bitter song rose again. In the blue sky the white clouds drift. Beneath the white clouds the horses run. The song was aggrieved and abject, mixed with Wang Zhengwo's unbridled wild laughter and abuse from inside, and the woman's small, irrepressible cries of pain, each sound reaching my ears. Both my fists were clenched tight, veins bulging, the fury in my heart nearly bursting through my chest, wanting nothing more than to kick the door open right then, charge in, and slaughter Wang Zhengwo on the spot. A flick of thought, and I pulled a length of steel water pipe from my storage space, its chills seeping straight into my palm. I quickly calculated. First, quietly step up and knock out this poor wretch, then lure Wang Zhengwo out and utterly cripple this evil-doing village tyrant. But just as I lowered my stance, ready to act, a swaying beam of white flashlight suddenly flickered its way toward me from the distance. Someone had come searching in the dead of night. I stilled every movement, held my breath, and pressed myself deep into the shadows at the corner of the wall. The flashlight beam drew closer and closer, the figure's outline gradually growing clear. Well now, it was actually an old acquaintance. None other than the stepmother I'd dealt with not long ago, Wang Dongying. Wang Dongying looked at the middle-aged man singing tearfully at the doorway, not a trace of surprise on her face, let alone a shred of sympathy. She knew all too well the character of her three brothers, year in and year out bullying the weak, seizing and oppressing the villagers. Filthy business like this they'd long grown accustomed to doing. Big brother, come out quick. I've got something urgent." Wang Zhengwo, in the middle of his wanton pleasure, cut off, roared with impatience. "I'm busy handling business right now. No matter how big the thing is, it can wait. We'll talk tomorrow." Wang Dongying wouldn't back down in the slightest. Standing at the door, she raised her voice, throwing a tantrum with a sob in it. "I've been beaten. You're not going to do anything, is that it? If you won't, then I'll go find second brother and third brother, go find dad, and have them stand up for me." Wang Zhengwo flew into a rage inside, his tone fierce and thuggish. "What? Who's got the guts, the gall of a bear and the nerve of a leopard, to dare beat my sister, Wang Zhengwo's sister? Tired of living? Was it that useless wretch Wang Defa who did it? Tomorrow I'll bring people to his door, make him kneel and apologize to you, and crawl through your legs to beg forgiveness in front of everyone." Wang Dongying's face was full of venom, a vicious glint bursting from her triangular eyes. "It wasn't Wang Defa. It was that son of a bitch Wang Chong who beat me. It was his hand today. Go cripple him for me right now." The door was pulled open, and Wang Zhengwo walked out bare-chested, pulling on a jacket as he came, seething with rage, his face full of savagery. "Wang Chong, that little bastard actually dared to beat you? The kid's really grown some skills, getting bolder and bolder. Here's the plan. First thing tomorrow I'll go to his door, slap him across the face a few times, make him kneel and apologize to you obediently, crawl through your legs, and beg forgiveness." Wang Dongying slapped her thigh hard, resentment surging to the sky. "No, I can't stand it. I want him to get what's coming right now. You go deal with him tonight." Wang Zhengwo lifted his foot and viciously kicked aside the wretch singing at the doorway, snarling sternly. "Get lost. What are you gawking at? You think you're fit to listen in on my family affairs? The middle-aged man scrambled and crawled back into the house, not daring to show his head again. Then Wang Jingwo pulled Wang Dongying aside to a quiet spot, his tone softening a bit, carrying a note of misgiving. Dongying, it's not that your brother doesn't dare go hard on him. That kid Wang Chong I could strangle with one hand. Dealing with him would be a piece of cake. But his uncle is the brigade militia company commander, and he holds real power. We've got to give him a bit of face. We can't push things too far. The way I see it, tomorrow I'll go to his door and teach him a lesson. Make him bow his head and apologize to you, and we'll let this matter pass. That's just about right. Wang Dongying's triangular eyes darted rapidly, a flash of malice crossing them. She clearly wasn't willing to let me off just like that. She glanced at the humiliated household nearby, and a wicked scheme instantly took shape, a vicious smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Big brother, didn't you say before that little bastard Wang Chong was blessed with rotten luck and love, keeping a few pretty dames at home? This is the perfect pretext. Tonight you go straight to his door and beat that kid into total submission. And grab that simple-minded girl back. Bring her home to serve you for a few days. She's just a simpleton, no one to lean on, no one to back her up. No one will oppose you for her sake, and no one will dare breathe a word of gossip. TSK, I've seen that silly girl. Young, tender skin, fresh and pretty. Just looking at her makes your mouth water. A few words of instigation precisely stoked Wang Jingwo's wicked fire. The image of the simple-minded gal's innocent, tender face surfaced in his mind, and he involuntarily swallowed, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes as he slapped his thigh. Fine, let's do it. I'll go to his door tonight and beat Wang Chong into total submission. Haha, maybe that kid's such a coward, scared of trouble, he'll hand over the other dames himself to beg forgiveness. Then you can't blame me for not giving his uncle any face. Only then did Wang Dongying reveal a satisfied, sinister grin. She raised her hand and pointed toward the other side of the village. I won't be going back to Wang Defa's side tonight. I'll go stay a few days at Cousin Chindagan's. If Wang Defa asks, just say I've been spending the nights at your place. Don't give it away. Hidden in the dark, my whole body jolted, my pupils dilating, frozen stiff, a tidal wave of shock crashing through my heart. I never would have imagined that the seemingly mean, money-grubbing stepmother Wang Dongying could be this shameless behind the scenes. She and her cousin Chindagan actually had this kind of illicit affair that couldn't stand the light of day. After the immense shock came a deeper chill surging up all at once. A terrible thought I'd long overlooked shot into my mind in an instant, turning my whole body ice cold. Chindagan, this man, I couldn't know him better. The reason was simple. My half-brother Wang Liang looked and was built almost like he'd been cast from the same mold as Chindagan, and the older he got, the more he resembled him. In my last life, quite a few people in the village had privately gossiped about it, but because Wang Dongying was so strong-willed and the three Wang brothers were so overbearing and protective of their own, no one dared expose it openly. It could only be mentioned in passing as idle talk. But witnessing it with my own eyes tonight, all the speculation was instantly nailed down as fact. Wang Liang was never Wang Defa's biological son at all. He was the bastard child born of Chindagan and Wang Dongying's adultery. All my doubts were fully resolved. No wonder Wang Defa and Wang Dongying's marriage back then had been so awkward. The three Wang brothers had brought her to his door to force the marriage, slandering Wang Defa with having ruined her chastity. It must have been that Wang Dongying was pregnant with a bastard and set a trap for Wang Defa, making him take on this enormous mess, raising someone else's child his whole life. And that still wasn't the most explosive part. Under the night, not far off, Wang Dongying and Wang Jingwo murmured in low voices, their manner intimate and ambiguous, completely beyond the bounds of a normal brother and sister. That sight utterly shattered my worldview. This whole family, truly, when the upper beam isn't straight the lower ones go crooked. To the bone, they were all rotten to the core with filth and malice. I suppressed the shock and rage churning inside, crouched low, and silently retreated, quickly circling around to the path Wang Jingwo had to take to leave the village. Backed against the slope of a field ridge, I lay quietly in wait. Tonight the moonlight was clear and bright, spilling right across the whole little path. Anyone walking by would cast a long, drawn-out shadow that would fall into my line of sight ahead of time, letting me sense someone coming a step early. It was a superb spot for an ambush. I sized up the terrain, extremely satisfied inside. In no more than the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, a glaring white flashlight beam swung up in the distance, drifting leisurely toward me. I immediately snuffed out the cigarette butt and put it away in my storage space, leaving not the slightest trace, gripping the steel pipe tighter and tighter in my hand. The flashlight shone along the path, so bright you couldn't make out the moon's shadow at all. I cursed inwardly. Goddamn Wang Jingwo, you're really courting death. Here I've laid out my perfect ambush, and you actually dare to use a flashlight. Before long, Wang Jingwo came swaggering over with a cigarette in his mouth, a hunting rifle slung on his shoulder, thuggery radiating from his whole body. He hummed a little tune, his mind full of filthy schemes to subdue me and seize the simple-minded gal, paying no attention at all to the figure in the shadows below the slope. I took a deep breath of the night wind, tamped down my restless savagery, crouched low, and soundlessly followed after him. Wang Jingwo swept his flashlight toward the village road in the distance, and the nearer stretch of ground instantly plunged into pitch darkness. Moonlight seized the chance to spill down, stretching his figure thin and long. Right then, every hair on his body stood on end, a chill shooting straight to the crown of his head. He discovered there was another elongated shadow, and that shadow held some kind of weapon in its hand. Who's there? Tired of living? Wang Jingwo's scalp exploded, and he whipped his head around with a fierce shout. This turn of his head scared the very soul out of him. Under the cold, clear moonlight, a ghastly pale, savage, uncanny mask filled his vision, wielding an iron rod and rushing at him, no more than a few steps away. A ghost. There's a ghost. Scared out of his wits, without even a shred of courage to resist, he roared and turned to run. But his speed was nothing at all before my charge. Masked, I accelerated again, and in 2 strides caught up to him as he fled in panic. Thud! A heavy, muffled thump exploded. The steel pipe slammed squarely into the back of his head. Wang Jingwo went rigid all over, like a marionette with its strings cut, his limbs going limp as he collapsed stone-stiff to the ground. I didn't dare delay. I quickly stepped up and switched off the flashlight to keep the light from drawing attention, then stomped a foot down on his head, took the hunting rifle off his shoulder, and stowed it in my storage space. I knew full well that a single blow like this wouldn't take his miserable life. Once he woke up, he'd go on wreaking havoc on the region, go on coming to make trouble for me. I had to buy myself enough buffer time, at least hold out until my uncle got back from the commune. Mind made up, I hesitated no longer. Gripping the steel pipe tight, I swung it with all my strength straight at his right leg. Crack! The crisp snap of bone was especially clear in the night. Along with a shrill, agonized scream, the searing pain jolted the unconscious Wang Jingwo awake outright. His eyes went wide, cold sweat drenching his head, his throat letting out endless pained groans. Before he could gather the strength to open his mouth and curse, the steel pipe in my hand fell again, striking precisely on his other, still intact left leg. The same force, the same sound, another clear snap of bone. This time, the searing pain drained him of every last ounce of strength. His throat rattled, his whole body convulsed violently, unable even to scream, only clutching his legs in a death grip and spasming on the ground. At the thought of Wang Dongying's vicious scheming just now, of how this beast had actually dared to covet the simple-minded gal, the eyes behind my mask grew even colder. The steel pipe in my hand fell once more without mercy, striking at his crotch. The chicken flew and the eggs broke. In an instant, Wang Jingwo's whole body arched up, curling into a shrimp, convulsing violently all over, whimpering in pain, like a run-over cat mewling. Having done all this, I didn't linger for a moment. I turned and hurried away along the path, vanishing into the deep night in a few breaths. A long stretch of time passed before the pain-crippled Wang Jingwo barely regained a shred of control over his limbs. The moment his 2 broken legs shifted even a fraction, dense, needling agony surged from the seams of his bones, as if countless blades were grinding over his flesh and blood again and again, making his whole body tremble uncontrollably. He wanted to open his mouth and cry for help, but his breath jammed in his throat. His once rough, booming voice was like a bag with all the air let out, leaving only faint, hoarse wisps of sound, exactly like a fat pig about to be slaughtered on the chopping block. Heh, heh. His head was groggy and throbbing, his vision blurred, but the situation he was in was not unfamiliar to Wang Jingwo. In all his days of tyrannizing the village, he'd lost count of how many times he'd beaten others into a half-dead state, just like he was now, sprawled on the ground, unable to move, unable even to make a sound to call for help. Today, Wang Jingwo finally tasted this despairing, helpless feeling firsthand. Just then, from the darkness not far off, a black figure furtively poked out and crept over cautiously. Had I been there, I'd have recognized him at a glance. This was the country artist who'd been sitting at the doorway earlier, forced to sing to entertain Wang Jingwo. That useless wretch who took every blow without hitting back, every curse without a word of retort. The wretch crouched low, his steps extremely light, edging little by little to a spot not far from Wang Jingwo's side. The moonlight spilled down, clearly illuminating the wretched scene on the ground. Watching Wang Jingwo's 2 legs contorted, unable to crawl up though he tried, unable to cry out though he tried, the wretch, who'd always worn such a bitter, hate-filled face, finally saw his expression loosen. The corners of his mouth crept up, bearing a mouthful of cold teeth. Under the cold, clear moonlight, his expression was twisted and eerie, especially unnerving. "Brother Wong, you've been beaten? Who's got such nerve, daring to lay hands on you? Are you badly hurt? It's all right, come, let me help you." The man who was usually so silent and reserved was now especially talkative, his cowardice shed away, his manner excessively warm, a long-suppressed savagery and madness hidden in his brow and eyes. Looking at this face both familiar and strange, Wang Jiangwo felt an inexplicable chill all over and shuddered hard without warning. A thick dread rose in his heart, and he instinctively wanted to shrink away. But with both legs broken and unable to exert any force, all he could do was claw desperately at the cold ground with his hands, clumsily inching backward little by little, trying to get away from the man. Watching the once invincible Wang Jiangwo, who'd tyrannized the countryside, now squirming and struggling through the mud to flee for his life like a maggot, the wretch could no longer suppress the hatred in his heart. He tilted his head back and laughed wildly in a low voice, the laughter frenzied yet suppressed, enough to make one's scalp crawl. "Wang Jiangwo, didn't you claim to be the undefeated champion of the whole Red Star Brigade? Weren't you the most mighty, the most domineering? Now you're wriggling around on the ground like a maggot. What's this all about? Come on, don't be scared. Let me help you. Let me help you good." Haha. Amid the frenzied laughter, the wretch raised his hand and unhurriedly began undoing the belt at his waist. Sprawled on the ground, Wang Jiangwo was utterly maddened with rage, his chest heaving violently, fury and terror intertwined. The wretch he'd bullied at will now actually dared to treat him this way, and to hurl insults on top of it. You want to die?" Wang Jiangwo used every ounce of strength to force a few words out from the depths of his throat, his voice hoarse and broken, badly leaking air, audible only within a few steps. The answer he got was a warm stream of water falling down, landing precisely on his face. The warmth, around 37 degrees, drove off the chill of the autumn night, and Wang Jiangwo was so moved that tears, well, something, covered his face. At the same time, the wretch's hair-raising laughter rang out again in the night. "Brother Wang, the night's still young. Tonight I'll be sure to treat you right. Ha ha. Huh. You're hungry? Ha ha. I'll help you right now." As the frenzied words fell, the wretch crouched down. A golden giant python. Once an honest man snaps, he has no bottom line left. There's nothing he won't do. Meanwhile, munching on a box of steaming stinky tofu, I ambled my way home. From a distance I could see a speck of red light flickering bright and dim at the doorway. That blinking red, that was clearly someone crouched in front of my house smoking, 9 times out of 10 a man. My heart lurched. Where would a man come from at my house? Holy crap, did somebody break in and raid my home? That was the first thought that popped into my head. A flick of thought, and I pulled out the rifle I'd confiscated off Wang Jiangwo straight from my storage space, worked the bolt with a crisp clack, and chambered a round. The 7.62mm caliber round gave me plenty of nerve. Damn it, anybody who dares steal my Wang Chong's spring water, even the king of heaven would have to die. I lowered my stance, and under cover of the night, crept over stealthily bit by bit. The man crouched by the threshold with a pipe in his mouth was just raising his hand to gently tap out the pipe bowl when a cold, pitch-black gun muzzle suddenly jammed hard against his forehead. His soul instantly flew off in fright, his whole body trembling violently, his legs going so weak he nearly slumped to the ground, his speech stammering and incoherent. Brother Jiangwo, mercy, the boy's young and doesn't know any better. I'll apologize and make amends on his behalf. Let's talk it out nice and calm. Whatever you do, don't fire the gun." The familiar voice made me start slightly. I leaned in a bit closer and took a careful look by the moonlight. The man before me was no outsider at all. It was clearly my own father, Wang Defa. I figured he'd mistaken me for someone else, thinking it was Wang Jiangwo carrying a gun, come to his door to settle scores. Given Wang Jiangwo's usual overbearing nature, jamming a gun against someone's head was indeed exactly the kind of thing that beast would do. What mildly surprised me was that the ever-cowardly, spineless Wang Defa, with a gun muzzle pressed to his forehead, didn't first plead for his own life to save his skin. Instead, he was still thinking of begging mercy on my behalf. I put away the rifle, slinging it crosswise over my shoulder, my tone carrying a bit of exasperated complaint. "Dad, it's the dead of night. Instead of sleeping in your own house, what are you crouching at my door standing guard for? You scared the daylights out of me. I thought a thief had broken in. If this gun had gone off by accident, you'd have plunged me into unfilial disgrace." Wang Defa raised his hand and patted his chest again and again to steady himself, partly from being scared, and partly moved to death by his own son's filial devotion. A filial son who could jam a Type 56 semi-automatic against his own father's head. You couldn't find a second one in all of China. Truly a filial son of the highest order. Such a dutiful eldest son, Wang Defa simply couldn't bear to blame. Chong, where'd you get this gun? Has word gotten through to your uncle's side? With your uncle mediating, by rights Wang Zhengwo wouldn't dare push things too far. When it comes down to it, it's still me being too useless and spineless, unable to keep that vicious hag Wang Dongying in line. I was in no mood to listen to his endless muttering, nor did I plan to explain where the gun came from. I just wanted to send him on his way. My uncle's away at the commune on business. My aunt's already arranged everything. First thing tomorrow morning, she'll send my cousin to the commune to find my uncle. I'm to go hide in the mountains after daybreak, and everything waits for my uncle to come back and decide. Hearing this, Wang Defa heaved a huge sigh of relief, a look of relieved joy crossing his face. Good, good, good. Just go with your aunt's arrangement. With your uncle the militia company commander backing us, I reckon Wang Zhengwo and his brothers won't dare act recklessly. The words had barely fallen when Wang Defa frowned, instinctively touched his own cheek, sucked in a cold breath, and hissed softly in pain. I saw at a glance the several scratches of varying depth on Wang Defa's face. No need to ask, they were surely clawed out by Wang Dongying in one of her tantrums. It's getting late. Hurry back. I've still got dames to tend to, so I won't keep you. I waved my hand, signaling him to scram. As for the matter of Wang Dongying and Chun Dagon's affair, and Wang Liang not being Wang Defa's biological son, I had no intention of exposing it just yet. Not because I was worried Wang Defa couldn't take it. A man who'd been spineless for half his life. What humiliation couldn't he swallow? He was long used to it. The real reason was that I didn't want to let Wang Dongying off so easily. I definitely had to catch them in the act, humiliate her fiercely in front of the entire production brigade, parade her through the streets with a placard around her neck, nail her once and for all, ruin her reputation completely, and leave her not the slightest room to turn things around and do evil again. Oh, right. And the three Wang brothers, not a single one of them could be let off. Mulling over what came next, I gently pulled the gate open a crack from the inside, and the simple-minded gal's round little head poked out with a foolish grin. Inside, the lamplight was dim and yellow, and 5 pairs of eyes fell on me in unison. All 5 women had left the lights on, waiting all along for me to make it home safe. Looking at these 5 figures gazing over at me together, a quiet warmth stirred in my heart. People, in the end, are slaves to their feelings. To have someone waiting, someone worrying, when you come home, this steady, secure feeling made even a beast like me a little intoxicated. I stepped forward, scooped up the sweet, clingy, simple-minded gal in one arm, and with the other swept Chun Haiyan into my embrace too. All right, everyone stop standing around dazed. Get inside and go to sleep. Just a little matter, sorted out ages ago. My uncle is the brigade militia company commander, holds real power. Anyone who dares oppose me, Wang Chong, must be craving a peanut. Easy words on my lips, but the resolve in my heart grew ever firmer. The 3 Wang brothers had wreaked havoc on the countryside for years, committing countless evils. This time they'd crossed me, and I had to utterly cripple these 3 scourges, wiping out the trouble for good. There can be only one village tyrant who bullies men and women in the Red Star Brigade, and that's me, Wang Chong. What Zhang Wuquan, what Wang Zhengwo, every one of them had damn well better tuck their tails between their legs and behave. The night quietly receded, the horizon paling into fish-belly white, and the whole mountain village fully awoke. In the production teams of the 70s, there was no such thing as sleeping in. Every household kept the rule of rising with the sun to work. At the first faint light, footsteps, shouts, and the light clatter of farm tools rang out at the village entrance. Kitchen smoke curling up, the plain, lively rustic warmth rushing at you. Over at Red Star Team Number 6, there was even earlier commotion. An early rising old woman, carrying a shoulder pole and wooden buckets to fetch water from the river, had just reached the little path at the village entrance when her feet suddenly halted. Clang! The wooden buckets and shoulder pole both slipped from her hands and dropped to the ground, kicking up dust. Right after, a shrill, terrified scream tore through the morning quiet. Murder! Murder! Someone's dead. This scream had tremendous carrying power, jolting awake every household in Team Number 6. Doors swung open one after another, villagers throwing on clothes and shoes and rushing out. The half-awake Team Number 6 instantly boiled over with voices. No one had imagined that overnight, Wang Zhengwo, who tyrannized Team Number 6 for years, had actually met a gruesome death on the little path at the village entrance. Meanwhile, over at Red Star Team Number 2, all was peaceful and serene, not the least bit touched by the panic in Team Number 6. I'd risen early with my 5 dames. The whole family hurriedly finished breakfast, packed up their mountain-going gear, and headed straight for the back mountain. Even with Wang Zhengwo crippled, the storm still had to be waited out. I, Wang Chong, timid as a mouse, had even fled into the mountains. Who would ever guess that Wang Jiangwo's legs were broken by me? In front of these 5 women, I cared a great deal about saving face. I didn't breathe a single word about hiding from enemies or waiting for my uncle to return, just tossing out a casual excuse. Winter was nearly here, the mountain goods would soon be gone, so while the weather was fair, we'd head into the mountains and gather more to stock up for the cold months. Our group walked with a light step, quickly entering the deep, tranquil mountain forest, leaving the village's turmoil and clamor far behind. Over in Team 6 next door, everything had already boiled into chaos over Wang Jiangwo's gruesome death. Villagers rushed about in panic, cadres hurried to the scene. But deep in the mountains, all was peaceful and serene. Several thick burlap sacks were laid out neatly on the ground. I lounged lazily against a tree trunk, my posture loose and at ease, looking nothing like someone who'd come to labor in the mountains, more like I was out on a spring outing. Blue sky, white clouds, crisp high air, a fresh breeze scattering the autumn dryness and carrying a refreshing coolness. On the open patch of ground nearby, a few stones were stacked into a makeshift stove, holding a gleaming aluminum pot. Clear water rolled and bubbled inside, gurgling away. Holding a coarse porcelain bowl of tea, I brought it to my lips and slurped a big, satisfying sip, my brows and eyes relaxed, utterly content. Every now and then I'd holler out a few times, with a touch of lazy prodding. None of you slack off or dawdle. I've already dug up 2 big yams myself. The whole lot of you, get moving, chop chop. Really, not a single one of you is any use. Hearing this, my dames still patiently searched the shrubland for mountain goods, every so often turning their heads to glance at me, lounging and resting in the tree's shade. Even Chun Haiyan, who usually loved most to contradict me, had lost every trace of her sharp temper now, an unhidden tenderness lurking in her eyes. Lu Xiaoya, her belly big with child, picked up chinkapin chestnuts with a pair of tongs while turning her head to tease Chen Haiyan. Haiyan, what are you grinning to yourself about? I see you keep sneaking peeks at Brother Chong. Don't tell me you've fallen for foolish Chong. The light-hearted joke made the mood in the forest even merrier. Chen Haiyan's cheeks instantly flushed red. She hurriedly turned her head away to defend herself, her tone carrying a bit of awkwardness. Nonsense. Just some idle, good-for-nothing bum, loafing and skiving all day long. What's there worth liking about him? I was only thinking about lunch. Foolish Chong brought rice, oil, and salt, dug up 2 yams, gathered some mabian bamboo shoots, and we've got wood ear, shiitake, and chinkapins too. We'll definitely eat well in a bit. 3 meals a day, food and drink aplenty. This kind of free, settled life. In the past, I wouldn't have dared even dream of it. I never imagined that working in the mountains could actually feel like being at home. Free and easy, warm and content. Lu Xiaoya felt the same deeply. She nodded, unable to resist turning her head again, her gaze falling softly on me in the tree's shade. At that moment, a crumpled cigarette dangled crookedly from the corner of my mouth as I pinched a small cloth bag, head bowed, pouring rice into the steaming aluminum pot. The mountain breeze drifted by, ruffling the stray hair on my forehead. Sunlight filtered through the treetops, casting dappled light and shadow, falling gently on the side of my face. Those strong, handsome brows and eyes, that lazy, carefree posture, set against the quiet autumn forest scenery. The picture was inexplicably good-looking. Lu Xiaoya watched, slightly dazed, a softness spreading through her heart. Yes, this was what home felt like. No matter where she was, as long as this man was by her side, anywhere was home for her, Lu Xiaoya. So what if they were already divorced? She carried his child in her belly. In this life, she was, after all, a person of the Wang family, Wang Chong's woman. Beside her, Chun Haiyan watched Lu Xiaoya's dreamy, foolish, tenderness-filled expression and couldn't help letting out a soft sigh. It was hopeless. This girl was probably truly under that bastard's spell. Not far off, Bai Yume pricked up her ears, listening to the 2 of them chat, and a shade of worry unconsciously crept onto her face. She understood clearly in her heart. Though both Chun Haiyan and Lu Xiaoya had divorced me, both carried my flesh and blood in their bellies. With children tying them down, they had nothing to fear, ample reason to stay and live in the Wang household. But she, Bai Yume, was different. I'd said plainly I wanted to divorce her. Once they truly split, she'd have nothing to lean on, nowhere to go. In her belly, there was no child of mine. No, I absolutely can't lose to Chen Haiyan and Lu Xiaoya. Even if divorce is unavoidable in the end, I have to get pregnant with Wang Chong's child before it happens, to leave myself a way out. Bai Yume quietly lifted her eyes toward me, lounging beneath the tree, and started scheming her little plans. Don't be fooled by how venomous my mouth usually is, cursing people at the drop of a hat, occasionally drinking hard and throwing tantrums, and fond of fooling around at night. Still, my family's assets and backing were top tier in the whole Red Star Brigade. My own father was the production team leader. Spineless, yes, but holding the power to arrange farm work. My own uncle was the brigade militia company commander, in charge of public security and the militia, with both men and guns. The Wang family lived in one of the finest two-story tile-roofed houses in the village, spacious and respectable, a world apart from those drafty mud and thatch huts. Even more precious was that I was growing more and more capable these days, and life was visibly improving. Before, when those women earned money, I'd take it and go buy sweet potato liquor to drink. Now that I'd gained real skills, I drank beer even the cadres couldn't bear to buy, and brought meat home. This kind of life felt like soaking in a honey jar every day. Bai Yume even silently prayed that I'd keep going this smoothly, win more money at the gambling table, and steadily hold on to these good days. Not far away, Lu Shouting, her eyes crafty and shrewd, had all her attention fixed on the brand-new Liberation shoes on the simple-minded gal's feet, an unhidden envy in her gaze. Brand-new Liberation shoes, sturdy and comfortable. In all of Red Star Team 2, you could count on one hand the people who got to wear them. Foolish gal, these new shoes of yours are really nice. They must be super comfortable to wear, huh? Lu Shouting leaned in, her tone ingratiating. Lend them to me to wear for a bit, will you? Just a little while. The simple-minded gal hurriedly clamped her feet tightly together and shook her head hard, guarding them for dear life. No, Brother Chang bought these specially just for me. I won't let anyone else wear them. Lu Shouting wasn't willing to give up. She reached out and gently shook the gal's arm, wheedling and pestering. Foolish gal, you've already got 2 pairs of new shoes. 1 pair won't make a difference. Just lend them to me. Look at me, and look at your sister. We're both wearing busted-up straw sandals, our toes poking right out. As she spoke, Lu Shouting lifted her foot to show off those tattered straw sandals, split at the edges with her toes sticking out. Or how about you go tell Brother Chang to buy me a pair too? All right. Brother Chang dotes on you most. You're his precious little darling. If you ask, he'll surely say yes. Buttered up like this, the simple-hearted gal was instantly so pleased she couldn't find north, her brows and eyes curving, her whole face smug. I'm his precious little darling? Haha, that's right, that's right. Brother Chang likes me most. I'm Brother Chang's precious darling. Amid her smugness, she even puffed out her chest, her whole face proud. Brother Chang said, new clothes, new shoes, he only buys them for me alone. He also said you're all a bunch of never-satisfied ingrate white-eyed wolves, so he won't buy anything for you. Even if you're upset, it's no use. Brother Chang also said, if you dare bully me, I'll have Brother Chang break your legs. These blunt, stinging words made Lu Shouting's face fall, her envy turning straight into fury. Being lectured by a simpleton, she couldn't stand it at all, and sneered under her breath. You're just a moron, and you really take yourself for some treasure. 1 foolish Chang, 1 moron, 2 idiots make a pair. Truly a perfect match, like a joke. The simple-minded gal's mind was uncomplicated. She couldn't grasp the roundabout mockery, but she heard clearly that Lu Shouting was cursing me. In an instant, the smile vanished from her face, and she gnashed her teeth in rage. You dare curse my Brother Chang. I'll beat you to death. The simple-minded gal was already dim-witted, and now she was in a fit of temper, with no sense at all of how hard she struck. In her hand, she happened to be gripping a pair of fire tongs for picking up chestnuts. Rage rushing to her head, she raised her hand and slammed them down hard on Lu Shouting's head. Ayo! A shrill cry of pain rang out. Lu Shouting clutched her forehead, a fierce pain shooting through the top of her head, warm liquid seeping out between her fingers. Her legs went weak and she slumped straight to the ground, trembling all over from the pain. Seeing the bright red blood on her forehead, the simple-minded gal gave a frightened shudder. She flung away the fire tongs in a panic, not daring to look anymore, and hurried toward me for shelter. The dames busy working not far off heard the scream and stopped their tasks one after another, quickly rushing over toward the sound. Lu Xiaoya spotted her own little sister at a glance, slumped on the ground, clutching her forehead for dear life. Her heart clenched. Heedless of her pregnancy, she dashed over in quick little steps, her big belly and all. Shouting, what happened? Did you fall? Chun Haiyan and Bai Yume crowded over too, their faces full of worry. Quick, see where she's hurt. Is it serious? She's bleeding. I'll go pull off some reed fluff to stop the bleeding first. Lu Shouting's head throbbed from the pain, her eyes rimmed red, both hurting and furious. She gritted her teeth and roared. I didn't fall. Foolish gal hit me. That idiot smashed me with the fire tongs. Sis, hurry, hit her back for me. Beat that idiot to death. A moron like her, daring to hit people whenever she pleases. If we let this slide, there'll be no end to it later. The moment Bai Yume heard it was her own sister who'd struck the blow, she immediately shot back in her defense. Impossible. My sister has always been gentle and honest by nature. She's always the one others bully. She'd never hit anyone. I think you got knocked silly. Your head's not clear. Most likely you fell and cracked it open yourself, and now you're deliberately pinning it on my sister. Lou shouting shook all over with rage and gnashed her teeth hard. Umph. I won't waste breath with you. Go ask foolish gal yourself. I was crouched by the stove waiting for the yams to finish stewing when the simple-minded gal came scrambling over in a panic, her little face pale, clutching my arm for dear life. Brother Chong, shouting cursed you. Hurry, go hit her, go hit her. That's just how a child's mindset works. Shifting the blame is instinct. She only mentioned that Lou shouting had cursed me, not a word about her own hand in it, let alone the fact that she'd split the girl's head open. I didn't take it seriously at all, thinking the simple-minded gal had been bullied. I poked at the firewood while coaxing her with a laugh. All right, I got it. Once I've got the soup cooked, I'll go slap her a couple of times and get your revenge for you. At these words, the simple-minded gal was instantly set at ease, her gaze immediately drawn fast to the soup bubbling and rolling in the pot. The morning porridge had long since digested, and after half a day of hard work, she'd been starving, her stomach growling. That last meal of stewed yam had been so fresh and flavorful, she couldn't stop thinking about it. In the blink of an eye, she'd thrown the whole Lou shouting affair to the back of her mind, obediently crouching to the side, swallowing her drool. Just as the simple-minded gal was waiting eagerly for the meal, a patter of small footsteps and suppressed groans of pain came from behind the trees. Bai Yumei, Chen Haiyan, and Lu Xiaoya slowly walked over, supporting Lu shouting, who was clutching her forehead. Seeing this whole scene, the simple-minded gal suddenly snapped back to her senses, remembering the moment she'd smashed someone with the fire tongs. She panicked at once, her little body shrinking as she quickly ducked behind me, gripping the hem of my clothes for dear life, not daring to show her face. This actually left me at a loss. Since when did the simple-minded gal dare to hit people? Bai Yumei looked at the cowering gal and immediately demanded, Yulan, was Lu shouting's head wound really your doing? Faced with the blunt question, the simple-minded gal buried her head low, not daring to answer a word, just burrowing behind my back. Lu shouting clutched her still-oozing forehead, her eyes rimmed red from pain, and cursed with a sob in her voice. If she didn't hit me, then did I smash my own head? I don't care. I can't swallow this. I'm going to hit her back. Chen Haiyan, Lu Xiaoya, and Bai Yumei stood silently to the side, none of them cutting in. Every gaze fell squarely on me, waiting to see what I'd say. I raised my hand and pointed at the burlap sacks on the ground, my tone calm. Sit down first. Stop the bleeding first. I glanced at the cowering, simple-minded gal behind me, then looked at the blood on Lu shouting's forehead, and the picture was more than half clear in my mind. No need to think hard. It was definitely the simple-minded gal's doing. The simple-minded gal already told me. You cursed me first, and she couldn't stand it, so she made her move. When it comes down to it, she was standing up for me. This is one thing I can't pretend not to see. Hearing this, Lu shouting instantly lost it, roaring with red eyes. Foolish Chong, you shameless man. When you were having your way with me, that's not what you said. I shot her a sidelong glance, my whole face indifferent. That was a private matter, willing on both sides. One thing has nothing to do with the other. Didn't you want to hit her back? The simple-minded gal only got into this trouble standing up for me, so I'll take this one on. If you want to hit back, don't go after her, come at me. As I spoke, I casually picked up a fist-sized stone from the ground, set it in front of her, and jerked my chin up. Come on. If you've got the guts, smash it into my head. I won't dodge even an inch. I'd meant to imitate that iconic scene of Brother Huaqiang rubbing his bald head and put on a big show. But I never expected Lu shouting's temper to be far more fiery and unyielding than I'd imagined. Furious and aggrieved, she wasn't buying it at all. She glanced at the simple-minded gal cowering behind me, wearing that look of a dog relying on its master's power, and her rage instantly overwhelmed her reason. She snatched up the stone and hurled it straight at me. My pupils shrank, my whole body jolting. I cursed inwardly. This woman's gone mad. I'm done for. I overdid the big show, and now I'm about to get my head cracked open. Just as the stone was about to strike my head, it grazed past the side of my face and flew toward its real target, the simple-minded gal. That miss actually gave me time to react. I shot out my hand and grabbed her wrist, my grip both quick and steady, and the next second, without a moment's hesitation, I backhanded her a crisp, resounding slap. Damn it, giving you an inch and you take a mile, huh? The simple-minded gal slow-witted and doesn't know better. Is your head cracked too? That slap was no light one. It knocked her head clean to the side, her cheek instantly red and swollen. The pent-up grievance and pain burst out completely. Lu shouting broke into a loud wail, tears rolling down in big drops, crying and roaring all at once. You're biased. You're just biased. She hit me first. She's the one who smashed my head open and made it bleed. You buy her new clothes, new pants, new shoes. The rest of us get nothing. Why? Why do we have to be lower than everyone else? Her sobs were shrill and aggrieved, echoing through the quiet mountain forest. Beside her, Chun Haiyan, Lu Xiaoye, and Bai Yumei all fell silent, each with her own thoughts, the atmosphere stiff and delicate. All right. It's just a pair of shoes. What's the big deal? I waved my hand, my face utterly nonchalant. Yesterday I raided some local rich guy's stash and stacked up a good bit of money. I'll buy you a new pair later, and we'll let this matter drop. As the words fell, I reached into my shirt and pulled out a big fistful of brand new Great Unity tins. A thick stack, it dazzled the eyes of several dames. Haha. When I raid a place, my hands are quick and slick. I stuffed the whole lot right into my pockets in one go. I've been gambling for over 10 years. You think that was for nothing? This is what you call skill. My skills are fully mastered now. Sit me at a table and I win every time, never lose. I casually tossed the thick stack of bills onto the burlap sack, the gesture flashy and lavish, then fished out a Lacoon cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag and slowly exhaling the smoke. Feeling like I was the reincarnation of some suave big shot. Modern cigarettes really are better to smoke. Laced with flavoring and chemicals, they just smell great when you light up. I looked at the stunned expressions of my dames, and boy was I smug. A full 500 and more, enough for our whole family to eat comfortably for a year. Don't just stand there dazed. If you want to touch the money, go right ahead. Today I'll let you all get a real taste of what it's like to be a local rich family. Chun Haiyan reacted the fastest. She plopped straight down onto the burlap sack, swept all the bills into her arms in one motion, and rubbed her fingertips over the crisp, ink-scented notes, her eyes wide as saucers, brimming with disbelieving, ecstatic joy. Money. It's really money. All brand new Great Unity tins, not a single old one among them. Beside her, Lu Xiaoting, still wiping away aggrieved tears, looked at that thick stack of bills, and the grievance and fury in her eyes vanished without a trace. She hurriedly leaned in, her tone carrying a cautious, ingratiating edge, all her earlier fierceness gone. Brother Chong, you've got to keep your word. You really have to buy me new shoes. I want the exact same kind as the ones on the simple-minded gal's feet, identical. In this era of extreme material scarcity, ordinary common folk were the cheapest of all, especially children of the 5 black categories, like Lu Xiaoting, who ranked even lower and endured no end of cold stares. Compared to a rare, brand new pair of liberation shoes, that bit of flesh wound on her head meant nothing at all in her eyes. Trading it for a new pair of shoes even counted as a sure-win bargain. Watching me nod in agreement, Bai Yumei, Chun Haiyan, and Lu Xiaoye all felt expectation rise in their hearts too. The ordinary earthy yellow liberation shoes at the supply co-op cost 5 or 6 yuan a pair, and the grass green ones were even pricier. But the new style kind with camouflage patterns on the simple-minded gal's feet were the real deal, a top brand. At least 10 yuan a pair. 10 yuan. To country folk who faced the yellow earth all day, was something they might not save up even after a month of desperate work for labor points without eating or drinking. More crucially, this kind of hot, in-demand goods couldn't be bought with money alone. It also required special shoe coupons and solid connections. Ordinary villagers wouldn't dare even dream of it. This was exactly why Lu Xiaoting had been so unable to stomach the simple-minded gal having 2 pairs of new shoes, and why, even with her head split open, once I said I'd buy shoes, she still felt she'd come out ahead. Chun Haiyan's brows and eyes curved. She pressed herself to my side of her own accord, her figure soft, deliberately rubbing my arm with the spot that pleased me most, her tone sweet and coaxing. Brother Chong, our family's so well off now. Buy me a pair too, will you? From now on I'll do whatever you tell me. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Seeing this, Bai Yumei hurried forward to chime in, afraid of falling behind. Me too. I'll be obedient too. I'll never make you angry. Lu Xiaoye, big belly and all, wasn't willing to lag behind either, and gently pressed her case. Me too. Me too. I can do any kind of work. I'll be sure to serve you well. Watching this whole crowd of women looking so gentle and ingratiating, my mood soared. I swept my big hand through the air, extra lavish. All right, I'll set you all up. A pair of liberation shoes for each of you. Shouting, since your head got cracked open, I'll throw in an extra pair of pretty patterned socks for you. But let me lay it out ugly and up front. Once I buy the shoes, you can only wear them secretly at home. Absolutely no flaunting them out in the open. Especially you 3, born into the 5 black categories. Use your heads a little more. If you make other people green with envy, you're the ones who'll end up getting the short end. The women nodded again and again, agreeing obediently, the gloom on their faces sweeping away entirely, every one of them smiling from brow to eye. The autumn noon forest. The scenery was at its finest, warm and cozy. A few lazy clouds drifted across the crystal-clear blue sky, and sunlight sifted through the treetops, casting fine, dappled shadows onto the grass, onto all 6 of them, warm and healing. The burlap sacks were spread flat, and the 6 sat in a circle around the bubbling stewed yam, enjoying the mountain lunch that belonged to them alone. Far from the village's disputes, far from the shackles of class labels, far from the neighbors' gossip. In this moment, there were no 5 black categories tags, no backbreaking farm work, no misery of empty bellies. Everyone was happy and free, full and satisfied. I lounged lazily against the tree trunk, casually pulled the simple-minded gal over, tugged one liberation shoe off her foot, and tossed it in front of the dames. Try them on one by one. Whether the shoes run big or small, whether the size fits, say it all clearly. In a bit, I'm heading to the commune to buy your new shoes. The women instantly beamed with joy. Chun Haiyan took a deep breath, as if steeling herself with enormous resolve, and spoke solemnly in her slightly hoarse voice. Changzi, once this old rightist cap on my head gets taken off, if you're still willing to have me then, I'll marry you all over again. From then on I'll live an honest, down-to-earth life with you and never play any little games again. Hearing Chun Haiyan about to switch sides, Bai Yume hurried to make her own declaration. Brother Chong, from now on I'll live a good, honest life with you. Before, I was immature and loved throwing tantrums, but I've changed now. From here on I'll listen to you in everything. Even Lu Xiaoding, who'd just been sulking with grievance, now stirred with flirtatious schemes, her eyes lighting up. Brother Chong, if you're willing to buy me new clothes exactly like the simple-minded gals, then go to the brigade and divorce Bai Yume clean and clear. I don't look down on you. I can marry you honestly, and bear you a big fat son. Basking in this crowd of women's fawning and their jabs at one another, my heart felt utterly comfortable. I'm handsome and rich, and my dames are fighting over me, jealous of each other. Now this is a normal script. Once they'd each finished trying on the shoe and reported their exact sizes, I had them pack up the things and, taking the simple-minded gal, shoulder today's mountain goods and head home first. Today's haul was decent enough. A dozen-plus gene of chinkapin chestnuts, 1 yam, 10-some gene of Solomon seal, and several gene of pine mushrooms. Back in the 70s, it was hardly worth a thing, barely enough to trade for a few gene of rice. But sold in the modern day, it'd fetch at least 500 or 600 yuan. Before my rebirth, 500 or 600 was a fortune to me. But now, with over 500 in old 70s money in hand, plus more than 3,000 in modern money on my phone, and my dame still able to work, meaning a steady stream of income, my mindset had long since changed. 500 or 600 yuan worth of mountain goods didn't even register in my eyes anymore. There was still stock stored in my storage space. 20-some gene of wild loach, 5 or 6 gene of big yellow eel, a dozen-plus gene of big field snails. Sold off, they'd bring in at least another 600 or 700 yuan. This life, I was pretty satisfied with it. Women? I've got them at home, every single one a looker. Want good looks? They've got good looks. Want a good figure? They've got the figure. I've even got a strapping northeastern beauty, worlds better than those foot spa girls caked in cheap powder. No need to spend money. I can order them around all I want, arrange any scenario I please, and they even help me earn money. And I can go stock up on supplies in the modern era. This kind of life, it's downright perfect. The two of us chatted and laughed along the way, and before long we were back home. Same old routine. I said I'd take the simple-minded gal to play in the dream. Inside the rental apartment, the simple-minded gal changed into a fresh, pretty outfit and stood in the light. Her features were delicate and lively, the country village crudeness shed away, replaced by a pure, endearing sweetness. For a moment, I was a little dazed watching her. Clothes really do make the person. A simple new outfit set off her looks and bearing so much more strikingly. If time weren't so tight, I really would have wanted to fool around with her for a couple hours first. The two of us had just opened the door when my heart lurched, and I inwardly cried, oh. At the door of the rental, an old woman past 60 stood with both hands on her hips, blocking the stairway landing, her face full of viciousness. It was my landlady, none other. The old woman looked up and ran smack into me heading out, and the strikingly good-looking simple-minded gal behind me. This old woman had been single most of her life and couldn't stand the sight of a well-matched handsome man, and pretty woman most of all. The fire in her heart shot right up, her face turning as ugly as if she were at a funeral. Who the hell are you two? Why are you coming out of my house? Where's that old good-for-nothing Wang Chong gone? My heart flustered, but on the surface I forced out a sheepish grin, my mind racing as I casually spun a cover story. Ma'am, hello. My name's Wang Xiaoqiang. The Wang Chong who rented before was my grandfather. Look at my brows and features. Aren't I cut from the exact same mold as my grandfather? Claiming my pre-rebirth self as my grandfather wasn't exactly a loss, so I claimed it with a clear conscience. The old woman narrowed her eyes and studied me carefully several times over. The contours of my brows and eyes really were similar, and her suspicion loosened a touch. But she'd had her heart set on the widowed old man Wang from the start, wanting him to shack up with her, to take his chastity. How could she just drop it over one line about a grandfather-grandson relationship? She stiffened her face at once, her tone overbearing. So you really are the seed of that old, good-for-nothing Wang Chong. Foul-mouthed as anything. Who are you calling old woman? No home training at all. I don't care whether you're Wang Daqiang or Wang Xiaoqiang. The contract's written black on white, crystal clear. The house is for personal use only. No subletting or lending allowed. Either that old thing Wang Chong comes over tonight to unclog my drain, serve me nice and good, and make a proper apology, or you two clear out within 3 days, and no refund on rent or deposit. The old woman was clearly out to make trouble, and there was no way I'd take that garbage. I blew up on the spot. You old clam, you can't even take a piss and look at your own reflection. Fat-headed and big-eared, looking like some grand benefactor. You think you're worthy of setting your sights on my grandpa Wang Chong? I spit on that. Even if my grandpa were a eunuch his whole life, he'd never lower himself to a fat-headed old clam like you. The old woman was thrown into a red-faced fury, rage flooding her chest. She lunged at me baring teeth and claws, trying to scratch my face to ribbons. This was modern society. No immunity from the law to protect me. So how could I dare brawl with an old woman? Panicking, I was just about to grab the simple-minded gal and turn to run, but the gal beside me made her move first, slamming a fist hard into the old woman's face. You dare bully my brother Chong. I'll beat you to death. One punch didn't vent her fury. The simple-minded gal seized the old woman's collar in a death grip, cocked her fist, and slammed another punch right into her face. Done hitting, she even turned her head to grin at me smugly. Brother Chong, did I do it just like you? This is exactly how you beat up Bucktooth Fa, Qua Qua. The old woman had never been hit in her whole life. Stunned senseless by the 2 punches, for a moment, she didn't even dare move. I was scared out of my wits, my scalp instantly going numb. Are you kidding me? This is a society ruled by law. The cost of hitting someone is way too high. If the men in blue showed up any minute, me and the simple-minded gal, 2 people of unknown origin off the books, would have no way to explain anything. Not hesitating any longer, I kicked the fat-headed old clam aside and yanked away the simple-minded gal, who was still trying to keep swinging, then turned and bolted. We cut through 2 alleys in a row before I finally pulled the still giggling, simple-minded gal to a stop. Looking at her still goofy expression, I put on a serious face. Simple-minded gal, you've got to remember, in this dream, you absolutely cannot hit people whenever you feel like it, got it? If you go and injure someone, we'll never get to come play in the dream again. No pretty clothes, and no more good food to eat. Panic visibly washed over the gal's face, her round eyes going wide, full of after-the-fact dread. Her little hands gripped nervously together as she hurriedly nodded hard. Brother Chong, I got it. From now on, I'll listen to you and everything. Even if someone hits me, I absolutely won't hit back. I'll never hit people randomly again. Confirming she'd taken it to heart, I finally relaxed, pulled out my phone, and dialed the boss of the farmhouse restaurant who bought wild game. Boss, I've got 20-some gene of live loach on my end, 5 or 6 gene of wild yellow eel, and a dozen-plus gene of clean field snails. You buy? The other end answered readily. You bet, I'll come deliver. Come get it from you right away. Scene shift. I walked out of the farmhouse restaurant courtyard and looked down at the balance on my phone screen. 4,555, standing out sharp and clear. The prices for wild loach and yellow eel were even higher than I'd expected. Wild loach at 30 a gene, wild yellow eel selling for 60 a gene, and field snails fetching a buying price of 10 a gene. All told, this batch sold for a full 1,000 plus. On top of that, I unloaded the 10 gene of chestnuts and few gene of pine mushrooms all together, adding another sum. The scattered leftover wildwood ear, shiitake, and yam I wasn't in a rush to sell. Mountain goods never spoil no matter how long they sit in the storage space, so better to accumulate them slowly, gather enough quantity, and sell them all at once. The returns might well be higher. Afterward, I took the simple-minded gal around the farmer's market and picked out 4 pairs of the cheapest Liberation shoes, 10 yuan a pair. The retro earthy yellow with pale green color scheme looked crude and countrified, plain in texture, perfectly suited to a 1970s mountain village. My thinking was simple. The more ordinary and unassuming, the less they'd catch the eye. The women wearing them on their feet wouldn't draw attention, saving a lot of trouble. I also grabbed a big pack of cheap mixed color socks. 5 colors, 10 pairs total, just enough for each of the 5 women to get 2 pairs, with the colors distinct, so there'd be no mixing them up. With the supply run done, I bought some quick snacks to take the edge off my hunger, then figured I'd take the simple-minded gal and head straight back, traveling to the 70s. The rental was off limits now. Both me and the simple-minded gal were off-the-books ghosts in the modern day. With no identity records, renting a new place to settle down wasn't something that could be pulled off in a short while. The city was covered in cameras, packed with foot traffic. Without a fixed, hidden crossing spot, every trip back and forth carried enormous risk. If someone saw us, wouldn't it all blow up? This was a matter of life and death. I didn't dare take the gamble. Ugh, what a headache. Mulling over solutions while leading the simple-minded gal on an aimless wander toward less crowded areas, I happened to pass a cluster of long-abandoned, unfinished buildings. The instant I looked up, a flash of sharp light lit up in my eyes. This was flat out the perfect crossing spot. A dozen-plus unfinished buildings no one paid any mind to, crumbling walls, overgrown with weeds. Not a soul would ever come here. Just find any bare concrete unit, and it could serve as my exclusive crossing base. Hidden and safe, and it saved on rent too. Two birds with one stone. But at that very moment, quite a show was playing out inside the unfinished building. Right in the center of the empty, bare concrete hall stood a high-definition video camera, its lens aimed at a young woman in front of it. The woman was bound tight to a concrete load-bearing pillar with coarse hemp rope, struggling and squirming, her eyes full of despair. Behind the camera stood 3 men and 1 woman. That woman wore a cold, sinister smile, her eyes brimming with malice and jealousy. Xiaoming, oh Xiaoming, don't you just love playing the pure, innocent goddess all the time, hogging every last bit of film, TV, and internet resource? TSK, TSK. Today I'm gonna let these 3 thugs have a real good time with you and shoot some juicy little films. Haha. I guarantee it'll be all over the internet by tomorrow, and your goddess persona will collapse completely. Bound to the pillar, Xiaoming's eyes were rimmed red, her voice trembling, full of disbelieving despair. Xia Shui, have you lost your mind? I'm your own sister. Hearing this, the woman across from her, Xia Shui, laughed to reveal a mouthful of icy white teeth, her smile twisted and manic. No, I haven't lost my mind. It's all because of you, you slut, that I've had to live in your shadow this whole time, always overshadowed by you. Once I destroy you completely, I can take your place and become the one all eyes are on. By then, I'll be the new generation's queen of film, TV, and song. Whichever male star I set my eyes on will have to obey my every command. Haha. My dear sister, for the sake of my future, just be a good girl and grant my wish. The lead yellow-haired man off to the side rubbed his hands and laughed savagely too, his gaze locked greedily on Xiaoming. TSK, TSK, a hot up-and-coming starlet. This is a taste I, Wu Haoyan, have been wanting to get for a long time. Hurry, hurry, get the camera angle set and roll it. Today I'm going to personally play the leading man. Just as the group was about to make their move, footsteps suddenly sounded in the corridor, shattering the atmosphere in the room. The 4 inside froze instantly, their faces full of confusion. This unfinished building was remote and desolate, abandoned for years. How could someone suddenly barge in at such a perfectly bad moment? The lead yellow-hair's face darkened, and he immediately shot a look to his 2 underlings. Go check it out, what's the deal? The 2 underlings, hair dyed in gaudy colors, one red, one blue, cursed and grumbled as they slouched off toward the passageway. At that moment, I was leading the simple-minded gal, planning to cross back to the Red Star production team. Just as I reached the stairway passage, I ran head-on into 2 gaudy, multicolored heads. Red hair looked me and the simple-minded gal up and down, a sleazy grin curling at the corner of his mouth, and opened with a snide, sarcastic drawl. Damn, you shady lovebirds sure play wild. Huh. Coming to a busted-up construction site like this just to get your kicks? I felt like my heart was about to leap right out. I clutched my chest and patted it several times before I recovered. Damn it. A remote, deserted, unfinished building like this, and I still managed to run into these 2 dipsticks. Hearing them peg me and the simple-minded gal as a pair of horny runaways coming here to mess around, my temper flared on the spot. I shot back with a cold glare, the mockery in my tone even more devil-may-care than the 2 hooligans. You 2 mongrel birds, aren't you pretty good at running your mouths too? At least my orientation's normal. Man and woman, love between the sexes, only natural and right. You 2 rotten-hided swallows, though, better watch out for AIDS. As me and the 2 dipsticks traded fire in the corridor, yellow-hair Wu Haoyan's impatient shout came from inside the room. Quit yakking with him. Just take him out. With brother Haoyan backing them, the 2 red and green-haired punks instantly turned cocky, each whipping out a sharp fruit knife and gesturing at me. One more smart word, and I'll poke a few holes in you. Get lost, quick, or I'll bleed you out. Had it been my pre-rebirth self, seeing the glinting knives, I'd most likely have caved and backed off. Better to avoid trouble than court it. But the me of now had a temperament and skill set completely transformed. More importantly, There was still a Type 56 semi-automatic in my storage space. Brimming with confidence, I didn't take these two dipsticks seriously at all. I rapidly backpedaled, my figure flickering, retreating out of the two men's line of sight and vanishing into the corridor. The two hooligans instantly let down their guard and scornfully flipped a middle finger toward the direction I'd disappeared. Che, a chicken shit coward, and still putting on such a big act. Cursing and grumbling, the two put away their knives and turned to head back inside to continue their filthy business. Just then, my voice, laced with fury, rang out in the corridor again. Damn it, who are you calling a coward? If you've got the guts, say it one more time. As the words fell, my figure appeared once more in the center of the passage. That brief disappearance just now wasn't running away at all. I'd simply used their blind spot to quietly slip into the space and pull out a handy piece of gear. Now I held a spear over a meter long, my aura menacing. Even the meek, simple-minded gal behind me had a machete in hand. Red hair and blue hair turned to see the weapons in our hands clearly and instinctively swallowed hard, their courage collapsing on the spot. Their fruit knives, compared to a spear and a machete, were like playthings, not even in the same league. The two were so scared their legs went weak. No longer daring to swagger, they scrambled and stumbled, tearing off toward the room in a mad dash, howling in panic. Big bro, this is bad. That guy out there's too fierce. There's no way we can take him. What do we do? Inside, Wu Haoyan's face was full of stubborn disbelief, wearing a look of utter contempt. He casually yanked a watermelon knife from his waist, his arrogance sky high. Bunch of useless trash, can't even handle a little thing like this. Watch and learn. All of you. See how I deal with this creature who doesn't know how high the sky is. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he looked up and saw the scene at the doorway clearly. His whole being instantly froze stiff, his mind going utterly blank. Holy hell, this was way over the line. There I was, gripping a spear, striding into the room with big, forceful steps, a woman clutching a machete following behind me, foolishly hacking at the air. My gaze swept across, landing on the woman bound to the concrete pillar, then over the filming equipment to the side. And in an instant I understood most of the picture. This is a dirty film shoot? I couldn't help but look toward the two female leads, swallowing hard, and couldn't resist asking. Is this industry really this cutthroat and competitive now? A top-shelf stunning beauty like this. And she's even willing to show her face on camera? Which platform are you with? This is way too professional. I gotta buy a top-tier membership to show my support. Bound to the pillar, Xia Ming saw that I wasn't with Xia Shue's crowd, and instantly it was as if she'd grabbed onto the last lifeline. She hurriedly cried out for rescue, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Help me. I'm begging you, save me. I'm Xia Ming. You must have seen my work, you know me. In my past life, I was an old geezer past 80 who only watched the kind of work, without clothes and paid zero attention to showbiz. How would I know any hot up-and-coming starlet? I cocked my head and thought hard for a long while, still drawing a complete blank, my face full of bewilderment. Xia Ming? Never heard of you. With your clothes on right now, I really can't recognize you. How about you take your clothes off? Maybe then it'll ring a bell. Xia Ming instantly flushed crimson, torn between shame and panic. But trapped in such a desperate situation, she didn't dare offend the one and only lifeline in front of her. She could only swallow every ounce of humiliation and plead bitterly. Handsome, I'm really not joking with you. I've been kidnapped. Please, hurry and call the police for me. I'm begging you, save me, and I'll definitely repay you. The instant I heard the words, call the police, the joking look vanished from my face and my expression turned grave. Well, damn, she brought up calling the cops herself. This wasn't some dirty film shoot at all. This was a full-blown, no-joke kidnapping case. Before I could get a word out, the mastermind off to the side, Xia Shui, got riled up. Her face full of vicious menace, she took a step forward. Kid, you tired of living? You dare stick your nose into my business? You want to bet I'll have someone off you right here and now? Spitting out her threats, Xia Shui pressed closer, raising a hand to shove me aside and drive me out. I didn't so much as lift my gaze. I coiled the power into my right hand, threw a punch, and smashed it square into her face. A dull thud. Xia Shui didn't even get to scream. Her eyes rolled back, and she was knocked out cold on the spot, crumpling into a limp heap. Having dealt with the troublemaking woman, I slowly turned my head, my gaze sweeping coldly toward the three ashen-faced punks. I hear that you three just wanted to off me? Wu Haoyan shuddered all over in fright, nearly dropping the watermelon knife in his hand, and hurriedly shook his head like a madman. No such thing, really. We were just messing around, kidding around for fun. It was her. Xia Shui paid us 1,000 yuan to come shoot a film. We're all innocent. I waved a hand contemptuously, my tone arrogant and domineering. Get lost. The cast changed now. I'm the leading man. With 3 busted-up mugs like yours, you think you're fit to shoot a big production like this? It's an outright insult to the audience's eyes. Scram quick. The 3 punks looked at the spear in my hand, and the machete the simple-minded gal was holding high, and didn't dare breathe another word. Their 2 pitiful fruit knives were no match at all against these weapons. The 3 scrambled and stumbled in a panic, bolting out of the bare concrete unit and fleeing the unfinished building without a backward glance, terrified that one moment's delay would get them run through. The room fell quiet, leaving only the unconscious Xia Shui on the floor, Xia Ming bound to the pillar, and me and the simple-minded gal with our weapons. I took the machete from the gal's hands, put strength into my wrist, and with a swish cleanly cut through the hemp rope binding Xia Ming. The moment the restraints loosened, Xia Ming went completely weak, swaying several times before she barely steadied herself. Not waiting for her to say thanks, I pulled out my phone straight away, opened my payment QR code, and held it up in front of her. Didn't you just say you wanted me to save you, and that you'd repay me? I can see you're young and already out here shooting dirty films to scrape by. It's not easy. No need to give a lot. Just 1,000 or 800 yuan to show your appreciation will do. What are you standing there for? Hurry up with the money. If you don't cough it up, I don't mind tying you right back up. Xia Ming stared at me with wide eyes, her face full of disbelief, suspicion written all over her. You really don't recognize me? My expression stayed placid, still the same line. You want me to recognize you? Then one word, strip. Quit trying to cozy up to me. Even if you do strip, this life-saving money's still gotta be paid in full. Though she'd luckily escaped being held hostage, Xia Ming was still bottling up a bellyful of grievance and bewilderment. I'm a bona fide hot up-and-coming starlet. Is there really anyone in the young crowd who doesn't know me? Even if he doesn't know me, with looks like mine, how does this guy not have a single idea in his head? But the me in front of her had 0 ideas beyond the money. An absurd notion couldn't help but surface in her heart. Could it be that this person's orientation was off? Just as she was pondering to herself, Xia Ming felt someone kick her rear. Ow! She cried out in pain, instinctively bending over to cover it. What are you still standing around for, dawdling like this? Hurry up and pay. My voice was still just as nasty. In that moment, Xia Ming was thoroughly convinced of her inner suspicion. The man in front of her was definitely not normal. Not daring to stall any longer, she hurriedly nodded in submission. Here, I'll pay. How much do you want? I'll transfer it right away. As she spoke, she immediately pulled out her phone, ready to scan the code. A teasing smile hung on my face as I spoke lightly. Asking me how much? For someone who shoots dirty little films, you've got some nerve. If I opened my mouth and asked for 10 grand, could you afford it? Just do what you can. Transfer over 1,000 or 800, quick. I've still got real business to attend to. The simple-minded gal behind me had long since been unable to hold back. She raised the machete high and shouted at Xia Ming in an adorably fierce voice. My brother Chong told you to pay up. Did you hear that? If you don't pay, I'll chop you. And when I chop, it hurts real bad. I glanced over helplessly, secretly amused. The usually gentle and soft simple-minded gal had switched personalities today. Her temper was outrageously fierce. Under the threat of the glinting blade, Xia Ming no longer dared hesitate in the slightest. She obediently scanned the code and transferred 1,000 yuan. The balance received notification chimed on my phone, pushing me right past the 5,000 mark. I was thrilled inside. All right, money's in hand. We're square. Let's go, simple-minded gal. We're out. Seeing me turn to leave, Xia Ming hurried to catch up, her tone carrying a note of pleading. Handsome, it's too remote out here, and I don't dare go out alone. Could you escort me out? I'll pay you extra, another 500 yuan. How about it? Making an extra 500 just for walking someone out. A windfall like money falling from the sky. Naturally, I wouldn't refuse. 500 yuan back in the 70s was more than my dames at home might earn digging up mountain goods with backbreaking effort for half a day in the hills. I, Wang Chong, am a real man too, and I know to feel for my dames at home. This money, I'd earn it. Using the blind spot, I stashed the spear and machete into my storage space before leading the simple-minded gal to walk out alongside Xia Ming. As for the unconscious Xia Shui on the floor, Xia Ming sent a few messages arranging for people to come handle her and take away this wicked sister of hers. Walking all the way out of the crumbling, unfinished building, the atmosphere wasn't exactly awkward. Xia Ming peppered us with curious questions the whole way. How is it you two carry a spear and a big machete on you? Are you two gangsters? Have you really cut people before? And her, she seems kind of not too bright. Facing this string of questions, I brushed them off casually, my tone lazy. We came from the countryside. We gather mountain goods and bring them to the city to sell to get by. Once in a while, when we're short on rent money, we come to this unfinished building to rough it for a night. Country folks carrying a little something for self-defense. Isn't that pretty normal? What's so strange about it? And another thing, you're not allowed to call her dumb. Talk trash again, and I'll have her beat you up. Hearing me protect her, the simple-minded gal instantly raised her little fists and jabbed them at Xia Ming a couple of times, her round face pulled taut, adorably fierce. Xia Ming's eyes rolled around a few times. She'd already worked out a plan in her heart, and her tone grew even gentler. So that's how it is. This unfinished building area is remote and dangerous. Living here long-term isn't safe at all. As it happens, I've got a vacant place on hand that's been sitting empty. If you two don't mind, you're welcome to move in for free. It's not far from here either. At the words free housing, my eyes instantly lit up. I'd just been fretting over finding a spot to land for my time crossing, and a place with running water and electricity would definitely beat an unfinished building. I immediately piled on an enthusiastic smile, all courteous and fawning. I don't mind at all. It's Sister Ming, right? Come, let me add you on WeChat. That 1,000 yuan from earlier, I'll pay it back to you later. Consider it advance rent. There's absolutely no way I'll live in your place for free. As I fished out my phone, I put on a show of feeling, acting my heart out. You have no idea, dragging around this simple-minded gal just to scrape by. It's really been so hard. It's all what life's driven me to. Truth is, ever since I was little, my dream has always been to be a great hero, championing justice, punishing evil, and upholding good. I gave plenty of offense just now. Please do forgive me. To score a free place to live, I really pulled out all the stops. Out came a whole basket full of flattery, blowing sweet nothings like they were free. As a shameless rascal, when it's time to keep face I won't yield an inch, and when it's time to throw face away, I can drop it completely, fully in control either way. I'm just a homegrown country boy, spending all year cooped up in the mountain hollows without even a decent internet connection. My horizons are narrow, my knowledge shallow. I had eyes but failed to recognize a mountain. I actually didn't recognize a big star like you. Please don't take it to heart at all. A whole string of sincere, ingratiating flattery didn't go to waste in the end. Xia Ming was coaxed into a fine mood and handed me the keys with the access card right there, then sent me the detailed address on WeChat, along with the entry passcode. I bowed and scraped, playing the lackey to the hilt, and saw her off as she got into her private car and left. Once the car had driven completely out of sight, I hurriedly scanned a shared bike and called excitedly to the simple-minded gal. Simple-minded gal, hop on quick. Let's go check out our new home, haha. Before my rebirth, I'd been a local native, so I knew this part of the city's roads well. The residential complex Xia Ming mentioned was right next to an urban village and was one of the top-ranked mid to high-end residences in the area. Landscaping, security, living conditions, every aspect far surpassed that rundown rental from before, a world of difference entirely. The simple-minded gal had only ever tagged along with me through the chaotic urban village and had never seen such a badass complex. The whole way there her eyes were bugged wide, unable to take it all in as she looked around at the tall buildings and facilities, her gaze full of wonder and shock. Brother Chong, from now on when we dream, do we get to live here? The buildings here are so tall, won't they collapse? Arriving downstairs, watching the elevator doors slowly slide open, the simple-minded gal instantly went weak in the knees with fright, panicked and afraid, and refused no matter what to step inside. Exasperated and amused, I just bent down and carried her into the elevator, then pressed for the 12th floor. The elevator rose steadily and soon arrived. I entered the passcode, turned the key, and pushed open the door. Even having seen my fair share of the world, the moment I took in the layout and decor inside, I couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. This was way too extravagant. I'd worked as a renovation odd-jobber before, so I had some understanding of building material prices. The whole hall was floored with top-grade light-colored grade A marble, crystalline in texture, without the slightest off-color or flaw. Just the raw slab of this kind of stone runs over 1,000 yuan per square meter, not even counting installation. Just the floor tiling of the living room and hallway would cost 100-some thousand. The whole fully finished renovation, paired with the array of high-end furniture and appliances throughout, would run over 1 million just to pull off. Holy crap, I, Wang Chong, am living the good life now. Made it into a 1,000,000 yuan mansion, haha. I let out an excited low roar, unable to wait as I roamed from room to room touring the place, my eyes brimming with delight. Damn, even one bathroom is roomier than my old rental, downright inhumanly luxurious. Holy crap, there's even a big tub, and such a huge soaking tub, no less. Simple-minded gal, come quick, let's take a nice comfy hot bath together. The simple-minded gal, with her goofy look, trailed behind me the whole way, touching this and poking that. When her fingertips met the fine, soft wall decor, her eyes filled with amazement. Brother Chong, this place is probably prettier than the Imperial Palace. Yo, what a waste of money. The cloth on the walls feels all soft to the touch, even comfier than the clothes we wear. A bath. Oh heavens, this water's hot. It's hot. Brother Chong, is this a place where immortals live? I ran the hot water and lay back contentedly in the spacious tub. The warm, clear water enveloped my whole body, so comfortable I squinted my eyes. I had the simple-minded gal gently scrub my back for me and spoke unhurriedly. This is just where rich folks live. What's so special about it? From now on, you've got to work hard and keep an eye on those other sisters to make sure they work hard too. No slacking or slipping allowed. Whether I can buy a big place like this comes down to how hard you all try. The simple-minded gal immediately puffed out her little chest and nodded hard with a serious face. Brother Chong, I absolutely won't slack off. I'm the most capable one. I'll definitely work hard and earn money to buy you a big house. I was just running my mouth for fun, but inside I was clear as day. If I really did earn big money down the road, there's no way I'd be dumb enough to blow it on a big place like this. With a fortune like that, better to spend it on food, drink, and fun. How much more delightful is that? Find a few more sweethearts, have a few more kids. Then this trip through the mortal world wouldn't have been wasted. After soaking in the warm tub until my whole body was loosened, the two of us had our fill of fun, then rolled onto the big, soft bed in the master bedroom and lounged around lazily as we pleased, drawing it out until the sky outside darkened and the city's countless household lights all came on. Only then did I put away my playful mood and figure I'd head back to the 70s. At the mention of going back, the simple-minded gal clung stubbornly to the warm blankets, her face full of longing. Brother Chong, this bed is way too comfy to sleep in. If only we could take this bed back to our home. Then we could sleep, well, every single day. The speaker meant nothing by it, but the listener took it to heart. I immediately recalled that the compressed mattress in the second bedroom hadn't been unwrapped yet. I sucked in a sharp, cold breath, my heart pounding, as an incredibly bold idea took shape. If, in the 1970s when everyone slept on straw bedding, I set down a modern top-brand natural latex memory foam mattress, that kind of life was simply unimaginable. The idea was absurd and tempting all at once, and I made the call decisively then and there. All right, since you like it, we'll take one back, haha. This luxury apartment had 3 second bedrooms, each with a roll of brand new compressed mattress. With a flick of thought, I stashed one roll straight into my storage space. One mattress was enough. I definitely wouldn't take more. A top-brand luxury mattress like this, aside from the simple-minded gal, those other 4 dames couldn't be allowed to enjoy it. How does that saying go again? Not conducive to striving. Right, not conducive to striving. Then I casually stashed 2 unopened sets of pure cotton bedding 4-piece sets from the cabinet, 1 fluffy warm down comforter, 1 gentle skin-friendly silk quilt, and 2 high-resilience pillow inserts. Every single one was a market top brand, none of them cheap. With my current family finances, even pouring out my entire fortune might not cover them. This little chick Xiaoming really was a genuine benefactor to me, Wang Chong. In that moment, I finally understood why everyone wants to become rich. Once you've enjoyed the softness and comfort of a top-tier mattress, then think back to the rock-hard plank bed at home. There's no way I could make do with that anymore, not one bit. A flick of the mind, and the next second, me and the simple-minded gal's figures landed steadily in the little grove of the Red Star production team. A roll of compressed mattress on my shoulder, the simple-minded gal carrying the heavy bedding in both hands, and following close behind, the two of us walked home together. The 4 dames keeping watch at home heard the commotion outside, and all came out to look. Seeing the big pile of brand new items they'd never laid eyes on before that we brought back, every one of them opened their eyes as wide as brass gongs, faces full of curiosity and astonishment. I'd long since worked out my story and casually spun a safe reason. Today I saved the daughter of some big official over at the commune, and all this stuff is that big official's thanks to me. Quit standing around dazed. Hurry and shut the door, come lend a hand. Everyone hurriedly answered and closed the door, then clustered around me and the simple-minded gal into the east room. I raised a hand and pointed at the old wooden plank bed in the room, my tone crisp and decisive. The old bedding and straw up there. Haul it all off for me. It's a bargain for you lot. Clean it up nice for me. Hearing this, every one of the dames beamed with joy and got to work briskly. In this era of extreme material scarcity, many poor households still covered themselves with straw-woven mats to get through winter. In no time, the few of them had the straw and old bedding on the plank bed cleared away spotless. I laid the tightly rolled compressed mattress onto the plank bed, just like spreading out a thick straw mat. Chen Haiyan, watching from the side, found it novel. Staring at the utterly ordinary-looking mattress, she couldn't resist ribbing me, her tone carrying a touch of gloating. Xiangzi, this rock-hard thing looks like it wouldn't be warm at all. Can you really sleep comfortably on it? Bai Yumei chimed in too, full of worry. Brother Chong, why don't we just put the straw back? Straw's soft, and you sleep soundly on it. You may be used to a hard board, but the simple-minded gal can't take it. she'll freeze something awful at night. I shot them a sidelong glance, not bothering to explain much, and reached out to rip off the outer vacuum seal strip on the mattress. The next second, a marvelous scene unfolded. The originally flat, tightly compressed mattress rapidly swelled and expanded at a visible rate, and in just a few seconds it puffed up into a squared-off, plump, thick, complete mattress. This bizarre sight, beyond all comprehension, scared the dames' faces pale on the spot. They all instinctively shrank back, muttering panicked words nonstop. It's moving on its own. A monster, this is a monster. Lu Xiaoya, with her big pregnant belly, was already unsteady of nerve, and now she was so frightened her calves trembled and her whole body went weak. If it weren't for the calm look on my face, she'd probably have been scared into a miscarriage. I paid no mind to their reactions and flopped down onto the mattress. The gentle softness of natural latex, paired with the just right support of memory foam, soft yet firm, neither sagging nor stiff, an ultimate comfort swept over my whole body. The simple-minded gal followed suit, happily flinging herself onto the mattress, laughing with her eyes curved into crescents. Haha, so comfy. Sisters, come lie down quick. It's really so soft, 100 times comfier than a straw bed. Only then did Chun Haiyan and the other three timidly approach the bedside. Chun Haiyan was the boldest. After hesitating a moment, she extended a fingertip and lightly poked the mattress surface. The sensation against her fingertip was soft and delicate, warm and lifelike, astonishingly close in texture to human skin. The eerie sensation frightened her so badly her heart went numb. She yanked her hand back in a flash, her face turning ghostly pale. It's alive, this thing is alive. Chun Haiyan trembled all over and backed up 2 steps. The words threw Lu shouting, Lu Xiaoya, and Bai Yumei into a panic. All 3 retreated, not daring to get an inch closer. Bai Yumei's face went even more deathly white, and she anxiously shouted at the simple-minded gal still lying on the mattress. Yulan, get up quick. It's alive, it eats people, it'll gobble you up. Sitting on the soft mattress, the simple-minded gal grinned foolishly. It won't eat people at all. This is a mattress, Brother Chong already told me. You're all always saying I'm dumb, but I think you're the dumb ones. You don't even know what a mattress is. With that, she simply stood up and bounced up and down on the springy, fluffy mattress, having a grand old time like a kid on a trampoline. Watching the dames jump and startle, I couldn't help finding it amusing. The prank idea that had bubbled up got forcibly suppressed once I saw the 2 women with big pregnant bellies. I really do want to be a father. Can't have any accidents. I spoke up helplessly, explaining patiently. This thing is a mattress made of rubber. Not the banana you eat. It's the kind of tire rubber on the surface of a 2/8 bicycle wheel, with its own elasticity built in. Get it now? Only after this blunt explanation did the fear in the dames' hearts slowly dissipate, though their faces still carried plenty of doubt. They crept closer bit by bit, reaching out to lightly touch it, and then snatching their hands back fast, testing it repeatedly several times before finally letting down their guard. I hadn't the leisure to dawdle around with them. I tore open the brand new 4-piece set and called out for them to come help put on the covers and make the bed. The moment their fingertips met the silky, delicate sheets, and they felt the fluffy, soft silk quilt and the thick, warm down comforter, their minds nearly crashed to a halt entirely. Never in their lives had they seen such fine fabric, let alone slept under such light, yet warm quilts. Everyone worked briskly, and soon the bed was made. The soft, springy, thick mattress, the exquisite, pretty sheets, the superbly textured bedding and pillows, every item overturned their understanding of the world. For women who'd spent all year sleeping on straw and covering themselves with straw mats, bedding like this was simply unheard of. Watching their dazed, unworldly expressions, I'd long since grown used to it. All right, quit touching it over and over. Don't go pilling up my new sheets. Dinner first. I'm starving. The whole family sat around the dinner table, and the roast chicken I'd brought back was divvied up and devoured clean amid lively chatter, leaving only the picked clean bones on the table. Full and satisfied, Bai Yumei finally remembered the important matter. Brother Chong, your dad came by earlier. He said your uncle stopped in for a visit and wants you to hurry over and eat. I instantly glared at them and grumbled sourly. Damn it. You polished off a whole roast chicken clean, and you're only telling me now? So you were afraid I'd take the roast chicken to honor my dad and uncle with, huh? Fine. I'm full anyway. I'll head over and see what's up. With my uncle there, I doubt that Wang Jiangwo bastard would dare come make trouble for me again. Hearing this, the dames exchanged glances, their expressions turning subtle. Chun Haiyan hesitated a moment, then spoke softly. Jiangzi, you probably don't know yet. Wang Jingwo is dead. Word spread all over the Red Star Brigade. Boom. My heart lurched, and it started pounding wildly. I clearly only whacked Wang Jiangwo a few times with a club, crippled him at most, left him a wreck. How the hell is he dead? Wang Jiangwo, you're supposed to be the village tyrant who lorded it over the whole brigade. You can't take a beating any better than that? You couldn't hold up under that little bit of force. Then what kind of village tyrant were you? Can't handle the game. Is that it? Crippling Wang Jiangwo and beating Wang Jiangwo to death were two completely different matters. If I'd only left the man a cripple, given his reputation for a lifetime of evildoing, the whole brigade would only have clapped in celebration, and no one would have bothered chasing down who did it. After all, people who hated him filled the entire brigade. Anyone could have done it. But the moment there was a death, the nature of it changed completely. The brigade would have to investigate thoroughly. The commune would send people down to look into it too. Accountability layered upon layer. No room for the slightest carelessness. I'd just gotten things onto the right track, my sweet good days barely beginning. There's absolutely no way I could go down over this. Forcibly suppressing my panic, I rapidly ran back through last night's scene, carefully reviewing whether I'd left any tells. The dames beside me were completely oblivious, chattering and clustered together, eagerly discussing the news of Wang Jiangwo's death. Aiyo, whoever did it was way too vicious. I hear Wang Jiangwo was covered in wounds. Not a single patch of skin left intact, his whole face beaten to a pulp, almost unrecognizable. That's nothing. I also heard that when Wang Jiangwo died, his mouth was even stuffed with a huge golden python. How much of a grudge would it take to lay such a brutal, deadly hand on someone? But when it comes down to it, it's good that he's dead. Haha, no more worrying about him coming to make trouble for Brother Chong. Hearing all this discussion, the taut string in my heart loosened, and I let out a long breath of foul air. Last night, I'd only swung a club a few simple times. There's no way I could have produced an effect of being covered in wounds, much less pulled off some absurd scene of stuffing filthy things in his mouth. Clearly, after I finished beating him, someone else went and picked a bone with Wang Jiangwo, and in the end did him in. Whoever beat him to death, it wasn't me at all. Once I'd figured this out, the gloom in my heart swept clean away. I slapped the table then and there and burst into loud laughter. Haha, good riddance. Couldn't have died better. You all clean up slowly, eat slowly. I'm heading over to my dad's place to see what's going on. I stepped out the door, and I'd barely gone far when hurried, pattering footsteps sounded behind me. Turning to look, I saw the Lu sisters, Lu Xiaoya and Lu shouting, one behind the other, rushing to catch up. What are you two chasing after me for? I furrowed my brow and scolded sourly. Especially you, Xiaoya. Big belly and all, and instead of resting well at home you insist on running out and fussing around. You looking to get yourself killed? Lu Xiaoya paid no mind. She quickly stepped forward, clung tightly to my arm, her eyes full of pleading. Brother Chong, I've got something to beg of you. I want you to find time to go to the commune and check on my mother, see how she's getting by for me, whether anyone's bullying her. Didn't you say before that you know a big official at the commune? Could you think of a way to spare my mother some suffering at the commune? I looked down at her high, swollen belly, and in the end my heart softened. I didn't say it too coldly. Xiaoya, you know the climate right now well enough too. Nobody dares get tangled up with the family of the 5 black categories on their own initiative. It'd bring disaster down on them. But, well, seeing as you've been pretty sensible lately, I can give it a try. My uncle is the brigade's militia company commander and has a decent friendship with the folks at the commune's public security committee. There's some connection there. But this can't be rushed. I've got to feel out the depths first, find the right chance before I can bring it up. Lu Xiaoya was instantly overjoyed, her whole body leaning affectionately against me. Brother Chong, I was immature before and wronged you. From now on I'll definitely settle down and live a good, honest life with you. Lu shouting, beside her, also rarely showed a bit of coquettish charm, leaning gently against my side. Brother Chong, please put more heart into my mother's matter. I'm begging you. I nodded helplessly and reached out to push away the 2 women pressing against me. All right, I've noted it all down. You two reek, filthy as anything and still squeezing up against me. Go on, head back and boil some water to wash up. Having sent the 2 dames home, I turned and walked toward the brigade headquarters, unable to help grumbling to myself. Once a man has power, all sorts of messy troubles pile up more and more, not a moment's peace. Zhang Guoquan, who's got it in for me, has something wrong in the head. I'll set him aside for now. But that scumbag Zhou Wu absolutely has to be dealt with harshly. And pockmarked Lu Er, I've got to let him keep receiving his treatment. Though Wang Jiangwo's dead, his 2 brothers Wang Jianjun and Wang Jianwu are still alive and well, and these 2 villains need dealing with too. But not now. I've got to wait until this storm blows over. Oh right, and there's that vicious-hearted woman Wang Dongying. She needs a hard reckoning too. Turning over a whole heap of grudges in my head, before I knew it, I'd arrived at the door of my biological father Wang Defa's home. The door stood wide open, and 3 people sat inside. My biological father Wang Defa, the little bastard Wang Liang, and my biological uncle, the Brigade Militia Company Commander Zheng Yutian. Without letting anything show, I fished a bottle of Erguo with the label peeled off from my storage space, tucked it in my hand, and strode brazenly into the room. Dad, Uncle, having a drink? I brought over a bottle of good liquor. Let's have some together. With that, I set the liquor on the wooden table, then pulled from my coat a package of fried peanuts wrapped in oil paper, opened it up, and laid it out. Once I'd done all this, I shot a sidelong glance at the silent Wang Liang and, without the slightest courtesy, swung a hard slap straight across his face. A crisp smack rang out, especially jarring in the quiet night. Damn it, no manners at all. You see your brother Chang's come back and you can't even manage a greeting? Seeing his youngest get hit, Wang Defa was about to flare up, but Zheng Yutian raised a hand and stopped him. The eldest brother stands in for the father. An older brother disciplining a younger brother who doesn't know his manners. That's the natural order of things. This kid really does need managing. Even when he saw me come over, he showed not a shred of courtesy and put on an ugly face too. Wang Defa didn't dare cross his brother-in-law, the militia company commander, so he could only swallow his anger and waved his hand helplessly. Go, get to your own room. Your brother disciplining you is for your own good too. Wang Liang clutched hard at his burning cheek, malice and resentment hidden deep in his eyes, and growled through gritted teeth. I don't have a bum of a brother like this. I wasn't about to indulge him one bit. I lifted my foot and kicked him hard, sending him sprawling flat on the ground. Damn it, you're still bold enough to make a fuss? Even that thieving Wang Zhengwo is dead, and you still dare to yowl and holler in front of me. You don't know how high the sky is. Wang Liang rolled over twice on the ground, aching all over from the fall. Seeing me about to step forward again, he finally knew fear. He scrambled on all fours back to his room and slammed the bolt shut with a clack, not daring to come out again. I gave a cold snort, my face full of contempt. A cheap-hided one, just begging for a beating. No lesson sinks in without a thrashing. Come, uncle, let me toast you a cup. Zheng Yutian downed it in one gulp, his eyes lighting up. This liquor's not bad, got a kick to it. Where'd you get it? Your skills have really grown, kid. Even Erguo you can wrangle. And these peanuts are done just right too. You've got wild connections, Xiangzi. I took the chance to sit down, and while topping off his cup, I feigned casual chit-chat, quietly probing for the real business. By the way, uncle, how exactly did that dog Wang Zhengwo die? Has the brigade or the commune turned up anything? After chatting for a while, I deliberately turned to look at Wang Defa, using the moment to lead into another topic. Oh right, Dad, Wang Dongying's been gone so long. How is there not a single word from her, still not home? At the mention of Wang Dongying, Wang Defa was full of fury, and out came a mouthful of complaints. That wicked hag. I only wish she'd die out there and never come back. The 3 of us sat around the wooden table, with the mellow Erguo and crispy peanuts, trading words back and forth, chatting and joking around Wang Zhengwo's murder and Wang Dongying's mess. Before we knew it, we talked for nearly an hour and more. Seeing that the drinking was about done and everyone's faces carried a bit of a tipsy flush, the atmosphere just right, I leaned slightly to the side, brought my mouth close to my uncle's ear, and muttered a few words in a low voice. Zheng Yutian, who'd been drinking with hazy eyes and a bit of a buzz, heard me out, and his eyes instantly went wide, most of the drunkenness scattering, his face full of disbelief. Truly? Is what you're saying the honest truth? My expression was grave as I nodded heavily. It's no lie, not the slightest exaggeration. In that moment, when Zheng Yutian turned to look again at the utterly clueless Wang Defa, his gaze grew especially complicated. In that look, there was sympathy, helplessness, lament, and a thread of something hard to name, mocking. Fazai, come, let me take you to see a good show. Without another word, Zheng Yutian grabbed Wang Defa by the sleeve and, paying no mind to whether the man was willing, hauled him along and headed outside. Seeing this, the several militiamen waiting outside immediately fell in step, in orderly formation, full of imposing force. Watching this scene, I couldn't help feeling a surge of envy. Holding your own crew of men in hand. Wherever you go, you carry your own aura, and everyone looks upon you with higher regard. No, I've got to seize this chance and make a real push upward. Even if I can't become the brigade's deputy director of the Poor Peasants Association, at the very least I need to land a position as a Poor Peasants Association specialist. As long as I've got a grip on that post, I can rightfully command my own men and never again have to read others' faces for everything. As for the Poor Peasants Association director, right now, I don't even dare dream of it. Over these past couple of days, I deliberately looked into it. The brigade's Poor Peasants Association director is basically always held concurrently by the party secretary or brigade chief. There's no room for an ordinary commune member to get a hand in. The group hurried through the night to Red Star Production Team 6, running into several waves of night militia patrols along the way. With Zheng Yutian, the militia company commander, sitting up front and clearing the way, the whole route was smooth and unobstructed. No one stepped up to question or block us. I silently took all this in. Words out too tight lately. I've got to keep my nose clean. Can't be out and about at night stirring up trouble, or I'll walk right into the crosshairs. Soon the group arrived at Team 6, and Zheng Yutian led everyone straight for Chun Dagon's home. Just as we entered the village entrance, we ran head-on into Wang Jianjun, who was on night patrol. At first, Wang Jianjun instinctively fell in with the group, ready to enter the village and patrol along with everyone. But when he saw clearly that the group was heading straight for Chun Dagon's home, the color instantly drained from his whole face, and he was scared out of his wits. He hastily stopped in his tracks, clutched his stomach, put on a pained look, and made an excuse to slip away. "Commander Zhang, my stomach's suddenly killing me. Let me go find somewhere to take care of it first." The words weren't even out before. Not waiting at all for Zheng Yutian to nod, he took off at a run. I'd been keeping my eyes fixed on Wang Jianjun the whole time and had long noticed something off about his expression. Before he could break into big strides, I sprang forward in a flash, reached out with pinpoint precision, hooked hard around his shoulder, and put strength into my arm, locking the man down tight like an iron clamp. "Junzi, where the hell do you think you're going? Need to take a dump? Then take it right here. I figure you're planning to run off and tip off that bitch Wang Dongying, aren't you?" Held down firmly, Wang Jianjun was both alarmed and furious. He twisted his body desperately trying to break free, cursing sharply and nonstop. "Shachong, is that any way to speak to an elder? You even dare curse your own mother? You've got not a shred of home training, just like a beast." The cursing hit my ears, and my gaze went cold. My big hand clamped straight down on the back of his neck, and like gripping a little chick, I forcibly wrenched his head around to face me square on. "Junzi, you really think I don't know a thing? That whole rotten mess with Wang Dongying, I've got it crystal clear in my mind. Tonight, I'm going to settle every old score piled up over the years with a lot of you nice and proper. Hold still for me. Don't move. Dare to struggle again, and I'll snap your neck clean off." With the back of his neck clamped in a death grip, that overwhelming, terrifying freakish strength was something Wang Jianjun simply couldn't resist. He who normally lorded it over the team like a tyrant had utterly caved in this moment. His whole body went rigid, and he no longer dared move a muscle. With Wang Zhengwo dead, the Wang brothers' backbone was completely gone, and the remaining two had long since lost their former arrogance. Wang Defa, beside us, watched in utter confusion. Seeing me clamp down hard on Wang Jianjun, his heart pounded like mad, filled with dread. The three Wang brothers had run roughshod over the team for years, and he'd never dared provoke them, terrified his own son's impulsiveness would bring down catastrophe. He hurriedly stepped forward to smooth things over, pleading in a low voice. "Brother Jianjun, the boy's young and hot-blooded and doesn't know better. Please don't stoop to his level. I apologize to you. Another day I'll set out a table of fine food and drink and come to your door specially to admit our fault." Wang Jianjun was clamped so hard his eyes rolled white, and he could barely catch his breath. Hearing Wang Defa's pleading just then, he only felt the man was deliberately mocking him. Rage flooded his chest, his nostrils flared wide, and he cursed through gritted teeth. "Wang Defa, screw you. Your son's practically choking me to death, and you're still here toying with me. You just wait. We Wang brothers will absolutely never let you and your son off." Those words completely enraged me. Wang Jianjun opened his mouth and cursed Wang Defa's mother. "Isn't that cursing my own grandmother?" I raised my fist, coiled the power, and slammed a hard punch straight into Wang Jianjun's face, instantly smashing out a patch of crimson blood. "You dog, you've fallen to this state, and still dare to run wild in front of me. In a bit, once we catch Wang Dongying red-handed, not one of you three siblings is getting away. None of you can dream of a good end." Zheng Yutian, beside me, gave a cold snort, suddenly swept his big hand, and gave the order in a deep voice. "Everyone listen up, surround that house up front airtight. Don't let a single person get away." I raised my hand again, another heavy punch smashing into Wang Jianjun's forehead. The force was full on, knocking him straight into blackness. He passed out cold on the spot. Having dealt with the meddlesome Wang Jianjun, I turned to look at Zheng Yutian and volunteered for the charge. "Uncle, let me take the lead. Let's sneak over quietly and catch them right in the act." Wang Defa stood frozen in place, his whole being utterly petrified. Extreme shock churned in his eyes, yet deep down there also hid a thread of sudden, dawning comprehension. Every unreasonable little detail from the years past now came flooding into his mind, thread by thread weaving together, finally forming one cruel and terrifying reality. All the neighbors' idle gossip, all of Wang Dongying's and Wang Liang's abnormal behavior, All the doubts he couldn't unravel for years, all of it now had its answer. The enormous blow instantly drained every ounce of strength from Wang Defa's body. His legs gave way, and his body collapsed limply onto the muddy ground, stiff and trembling, without even the strength to lift a hand. The people present had no attention to spare for him, collapsed and dazed as he was. No one even spared him a second glance. The group crouched low and crept softly up to the front door of Chun Dagon's mud house. Outside it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop, with only faint, scattered sounds drifting from inside. I raised my hand and made a silencing gesture at the crowd behind me, then pressed sideways against the base of the mud wall, focused, held my breath, and listened carefully. A moment later, wild joy surged into my eyes. From inside the house came, crystal clear, two overlapping voices, one man, one woman. The man's voice was unfamiliar and hoarse. I couldn't make out who it was. But that voice, soft and coquettish yet so familiar, I knew all too well. It was that shameless Wang Dongying. The old-fashioned mud houses in the countryside all had their windows built extremely high, a good head height off the ground, precisely to guard against thieves and peeping, so ordinary people couldn't easily spy inside. My gaze swept around and landed on the palm fiber rope used for hanging laundry. I quickly untied it. Rising up on my tiptoes, moving so lightly I didn't make a single sound, I carefully looped the clothesline around the old wooden window bars. Behind me, the crowd of militiamen and Zheng Yutian all wore intriguing, peculiar grins on their faces, their eyes full of gleeful, gloating anticipation. Tonight's earth-shattering scandal was a rare piece of juicy gossip for the whole brigade. Everyone was here to watch the show, waiting to catch a pair of illicit lovebirds red-handed. The crowd split into pairs on either side, gripping the two ends of the hemp rope tightly, poised and ready. Through it all, I made not a single sound, directing solely by hand signals. First I held up one finger to signal steady, then two fingers counting down, and finally chopped my palm sharply downward. In an instant, the crowds on both sides pulled hard at the same time. Crack, a crisp snap. The old, flimsy wooden window bars simply couldn't withstand such violent yanking. They shattered on the spot with a burst of flying splinters, and the entire window was wrecked outright. The sudden, enormous crash resounded through heaven and earth. The man and woman in their tender moment inside were instantly startled, thrown into complete panic. Two figures scrambled up from the bedding in a fluster, hands flying about as they tried to grab clothes to cover themselves. The crowd outside could no longer hold back and burst into a roar of laughter, the thrill of a successful prank maxing out. Everyone lowered their voices and, in hurried, excited succession, urged me on. Quick, get in there, grab this pair of shameless dogs, and catch them dead to rights. Don't let them get their clothes on. Move faster, Xiangzi. Don't give them a chance to cover up. I stamped down, planting my foot on the pile of dry firewood stacked by the wall, and used it to spring up and vault straight in through the broken window. The man and woman inside had heard the earth-shattering commotion outside and were already scared witless, fumbling frantically for their scattered clothes, fingertips trembling with fright. But when they looked up and saw a dark figure flip in through the window, their pupils went wide as gongs. They finally couldn't contain their terror and let out frightened yelps and screams. Who's out there? Get out! Get out! My brother is Wang Zhengwo. Standing inside the house, watching the two panic-stricken figures, I immediately threw my head back and roared with laughter. Wang Zhengwo is stone-cold dead, and you're trying to scare me with a dead man? What's this? You're going to peddle feudal superstition now. What incredible nerve, daring to conjure up feudal superstition right in front of a poor peasant's representative. Wang Dongying completely lost it, unable to keep up even a shred of dignity any longer. Her face contorted, wild as a lunatic, she shrieked hysterically. Wang Chong, you motherless bastard. Without me you'd have starved to death long ago. Get out of here, get out right now. Beside her, Chun Dagon worked up the courage to harden his heart, and, all bark and no bite, bellowed at me. That's right, you get out of here right now. If you don't scram, Jianjun and Jinwu will be here any minute, and they'll break both your legs off alive. At those words, I burst into another fit of arrogant laughter, not taking the two of them's threats seriously in the least. I raised my palm, broad as a fan, and struck out left and right, one loud slap for each, landing precisely on their faces. Two crisp smacks cracked out one after another, so forceful they knocked both their heads sideways and left their necks buzzing numb. The tremendous impact set their heads ringing. Their vision went black, and they froze in place, utterly stupefied. I gradually adjusted to the dim light inside and let my gaze sweep over the two. They were frantically clutching a quilt to their chests to cover up, their scattered clothes and pants heaped in a mess at the edge of the bed, a wretched, disheveled sight. Watching this scene, a flicker of mischief crossed my eyes, the prankish urge acting up. I took a step forward and snatched away all their scattered clothes in one grab. The two, both alarmed and furious, tried to fight back, and I backhanded another slap, neatly knocking the pair of them flat onto the bed. Then I strode to the window and hurled all the snatched clothing out into the night. The pair on the bed could only wrap themselves tightly in the thin quilt, huddled together and trembling, their whole bodies written over with fear and humiliation. As for what the two of them had just exposed in their panic, I couldn't have cared less to look. Just a faded, worn-out old woman, not the slightest bit of appeal. I've got 5 dames at home, every one of them young and beautiful and obedient as can be. Besides, I'm handsome and dignified, with power and standing, and there's no shortage of educated young women in the production team eager to earn their advancement. The enormous racket inside the house disturbed Chun Dagon's parents and younger sister, resting next door. The 3 of them, in thin clothes, hurried over and pushed the door open, meaning to rush in and shield Chun Dagon. I didn't indulge them one bit. One kick apiece, neatly and cleanly, and I sent all 3 of them sprawling to the ground one after another. The 3 of the Chin family took bone-jarring falls and immediately started wailing to the heavens, throwing the room into instant chaos. Somebody help. There's a thief in the house. You beast, you short-lived beast, do you know who this is? This is Wang Dongying. Watching the Chin family make such a spectacle of themselves, the prankish urge in my heart grew all the more intense. Chin Dagon, your whole family's crimes are exposed. Wang Jingwo was murdered by all of you working together. You coveted Wang Dongying, wanted to seize her by force, and when Wang Jingwo refused, you cruelly did him in. What monstrous audacity! Chin Dagon instantly went deathly pale, shaking his head and howling desperately. Slander. This is slander. There's no such thing at all. You're spouting vicious lies. I couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. I stepped up and landed another forceful slap that nearly knocked him out cold. His head lolled limply, only a thread of breath hanging on. I burst into wild laughter, my voice booming, rattling the eardrums of everyone in the room. Every one of you is a stone-cold murderer. And Wang Dongying, you vicious, thieving hag, for the sake of your adulterous coupling, you cruelly plotted to murder your own blood brother. Utterly conscienceless, an outrage against all heaven's laws. Outside, Zheng Yutian and the crowd of militiamen listening felt their scalps prickle wave after wave, their faces full of astonishment. They'd only come along to catch adulterers and watch the show. No one had expected the situation to escalate, with me pinning a murder case on the whole Chin family. The prank inside carried on. I straightened my back, struck a fully officious posture, and loudly proclaimed, Chun Dagon and his family of 4, plus the wanton Wang Dongying. You have brazenly committed the crimes of intentional homicide, adultery, hooliganism, profiteering, sabotage of production, and the grand promotion of feudal superstition. Now, in my capacity as a poor peasant's representative of the Red Star Brigade, and on behalf of the broad masses of lower and middle poor peasants, I formally strip you of all political rights for life. I sentence Chun Dagon's family of 4 to death. I sentence Wang Dongying to death, to be carried out immediately. This execution shall be carried out by the brigade militia on site by firing squad, with the supervisors being Brigade Militia Company Commander Zheng Yutian and lower and middle poor peasant representative Wang Chang. Outside, Zheng Yutian and the crowd of militiamen were utterly dumbfounded, every one of them frozen stiff, staring wide-eyed at each other, faces caught between laughter and tears. No one had ever imagined that a perfectly ordinary farce of catching adulterers would be forcibly performed by me into a major case of publicly pronounced death sentences, completely off the rails. The Chin family and Wang Dongying inside were all born and bred country folk who'd never seen anything of the wide world, having lived their whole lives under the rules of the brigade. Now, with me solemnly pronouncing death sentences on them in front of everyone, they believed it completely on the spot, scared out of their wits. Everyone instantly broke down, crying out their innocence at the top of their lungs, wails and pleas for mercy rising one after another. In the grip of extreme terror, they utterly tore off all pretense and turned on each other like fighting dogs right then and there, each biting and clawing to shift the blame. Chin Dagon cried as if his heart were being torn out. I'm wronged. I never did any killing. I only had an affair with Wang Dongying, that's all. Everything was cooked up by that bitch Wang Dongying. She's the one who murdered Wang Jingwo. It's got nothing to do with me. Chun Dagon's parents and sister hastily chimed in to testify, desperately clearing themselves. My son has always been honest and law-abiding, timid and afraid of trouble. There's no way he'd ever kill anyone. It's all the fault of that vicious woman Wang Dongying. You have no idea how wicked she is. Back then she was clearly carrying our Dagon's child, yet she deceitfully married Wang Defa. Wang Liang isn't Wang Defa's son at all. He's our Dagon's own flesh and blood. The root of all this calamity is Wang Dongying alone. Those words completely detonated Wang Dongying. She lost it on the spot, eyes bloodshot, wild as a demon. Chen Dagon, you dare bite back at me. You're the one who murdered my brother. I'll never let you off. I want you dead. I want your whole family dead. The two, their emotions out of control, threw off the quilt right then and there and, stark naked, grappled fiercely, tearing and clawing at each other, fighting furiously. The scene was too unseemly to watch, filthy and farcical all at once. Watching this absurd, eye-searing spectacle before me, a wave of revulsion swept through me. A rowdy, ridiculous scene like this. Naturally, I wasn't about to enjoy it all by myself. Stepping out of the East Room, I opened the front door and invited Zheng Yutian and the whole crowd of militiamen outside to come in, letting everyone get a good look at this earth-shattering show. Wang Dongying, who'd still been fiercely grappling with Chen Dagon, saw the throng of militiamen pour in through the doorway and countless gazes fall on her all at once. What little shame she had left made her stop instantly. She hastily curled back deep into the bedding, not daring to show her head. Seeing Zheng Yutian lead armed militiamen into the room, and recalling the death sentence and on-the-spot execution I pronounced just moments ago, Chen Dagon's family were already scared witless, thinking that this time they really were here to carry out the punishment. Bare-chested, Chen Dagon felt his legs give way and dropped to his knees with a heavy thud, banging his head on the ground over and over, pleading frantically for mercy. Commander Zheng, spare me. I'm wronged. I was deceived by others. The murder has nothing to do with me at all. It was all Wang Dongying's idea, all her doing. Chen Dagon's parents and sister immediately followed suit, dropping to their knees in unison, faces streaming with snot and tears, wailing as if their hearts would break, heads banging endlessly against the cold ground. To clear their own names, Chen Dagon's parents unhesitatingly dumped every bit of filth onto Wang Dongying, even fabricating testimony on the spot. Commander, please see the truth clearly. We saw it with our own eyes. Wang Jingwo was murdered by Wang Dongying. It's all this woman, cruel and ruthless, stopping at nothing for her own selfish desires. It has nothing to do with us Chens. We're honest, law-abiding, ordinary folk. Wrapped in the quilt, Wang Dongying couldn't bear such a framing. She poked her head out and cursed furiously, her voice shrill and crazed. You Chens are a whole pack of heartless, wolf-hearted dogs. May you all die a miserable death. Wang Chong, you plague-ridden, thousand-cuts, short-lived wretch. You framed me on purpose. Even as a ghost, I'll never let any of you off. The chaotic torrent of curses rang through the entire house, the scene growing ever noisier. I leaned in close to Zheng Yotian's ear and lowered my voice to remind him. Uncle, interrogate them properly first. You'll definitely get something out of them. Zheng Yutian caught on in an instant, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. Right now, with these people's composure utterly collapsed, blurting out whatever came to mind, this really was the best opening to pry the truth loose. He stepped forward and delivered a hard kick that sent the ceaselessly begging Chen Dagon sprawling, his expression stern and his aura formidable. Wang Jingwo's bizarre, gruesome death. There's no way you people are clear of this. Confess honestly, all of you. What exactly is the relationship between you and Wang Dongying? Come clean. Dare to conceal a single word, and you'll have no end of suffering ahead. Chen Dagon was already scared out of his wits and didn't dare hide a thing, spilling it all like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube. I'll talk. I'll confess everything. 15 years ago, I got involved with Wang Dongying. Back then, she and I carried on in secret. I got her pregnant, and I'd originally planned to marry her. But Wang Dongying's 3 brothers looked down on my family for being poor and useless, and they forced us apart, made Wang Dongying remarry to Wang Defa. Zheng Yutian turned his head, his gaze sweeping heavily toward Chen Dagon's parents. Everything he just said, is it all true? Chen Dagon's parents hurriedly nodded again and again in agreement, continuing to shirk the blame. It's true, every word. It was Wang Dongying, shameless as she is, who threw herself at our Dagon. All these years, every time Wang Dongying came back to her mother's home, she'd secretly come find our Dagon for their trysts, sleeping in the same bed. Commander Yutian, our whole family are honest, law-abiding folk. We've never dared stir up trouble. It's all the Wangs and Wang Dongying who are too wicked, bringing calamity down on our family. Wrapped in the quilt, Wang Dongying could bear it no longer and howled her rebuttals with all her might. Her shrill screams tangled together with the Chun family's excuses and wails, and the whole house erupted into deafening, chaotic uproar. The ear-splitting noise made my scalp crawl and my head pound. I raised my hand and slapped Wang Dongying hard across the face, barking sternly. Damn it, did anyone ask you? Shut your mouths, all of you. Anyone who dares to yowl again, I'll deal with them first. The moment the scolding landed, the room fell nearly silent. Zheng Youtian's eyes flickered light and dark. Staring at the trembling Chun Dagan and Wang Dongying, a bold idea took shape in his mind. Wang Jiangwo's murder case still had no leads whatsoever. The whole brigade had been combed through without turning up the slightest clue. And now this man and woman, tangled in an affair for over a decade, might just be the key breakthrough for the case. Rapidly working it out in his head, Zheng Youtian silently made up his mind. He'd report this matter to the commune truthfully first. As for whether the follow-up investigation team would pin the murder on these two, well, that had nothing to do with him. Having figured this out, he immediately ordered the militiamen beside him to retrieve the clothes that had been thrown out the window earlier and tossed them to Wang Dongying, huddled in the quilt. Then he swept his big hand and, in a sharp tone, commanded, "Take them all away. Haul the whole lot back to brigade headquarters, interrogate them rigorously through the night, and get to the bottom of everything, no matter what." The militiamen fetched rope and bound Wang Dongying's hands tightly, ready to take her back to headquarters for questioning. Wearing a mocking grin, I sidled up cheerfully to the bound Wang Dongying, my tone arrogant and smug. "Wang Dongying, you remember this well. Tonight it was me who personally led people to your door to catch you in the act. Haha, let me ask you, aren't you furious? You could fool that honest, simple Wang Defa, but you thought you could fool me too? Dream on." Wang Dongying glared fixedly at me, her eyes practically spewing fire. But watching my posture, ready to strike at any moment, she knew full well that my slaps didn't cut any corners. To avoid getting slapped again, she forcibly clenched her teeth and didn't dare say another word. This overbearing, domineering look on my face, that reckless, savage ferocity, it felt inexplicably familiar to Wang Dongying. This manner was almost exactly like Wang Jiangwo of old, who'd lorded it over the brigade and bullied his neighbors. All at once, a bold and chilling thought detonated in her mind. Could Wang Jiangwo's death have been done by Wang Chang's own hand? Judging by the ferocity and confidence he was displaying right now, he was fully capable of and bold enough to do such a thing. Wang Chang had just beaten me. I'd rushed over through the night to seek my brother's help, and my brother just so happened to meet a bizarre, gruesome end. Was it really that much of a coincidence? Something's off, very, very off. Even if Wang Chang didn't have the nerve, then what about Zheng Youtian, who held the militia's power in his hands? Wang Jiangwo, as the brigade's militia platoon leader, had snubbed Zheng Youtian several times, even talking back and bickering with him. Could Zheng Youtian not harbor resentment in his heart? The more Wang Dongying thought about it, the more certain she became, and the angrier she grew. My brother's body wasn't even cold yet, and these two beasts had not only covered up the truth, but turned black into white, slandering me for murdering my own brother and for adultery leading to murder. Utterly consumed by rage, she thrashed desperately against the ropes and screamed at the top of her lungs. "Help! Help me! Jianjun, Jianwu, come quick! It's Zheng Youtian who killed our eldest brother. It's Zheng Youtian and Wang Chang who worked together to murder Wang Jiangwo." The moment those words came out, my scalp instantly prickled all over. Wang Jiangwo wasn't killed by my own hand, but I was the one who broke his legs. This matter was more or less tied up with me, and once they dug in and investigated closely, it could easily expose a flaw. Beside me, Zheng Youtian instantly went livid with rage. Wronged like this, how could he possibly stand it? He stepped up and drove a fist hard into Wang Dongying's face. "You shameless wanton, you dare spew vicious lies in front of everyone? Last night, I was carrying out a mission at the commune, with more than a dozen people to vouch for me the whole time. You tell me, how could I have sprouted wings and flown back to kill Wang Jiangwo? Damn it, you deserve to die, bitch, publicly slandering a cadre, spreading rumors, and stirring up trouble. Just wait and see how I properly cook you up next." Not far off, Wang Jianjun and Wang Jianwu hurried forward, meaning to shield Wang Dongying. Zheng Youtian shot the two a cold, sidelong glare, his aura icy and fully oppressive. "What? You two scumbags planning to stand up for your sister, wanting to have a go at me?" Looking at the fierce-faced Zheng Youtian and the crowd of militiamen beside him gripping weapons with menacing force, the two instantly quailed. They hastily shook their heads in a fluster, faces full of fawning appeasement. "No, no, we absolutely didn't mean that. It's all a misunderstanding. Our little sister was driven out of her mind by anger. Her head's not clear. She's just talking nonsense." Zheng Youtian didn't take these two stray, homeless dogs seriously in the least. Not bothering to waste any more breath, he raised his hand and waved. The crowd of militiamen immediately hauled Chun Dagan and the wound-covered Wang Dongying off toward brigade headquarters. Wang Defa stood alone and forlorn in the corner, as if he'd lost his very soul, his eyes hollow, his whole body rigid. The thing he feared most, the thing he least dared to admit, had now been utterly confirmed. The younger son he'd raised for over a decade, Wang Liang, Wasn't his own flesh and blood at all, but somebody else's bastard. No wonder that boy had never been close to him from childhood on, had stubbornly refused to call him dad, wearing the face of an ungrateful wolf all day long. So the boy had known perfectly well in his heart who his real father was. Watching Wang Defa's dejected, desolate state, I let out a laugh, stepped up, and gave his shoulder a hearty clap, my tone casual and teasing. Dad, from now on, I, Wang Chong, am your one and only solid, good son. Don't go all wanting to die on me. Buck up. Skim off a little more graft. I've still got to inherit your estate someday. Ha ha ha. It's just a woman, right? One of these days I'll find you an obedient, feisty widow. Wouldn't that beat Wang Donging by a mile? Just tell me, what kind do you like? Big chest, perky rear, huh? Ha ha. I knew it. There's not a man under heaven who doesn't go for that. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll personally pick her out and get everything squared away nice and clear. Dad, a man's life comes and goes, and that's about all there is to it. Finding a few more sweet dames to properly enjoy yourself with. That's the truly serious business. A string of off-color yet utterly down-to-earth words, every one of them striking right at the heart. Wang Defa's once-taut face, his heart full of gloom and despair, was actually loosened up by my few words. He lifted his eyes to me, his gaze carrying a trace of trepidation and hope, and asked in a small voice, You'll really find me one? Then I'm going to hold you to it. I thumped my chest, pounding it thunderously loud, brimming with confidence. Dad, how about that woman teacher at the brigade? She's not too old, looks passable, and those melons of hers are plenty big. Wang Defa was so struck by this he swallowed hard, his dark face flushing a purplish red. She's a teacher at the brigade, an educated person. Would she ever take a fancy to a mud-legged farmer like me? I gave a cold snort. Just a faded, spent flower, as if she gets a say. Leave it to me. Oh right. How are we going to deal with that little bastard Wang Liang? If you're too soft-hearted to do it, then I'll handle it. My offhand question sent Wang Defa's just slightly lifted mood sinking again. He let out a long sigh, his brows and eyes full of weariness and bitterness, his voice low. Forget it. I'll do it myself. I'll take care of it. In the end, it was a child he'd raised for over a decade. Even if it was an ungrateful wolf that could never be tamed, the bond of living together day and night was still there, and his heart couldn't help churning with mixed emotions. I naturally understood the complicated feelings he had at this moment. But unlike the gloomy, downcast Wang Defa, I was in a great mood right now, thoroughly at ease. Wang Jingwo, who'd terrorized the countryside, was stone-cold dead, no future troubles left. And the cunning, vicious Wang Dongying had been caught red-handed in adultery, unable to defend herself no matter what she said. In this era, matters of lifestyle and moral conduct were among the harshest and most fatal moral accusations there were. From now on, at meetings big and small, Wang Dongying would be dragged out to be denounced over and over as a negative example. The hat of bourgeois decadent thinking would be clamped firmly on her head, and the placard of worse than a beast would hang daily on her chest. Without anyone else lifting a finger, the spittle of the whole Red Star Brigade alone would be enough to drown her. Country folk, in truth, mostly don't understand what a rightist is or who's a real landlord. In poor, remote mountain hollows like this, no proper landlord could ever emerge. Anyone with a bit of means and ability would never be trapped in such a barren mountain village. As for the everyday struggling against the 5 black categories, most people were just going through the motions, following the commune's call and joining in the fun, without much genuine hatred in their hearts. But lifestyle and conduct issues were different. That was a bottom line that struck squarely at every farmer's own vital interests. Farmers toiled diligently their whole lives, and what they hoped for is the passing on of the family line. No one could tolerate the corruption of morals and the defilement of bloodlines. In the Red Star Brigade, someone with improper conduct was more hated than the 5 black categories, and had an even harder time getting by. Once we got back to the production team, I sent the soul-lost Wang Defa off to go home alone. I found a spot with no one around, and with a stir of intent, shuttled back to the modern city. The street-side lights blazed brilliantly, the night market bustled with the din of voices, and the lively warmth of everyday life rushed to meet me. Looking at everything so free and unfettered before me, a sense of relaxation and release I'd never known before rose up in my heart. Everything before me was beautiful, free, abundant, unrestrained. But I knew in my heart that my true roots had long since sunk deep into the Red Star production team of the 1970s. After downing a bottle of beer, I bought a retro-style portable speaker from a street-side stall, its shape not much different from a radio of the 70s and 80s. Then I packed up a bunch of late-night cooked snacks, grabbed some ice-cold beer, and swayed my way back through time once more. As expected, up at the East Room's window, the simple-minded gal's little head was still there, gazing out longingly. when she made out the figure emerging from me in the night. Her whole little face instantly burst into a bright smile, pure and fervent. Brother Chong, you're back. I'll open the door for you right now." She went pattering over to open the door, her movements brisk and eager, just like a loyal dog that waits day and night for its master to come home, her whole heart and eyes full of joy and dependence. This part I found quite gratifying. When a man's out having a carefree good time, he needs to be treated well when he gets home too. Men, it's just too hard on us. If the dame at home is like a debt collector, then what's the point of going home? Might as well drop dead outside. Of course, I only think it. Dropping dead outside is out of the question. If a dame won't do as she's told, just swap her out for another. What could be simpler? The wooden door was gently pulled open, and the simple-minded gal dove straight into my arms, her little head nuzzling incessantly against the front of my clothes, greedily rubbing against my scent. All her longing turned entirely into affectionate motions, and it was a good long while before she was willing to let go. I handed all the late-night snacks, beer, and the speaker over to her, then reached back to bolt the door tight, shutting out the night and wind outside. The simple-minded gal held the never-before-seen novel objects, cocked her little head, and, with a pair of jet-black eyes opened wide, examined the speaker curiously. "Brother Chong, what is this thing?" My tone was offhand as I gave a light reply. "A radio, for listening to songs to pass the time." The simple-minded gal's eyes went even rounder, her face full of disbelief. "A radio? Like the kind at brigade headquarters that makes sounds?" I couldn't be bothered to explain much to her. My gaze swept over the bed inside. The four women, Lu Xiaoya, Lu Xiaoding, Chun Haiyan, and Bai Yumei, were lying snug and settled on my new mattress, taking up the whole big bed tight. I stepped up and gave Chun Haiyan's face a light slap, hollering, "Damn it! All of you get up and drink with me. Sleep, sleep, screw the sleeping. Get up and party." I casually set the speaker on the table, planning to pick a folk song first to ease them in, so this bunch of unworldly hicks wouldn't be too shocked. Mountain folk, of course, ought to listen to mountain folk songs. And when it comes to mountain songs, hands down the best are our Yunnan brethren. I lightly tapped a button, and after a moment, an intensely catchy intro rose up slowly, the cheerful, restless melody instantly filling the whole room. The familiar rough, wild vocals came in right after. Fake cigarettes, fake booze, fake friends, a song called "Give Your Thigh a Squeeze," blunt and raw, steeped in a rich, rustic, lowbrow flavor. The lyrics were bold and unbridled, without the slightest bit of subtlety. Set against these strict, rule-bound times, it was like rolling thunder from the heavens. That's how brazen it was. The atmosphere of the 1970s was extremely conservative. Across the whole nation, what everyone sang were uniformly positive energy red songs, every line proper and solemn, strictly observing the rights and morals, without a single off-key note. These few, who'd grown up listening to red songs year-round, where would they ever have heard such a bold, blunt mountain tune carrying a touch of low, common street flavor? Lu Xiaoya, Lu Xiaoding, Chun Haiyan, and Bai Yumei froze in place, their faces full of extreme shock, eyes wide as saucers. The proprieties and morals they'd upheld every day were smashed to pieces before this catchy, audacious tune. The feeling was like their clean, pure spiritual world suddenly being tainted, carrying a hint of bashful profanity that left them at a loss, their hearts trembling. The four country girls' cheeks flushed crimson, red from their earlobes all the way down their necks, too shy to lift their heads. Yet they couldn't help secretly perking up their ears, catching every word of the lyrics. In this era of material scarcity, spiritual entertainment was impoverished to the extreme. For ordinary households, even catching a bit of broadcast was a luxury, and being able to properly listen to a complete song was already an immense pleasure. Let alone this kind of never-before-heard, novel, bold tune that, upon closer taste, turned out to be especially addictive. The restless melody dispelled the dull night, and the stuffy old house instantly came alive. The simple-minded gal, with not a shred of reserve, was instantly carried away by the rhythm, her pure, innocent nature shining through. She twisted and swayed at my side, her eyes curving into crescents, that goofy grin never once stopping. Watching the lively atmosphere, my mood grew ever more at ease. I stretched out a long arm and scooped Bai Yumei, beside me, straight into my embrace, one arm around her waist, and joined the simple-minded gal in wild, unbridled fun. Suddenly caught up in my arms, Bai Yumei was at first a bit stiff and unwilling. Always gentle and reserved by nature, she'd never been so brazen and flamboyant. But I was the household's genuine head of the family, my word law. So however shy and awkward she felt inside, she could only suppress her reserve and passively sway along to my rhythm. At first her movements were stiff and clumsy, unable to let herself go. But as the catchy melody looped round and round, the reserve on her slowly peeled away, the reluctance on her face gradually dissolving, replaced by ease and intoxication, her movements growing naturally supple and lively. In this moment, the long pent-up constraint and repression in by Yume's heart all melted away. Never having tasted such carefree abandon before, she felt her whole body light, her heart suddenly open, like a bird broken free of its cage, able to soar without a care, like a mountain breeze, unfettered and free to come and go. Having completely let go of herself, Yume underwent an earth-shaking change in her state of mind. All the rights and rules, all the worldly eyes, all of it was flung to the back of beyond. Only one thought remained in her heart: to obey my will. To hell with worldly rules, to hell with others' gossip. I'll listen only to Brother Chang. Whatever Brother Chang tells me to do, I'll do. I'm Brother Chang's woman, so I ought to be at Brother Chang's beck and call. I beckoned, signaling for the two big-bellied ones, Lu Xiaoya and Chun Haiyan, to come over, and drew them to my side. Their movements were unpracticed and clumsy, completely unable to keep up with the brisk rhythm. They could only, under my lead, slowly sway their waists bit by bit to the music. The atmosphere in the room was warm and relaxed, and the six of us were utterly immersed in this rare merriment. Everyone bobbed their heads along to the melody, ice-cold beer in hand, never before heard wild songs in their ears, and savory late-night snacks in their mouths, for a brief, while casting aside all their suffering and worries. Chun Haiyan, holding a bottle of beer, leaned gently against my side. Her brows and eyes, which usually carried a tenacious edge, now held a rare tenderness, and in that gaze hid a touch of grievance, along with a hint of relief. Brother Chang, a toast to you. I was immature before, always liked to go against you. The two beer bottles clinked lightly together, ringing out crisply. Chun Haiyan tilted her head back and downed a big mouthful of beer straight down, choking until her eyes rimmed slightly red. Brother Chang, thanks to you, someone of 5 black category stock like me actually gets to live a few days like a human being in this life. You don't know, I've been scared the whole time, scared day and night. I'm not afraid of being cursed at struggle meetings, not afraid of being shoved or beaten. I'm not afraid of pain. I'm just afraid they'll come down too hard and the child in my belly won't make it. My father was beaten to death back then, and I don't even know whether my mother's alive or dead anymore. The words were spoken softly, yet every one was the bitterness of her heart. I reached up and ruffled her head, unable to help a wave of feeling. Chun Haiyan, usually so fiery and bold, never showing weakness, so she too had such a fragile, helpless side. All right, don't dwell on it. With me here, your days will only get better one day at a time. The child in your belly is my child too. I absolutely won't stand by and do nothing. My uncle's the brigade militia company commander, my dad's the production team leader, we carry some clout, and that bunch has to give me at least a little face. The words out of my mouth, I knew full well myself that this confidence wasn't truly solid. In this era, the 5 black categories were targets anyone could spit on and anyone could suppress. The opposition carved into the very rules. For me, a mere petty poor peasant's representative, to try to stand against the tide of the whole era was like throwing an egg against a rock. If it really came to a collective mass meeting, and someone deliberately stirred up trouble, seizing on the 5 black category status of Lu Xiaoya, Lu Shouting, and Chun Haiyan to make an issue of it, then even if I wanted to shield them, I could only stare helplessly. To save my own skin, I might even have to publicly and actively draw a clear line between myself and the 5 black categories. With just that one line, the once warm and relaxed atmosphere instantly turned subtle. The brief, false freedom and happiness in the room were like the flickering kerosene lamplight on the table, faint points of glow, fragile and frail. How could a tiny flame stand against the whole vast night sky? Lu Xiaoya and Lu Shouting's faces turned ashen. The two instinctively lifted their heads to gaze at the pitch-black night outside the window, their eyes brimming with worry and unease. I understood clearly in my heart, of course, what they feared and worried about. I reached out and gently stroked Lu Xiaoya's high, swollen belly, soothing her in a warm voice, breaking the oppressive mood. Don't worry. Tomorrow I'll personally make a trip to the commune. I'll go see how your mother's doing lately, whether she's getting by all right, whether anyone's deliberately giving her a hard time. I'll go around to the Public Security Committee myself, pull some connections. I won't say I can pull your mother straight out of the pit of misery, but making sure she suffers less and gets bullied less, that much I can manage. I rapidly ran back through the fragmentary memories of my past life. Lu Xiaoya's mother, in the end, hadn't made it through this special era. Only the exact year of her passing, I didn't remember clearly. Though the Lu sisters, in the past, hadn't been obedient and loved to throw little tantrums, in the end we were still under the same roof, and on the nights when there was fooling around to be done, there'd been plenty of it. Lending a hand to my mother-in-law within my means was only reasonable, especially since I genuinely had the ability now. With the vexation in my heart easing a bit, the young, hot-blooded vigor within my body surged up again. I swept out my big hand and drew both Lu Xiaoya and Lu Shouting into my arms at once, as domineering as ever. I'm heading to the commune to take care of business tomorrow. So tell me, what should we do right now? I arched a brow and gave a light smile, my tone carrying a hint of playfulness. Lu Shouting and Lu Xiaoya exchanged a glance, both their faces flushing, and got onto the bed first. A night of tender affection. Daylight pierced the thin mist bit by bit, the morning fog blanketing the Red Star Brigade slowly lifting, roosters crowing one after another cutting through the village. After a sumptuous breakfast, I set down my bowl and chopsticks and methodically arranged the day's tasks for the several dames at home. Today I've got business at the commune, so you all won't be going up into the mountains. I pointed at the pregnant Lu Xiaoya and Chun Haiyan and gave careful instructions. You too, with your bodies not up to it, just tend the private plot by the front door, and while you're at it, chop some firewood nearby and stack it up, then dig up some earthworms, gather some wild greens, mix them with rice bran, and feed the chickens. Then I looked at the other three, Lu Shouting, Bai Yumei, and Simple-Minded Gal. The production team's firing the tile kiln over there and is short of hands for work points. You three head over and lend a hand, earn a few work points to help out with the household. Lu Shouting's lips moved, and Lu Xiaoya also showed hesitation. Both of them had something to say. I saw through the concerns in their hearts at a glance, and couldn't be bothered to spend more breath reassuring them. I just casually waved a hand, turned, and strode freely out the door. Walking along the bumpy, uneven country path, I rarely settled my mind to take in the authentic, unadulterated rural scenery of the 1970s. Wild grasses grew rampant on either side of the dirt road, and romping, chasing urchins were everywhere on the field ridges. An old water buffalo slowly swished its tail as it grazed on green grass, and free-range chickens and ducks marked with owners' signs paced back and forth, pecking for food. Scattered, low earthen mud houses were tucked into every nook and corner, and the villagers coming and going about their labor mostly wore patched clothes, their frames thin, their faces dark. Still, their spirits were genuinely good. A cartwheel would practically be rolling over my face, yet they'd be belting out dirty jokes, each one louder than the last. I grumbled to myself, this lousy road really is hard to walk. It'd be great if I could get hold of a motorcycle to get around. But then, thinking it over, I gave a self-mocking shake of my head. Even if I really got a motorcycle, given my current status and standing, there'd be no way to hold on to such a conspicuous big-ticket item. Chances are it'd get confiscated by those above in the blink of an eye, and it'd only draw unnecessary trouble. I let out a sigh. Better to think of something practical. First shield the 5 dames at home, then talk about anything else. My dames, for me to scold or smack them a bit is only right and proper, but I can't let anyone else bully them. Once a man has a soft spot, has someone he cares about, he's got a weakness. I'm not, after all, a qualified beast. So be it. Living a different way isn't bad either. Damn it. None of you had better push me too far. Push me too far for real, and I don't care if you're the brigade chief or the commune director. I'll send every last one of you to meet your maker. Worst case, I'll take my dames off to the modern world and live off the grid. Thinking as I walked, a mechanical rumbling, put put put, drew closer from far off. An old tractor loaded down with sacks was rolling slowly along the country road toward the commune. I raised my hand and waved hard at the tractor, hoping to hitch a ride. In this era, being a tractor driver was an extremely prestigious job. Holding transport assignments in hand, they were always full of themselves, walking with a certain arrogance about them. The driver just shot me a sidelong glance, with no intention of slowing down at all. On the contrary, he gave the throttle a little more gas, belched out thicker black smoke, and swept right past, not taking me seriously in the least. The tractor wasn't going fast, its body heavy and jolting. I put strength into my legs and caught up to the cargo bed in a few strides, braced my arms, and vaulted up in one clean, decisive leap, landing right in the rear bed piled with grain sacks. The tractor driver sensed the movement behind him, stopped the vehicle, poked his head out, and hollered furiously. Shachong, who said you could climb onto my tractor without permission? Get down right now. Hold up the public grain transport mission, and I'll report you straight up and have you hauled off for labor reform. You believe me or not? Those words instantly angered me. I flipped over and hopped to the side of the driver's seat, raised my hand, and delivered 2 crisp slaps straight across his face, instantly curing his bad habit of running his mouth. A little punk like you thinks he's fit to boss me around, I scolded with a cold glare. Even that scumbag Zhang Guoquan I beat without a second thought. What the hell are you? Daring to put on airs in front of me? Open your dog eyes wide and take a good look at the clothes on my back. Look familiar? The tractor driver had been close with Zhang Guoquan to begin with, and recognized at a glance that this jacket was a brand new one Zhang Guoquan had just acquired not long ago. Clothes that should have been on Zhang Guoquan's back were now draped over me. His mind went blank. He couldn't work out the reason for it at all. I cocked the corner of my mouth smugly. That bastard Zhang Guoquan owed me 5 yuan, kept dragging his feet and refusing to pay. Didn't know what was good for him. So I could only strip Doghead Quan's clothes off him to settle the debt. What? You think just because his uncle's the brigade chief, he can welch on a debt? Don't forget, my own uncle is militia company commander Zheng Yutian. With that, I sat right down in the front passenger seat. Seeing him still frozen and dazed, I lost patience and gave him another slap. Not too light, not too heavy. Damn it, what are you spacing out for? Drive. That did it. The tractor driver was thoroughly convinced. Even Zhang Guoquan had been handled and put in his place by me. What was a mere tractor driver to dare act cocky in front of me? The little wretch didn't dare utter another word of complaint and obediently started up the tractor, driving off toward the commune. Having dealt with the arrogant driver, I was in an especially good mood. Leaning back in the seat, I lit up a white lacoon, slowly puffing away and admiring the scenery along the way. The closer we got to the commune's headquarters, the thicker the strong political atmosphere unique to the era grew. Slogans in red characters on white backgrounds were painted all over the roadside walls. Red flags fluttered in the wind everywhere at state units. And there were shadows of cadres hurrying about and commune members laboring everywhere. A bustling, fervent collective air rushing to meet me. By the time we reached the commune's grain-drying ground, it happened to be market day. Commune members from production teams in every direction, carrying shoulder pole baskets, holding bamboo baskets, and shouldering bamboo pack baskets. The vegetables and fruits from each household's private plot, home-pickled vegetables and dried goods, hand-woven bamboo baskets and straw sandals, and a small number of eggs and poultry. All of it was laid out at the designated temporary stalls, hawked for sale. The din of voices was deafening. Haggling rose one after another. Children chased and romped. Peddlers cried their wares back and forth, and the dense, packed crowd squeezed together into one mass, forming the most vivid and lively scene of 1970s rural market day. I got off the tractor, patted the dust off my trouser legs, and lifted my eyes to gaze at the market scene teeming with heads, and for a moment, I actually found myself lost in the sight. Just then, my gaze was drawn. A woman, hunched over, wearing a tall paper cone hat on her head, her cheeks thickly smeared with a layer of pot soot, gripping a broom in her hand, was bent over sweeping the roadside garbage, tottering past right in front of me. I recognized at a glance that this was a 5 black categories element undergoing labor reform. My own household had 3 women of the same class background, Lu Xiaoya, Lu Xiaoding, and Chun Haiyan. So this whole set of suppression and reform rules, I understood all too well. I took a stride forward, blocked her path directly, and spoke bluntly. Hey, 5 black categories, let me ask you about someone. Do you know Li Zhenxiang? The woman in the tall hat, her face full of pot soot, instantly went on guard, her cloudy eyes sizing me up and down. She hesitated a long while before lowering her voice to reply in a whisper. Who are you? What exactly do you want with her? I lifted my chin slightly, striking the pose of a proper poor peasant's representative. I'm a poor peasant's representative of the Red Star Brigade. Someone asked me to deliver her a message specially. The moment those words landed, visible, heavy panic welled up on the woman's face, her body trembling slightly, her speech so hurried the words were nearly slurred. Did something happen to Xiaoya? Or shouting? The words weren't even finished before the long-suppressed grievance instantly broke through, and she began sobbing low right on the spot. My 2 poor children. Living in this special era, for those labeled 5 black categories, no news was the best news. Anytime someone came specially to deliver a message, 9 times out of 10 it wasn't anything good. Either a family member had been maimed or had lost their life. Past case after case had long since borne out this cruel, unspoken rule. Looking at the woman before me, wearing a tall hat, her face smeared with pot soot, her clothes in tatters, worn down by endless torment, I drew a sharp breath, my heart churning with mixed feelings. I'd taken her at first for some unrelated reform target at the commune, but never expected that this wretched, disheveled woman before me was in fact Lu Xiaoya and Lu Xiaoding's own mother, my mother-in-law in name, Li Zhenxiang. Before I could even open my mouth to comfort her, a bloated, fat, middle-aged woman with a pair of triangular eyes and a face full of mean, vicious spite came striding over quickly and gave Li Zhenxiang's shoulder a hard shove. Li Zhenxiang stumbled, nearly pitching headfirst to the ground. The fat woman's eyes were cold and sinister, her words insulting to the extreme. You 5 black categories dregs, wearing the tall hat, smeared with pot soot, and still not behaving. Standing here chatting up men, flirting away, born with the bones of a lowly, wanton whore. Li Jinxiang barely steadied her swaying body, clamped the old, worn broom tightly under her arm, and kept clasping her hands and bowing to the fat woman, her eyes red-rimmed, on the verge of bursting into tears right there, humble to the utmost. Comrade Representative, I beg you to accommodate me just a moment. Just a few words, it's news my daughter sent over. I'll finish saying it and get right back to work. I absolutely won't delay the reform task any longer. But this humble pleading earned not a shred of pity. The fat woman put her strength into it again and delivered a vicious kick that sent Li Jinxiang sprawling to the ground. Then she threw her head back and roared with laughter, her laughter dripping with malice. Haha, a message came? I'd say it's more likely those two daughters of yours couldn't hold up under reform and kick the bucket. If you ask me, you'd best go smash your head against a wall and be done with it. One clean end. Living in this world, you're just wasting grain rations, squandering collective resources. Deputy Director Liu had a good, kind heart, pitying you, wanting to arrange some lighter indoor housekeeping work for you. But you go and put on airs instead, not knowing what's good for you. Who are you playing high and mighty for? Do you really think you're still the grand young mistress of a landlord family from your glory days? I'm telling you plain and clear, as long as Director Liu's not pleased, you can forget about a single day of peace for the rest of your life. The fat woman's loud tirade drew quite a few marketgoers to gather and watch. Seeing the crowd swell larger and larger, the sour, vicious look on her face swiftly reined itself in, replaced by a hypocritical, kindly featured mask, and she played the neighborly affection card, her voice rising a bit higher. Li Jinxiang, after all, we've been old neighbors for years. Would I really harm you? Director Liu, too, is acting out of painstaking goodwill, giving you a chance to repent and turn over a new leaf. It's precisely to let a 5 black categories element like you properly accept the spur and thoroughly reform your old thinking. I stood off to the side, the corner of my mouth twitching a few times beyond my control. All the twists and turns within it, I saw through clearly. No need to think hard. This was plainly that Deputy Director Liu of the Poor Peasants Association using the pretext of reform to harass and oppress Li Jinxiang, secretly working some filthy scheme. I could even fill in the whole story from cause to effect. An early years small fry from the bottom rung, once poor and destitute, living at others' mercy, who one day comes into power and lands in the seat of Poor Peasants Association Deputy Director, and now he wants to get his hands on the former landlord's young mistress. Once a servant turns the tables and grabs power, when they throw their weight around, they're far more petty and domineering than the old masters of yesteryear. I'd been a beast of burden for the better part of a lifetime, so I truly know this deeply. When taking a wage job, you absolutely must not pick the kind of lousy shop or crummy factory run by someone who worked their way up from the bottom. Those types started up with a few thousand yuan and wish they could make their workers pay back with a lifetime's worth of hardship all at once. TSK. If I, Wang Chong, were that servant, I want to spur that young mistress of old too, fulfilling that original dream. But I'm not that servant, and this Li Jinxiang is my mother-in-law. Some crummy Poor Peasants Association deputy director thinks he can be my bargain bin father-in-law. Watching the fat woman shove Li Jinxiang around, planning to haul her off to keep tormenting her, I took a step forward, clapped a hand on her shoulder, wore a hint of amusement on my face, and deliberately picked a fight. Fat sow, you walk without eyes in your head, is that it? You just stepped on my foot. Not going to give me an explanation? The devil-may-care, hooligan aura all over me made it obvious at a glance that I was an old hand who'd knocked around the poor and lower-middle peasant ranks for years. And the fat woman was herself an activist at the commune who charged to the very front, building her authority by suppressing the 5 category elements, and was used to throwing her weight around and lording it over people every day. If she got handled by some hooligan today, how could she go on being a poor peasant's representative in the future? Her face darkened, she stiffened her neck, and glared at me viciously with those triangular eyes, brimming with brazen shrewishness. Where'd this deserve to die wretch spring from? So I stepped on your foot, what of it? Me stepping on you is doing you an honor. You dare demand an explanation from me? I'd say your hide's itching. You haven't been beaten enough. Go ask around the commune first, why don't you? I, Wang Jinhua, have 4 brothers and 3 sisters, a dozen plus nephews and nieces, my clan's thriving with people, and you dare cross swords with me. At those words I was slightly taken aback, feeling inexplicably muddled inside. The name Wang Jinhua sounded awfully familiar, and connecting that to the other party having a full 7 siblings. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? Adopting a probing attitude, I casually rattled off a few names. Wang Detsai, Wang Debao, Wang Degui, Wang Deshi. A flash of smugness instantly crossed the fat woman's face. Her chin lifted slightly, her arrogance overbearing and self-satisfied. Yeah, you kid do have a bit of a discerning eye. You actually know my brothers. Now you know your granny's not to be trifled with. Eh. I gave a helpless roll of my eyes, my tone carrying a hint of amusement caught between laughter and tears. Second aunt, open your eyes wide and take a good look at who I am. Don't just open your mouth to bluff people. I'm Wang Chong, from Wang Defa's household. Rural clan consciousness in this era was still quite strong, and among relatives of the same clan, there was always a bit of that blood kinship sentiment kept in reserve. The moment she heard the person before her was Wang Defa's son, Wang Jinhua, hastily reined in all her viciousness and sized me up and down anew. Seeing that I was dressed decently and cleanly, brimming with vim and vigor, and recalling that Wang Defa was now a production team leader with a bit of real power in hand, no penniless, shabby relative. Her attitude did an instant 180-degree turnaround, a warm, affectionate smile piling up all over her face. Haha, I was wondering whose fine young man this was, and it turns out he's a seed of our Wang family. No mistake there. Xiangzi, haven't seen you in years, and you've grown so tall and strapping, truly more promising the more you grow. Come, 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 don't stand out here in the market. Come back home with your second aunt, sit a spell, have a drink of water, and rest your feet. Life at the commune these days wasn't easy either. Supplies were scarce, restrictions everywhere. If townspeople wanted to buy a little cheap farm produce, they had to work connections and pull strings too. Wang Defa held the real power of a production team leader, and among the crowd of same clan relatives that counted as upper middle standing. The shrewd, self-serving Wang Jinhua was naturally willing to cozy up properly and entertain me, her clan nephew. And I was quietly running my own calculations too. I'd just been fretting over not finding a reliable channel to inquire about my mother-in-law's situation, and I couldn't get a read on this Deputy Director Lu's background and filthy intentions. Running into this clan aunt was exactly the most suitable breakthrough point. I nodded along and followed Wang Jinhua toward her home. Arriving at her dwelling, looking at the low, cramped mud tile house before me, its walls mottled and cracked with yellow clay, radiating poverty and destitution at every turn. A flicker of undisguised disdain crossed my eyes. Second aunt, you're living way too shabbily. Your husband really is useless, a strapping man in his prime, and he's turned life into this. Is this a place fit for humans to live? Wang Jinhua was momentarily struck speechless by the jab, a mouthful of bad temper stuck in her chest. But she knew well too that falling out with a prosperous, respectable nephew over a single remark wasn't worth it, so she could only vent all her belly full of grievance on her own man, grumbling and complaining. Aiyo, Xiangzi, you have no idea. Your second aunt's fate is a bitter one. I married a good-for-nothing wretch, mud that won't stick to the wall, and he's dragged me down and made me suffer for the better part of my life. The low mud tile house had terrible lighting, the interior dim and oppressive, with a faint smoky, musty smell drifting in the air. I casually found a stool and sat down, took the bowl of water she brought over, set it on the table, and didn't drink it. Second aunt, that 5 black categories woman in the tall hat at the market just now. Is her name Lu Zhenxiang? From what you were saying, you're planning to force her to submit to that Deputy Director Lu. I deliberately played dumb, teasing with feigned ignorance. That Deputy Director Lu doesn't have much taste, does he? Actually taking a fancy to such a faded, worn-out old dame? At the mention of Lu Zhenxiang, Wang Jinhua instantly perked up, as though she'd found a topic to show off with, and poured out the whole inside story in one breath. Heh, now that just shows you're an outsider to it. Lu Zhenxiang was, back in the day, a proper young mistress of a landlord household. Fine, delicate skin, an excellent foundation, doesn't show her age much. It's only because her face is smeared with a layer of pot soot that you can't make out her original looks. And as for that Deputy Director Lu, now, don't you go telling anyone this. He was originally just a long-term hired hand at the Li family. These days he's thoroughly turned the tables, landed in the seat of the commune's Poor Peasants Association Deputy Director, and who in the whole commune, top to bottom, doesn't have to give him a bit of face? His wife is even the commune's women's director. The couple both have power and a say, living high and mighty. It's only that Lu Zhenxiang's got a stubborn streak and flat-out refuses to bow her head and give in. If only she'd go along with Deputy Director Lu's wishes. Why would she still have to wear the tall hat and sweep the streets and suffer this hard labor every day? I'm planning to put in a bit more effort and keep hammering at her. As long as I can bring this thing about. Once Deputy Director Lu's pleased, he'll at the very least get me rated an advanced individual. At these words, I deliberately rolled up my sleeve, exposing that especially eye-catching watch on my wrist. Then I undid 2 of the cloth buttons of my jacket, revealing the trendy-styled shirt collar inside, and, with a cold smirk hanging at the corner of my mouth, I gave my clan aunt a sidelong look. Advanced. Can advanced be traded for grain to fill your belly? Raising a dog, you've still got to feed it something. Deputy Director Lu tosses off a good dog in passing, and you go eagerly charging to the front? You said it yourself. His wife's the women's director. The moment this thing gets found out by his old lady, you think she'll let you off? By then, Deputy Director Lu will have gotten what he wanted and turn his face without recognizing you, dumping every last bit of blame onto your head, and you won't even have time to cry. Second aunt, I've got you figured out now. It's no injustice at all that you've been poor your whole life. With scheming skills at this level, it'd be an affront to heaven if you weren't poor. Wang Jinhua hadn't taken in one bit of this analysis of the stakes. Her gaze was glued to the watch on my wrist and that shirt with the novel pattern, her eyes full of envy. Xiangzi, your second aunt is just a hard-fated soul scratching a living from the dirt. How could I compare to you? Your dad holds the power of a production team leader. Handle even a little material on the side, and the household grain rations are more than you can eat or use up. This watch must have cost quite a bit. And I've never even seen the pattern of this shirt. Good stuff from the city really is something different. Seeing that I only smoked smugly and didn't take up the conversation, she hurried to smooth things over along the topic. Sigh, Xiangzi, to tell the truth, I've mulled it over on my own too. But I've got neither connections nor spare money to grease palms, so I just wanted to seize the chance the movement offers to earn a bit of progress and inch my way up. Now that was finally getting to something real. Only then did I roll my eyes and speak slowly. You still want to earn progress? One radish to a hole. So many people eyeing it, and it'd fall to a poor sod like you? If you ask me, to climb up, hard cash is the most reliable thing after all. Wang Jinhua was no fool. She immediately caught the meaning behind my words, and a fawning smile piled up on her face as she leaned in a bit closer. Xiangzi, you make so much sense. If I had money in hand to grease the wheels and work the connections, I could at least land a Poor Peasants Association specialist post. Way better than being a temporary representative doing thankless grunt work day after day. If you've got any connections, whatever you do, don't forget we're of the same clan. Give your clan and a hand up. I let out 2 low chuckles, then unhurriedly cast out the bait. Clan aunt, I won't hide it from you. There really is a solid gig where you can skim a little something on the side. It's not just Deputy Director Lu eyeing Lu Jinxiang. Folks over at our Red Star production team have got their minds on her too. Unlike Deputy Director Lu's filthy scheme of trying to get something for nothing, our side is genuinely willing to put up real goods as payment. As long as you put in the effort and find a way to get Lu Jinxiang transferred down from the commune's reform site to the Red Star 2nd Production Squad for labor reform, there'll definitely be plenty in it for you. As I spoke, I reached into the cloth satchel at my side and pulled out a whole packet of snow-white refined sugar, setting it on the shabby wooden table. Wang Jinhua fixed her eyes on that packet of scarce refined sugar, her eyes instantly lighting up, her throat bobbing involuntarily as she swallowed hard. This whole packet is my payment? Let me think. Transferring down a 5-category element. The Poor Peasants Association can't make that call. The final say lies with the commune's Public Security Committee. How much are they willing to pay? If the sum's too small, it's really not worth the risk of running around greasing palms. I held up 2 fingers. 2 packets of refined sugar, plus 20 yuan in cash. As long as the person gets approved down to Red Star Team 2 smoothly, you don't need to worry about anything after that. Once she's at our team, I've got plenty of ways to make Lu Jinxiang behave and obey. Wang Jinhua greedily rubbed her coarse palms together, still wanting to squeeze out a bit more. Xiangzi, Lu Jinxiang was a prosperous young mistress back in the day. How many able-bodied men at the commune have their eye on her? Add a little more on top, and your clan aunt will put in even more effort. I fished out matches on my own, lit a hand-rolled cigarette, and cocked it at the corner of my mouth, my tone flat and unhurried. Second aunt, it's purely out of this bit of family sentiment that I'm giving you this sure win, no-loss deal. With me running around busy inside and out, I can't just toil away for free without earning a cent. 5 yuan more at most, 25 yuan cash plus 2 packets of refined sugar in total. If you're willing, we'll lock it in. If you don't think it works, I'll just go get my uncle Zheng Yutian to step in. My uncle, being militia company commander, has a pretty deep friendship with that bunch at the Public Security Committee. To arrange the transfer of a labor reform 5-category element, they'd give him at least some face, wouldn't necessarily need to go the roundabout way of asking you. The moment she heard it might disturb Zheng Yutian, meaning she wouldn't even get to skim this little bit of grease, Wang Jinhua hastily agreed. No need to trouble your uncle. Xiangzi, leave this trifling matter to me. Oh, by the way, could you give me that other packet of refined sugar first? When I go pass word to my contact at the Public Security Committee in a bit, showing up with something in hand means I won't get looked down on for coming empty-handed. Wang Jinhua, wholly fixated on the payment, wasted no time at all after locking down the terms with me. She hurried straight out the door, heading directly for the commune's Public Security Committee to smooth things over. Transferring a 5-category element down to a production team to take part in labor reform followed a proper procedure to begin with. As long as the Public Security Committee group leader stepped up to propose it, it'd most likely go through the process smoothly. For Wang Jinhua, it wasn't too hard to pull off. With a weight off my mind successfully entrusted, I let out a long breath, feeling considerably lighter all over, and started strolling around with interest. In such a cheerful mood, even the occasional whiff of livestock manure drifting in from the roadside became a gift of nature. Back at the temporary market on the grain-drying ground, I looked around here and there, inquiring into the trading prices of all sorts of farm produce one by one. Looking at the various mountain goods on the stalls, a bold idea popped into my head. I could absolutely buy up mountain specialties and dried farm goods cheap here, then shuttle them back to the modern world and sell them at high prices. Then, from the modern world, purchase scarce industrial daily goods, ready-made garments, and fabrics to haul back to the 1970s for resale. This back and forth, the price gap in the middle was simply obscene profit. Take Solomon's seal, which could be dug up just about anywhere, as an example. At the commune market, it was only 2 or 3 fin a caddy, but hauled to the modern market, it could sell for at least 20 yuan a caddy, a cost of a few fin turned over into 100-fold in the blink of an eye. Use those profits to buy Dacron shirts in bulk in the modern world, bring them back to the 70s, and you'd recoup or even profit on any casual resale. And for a hot commodity like a watch, selling one for 300 to 500 yuan wouldn't be any trouble at all. A few mao of investment, back and forth, could balloon into a few hundred yuan, faster money than loan sharking, faster even than gambling. But I kept a clear sense of proportion in my mind too. This kind of profiteering couldn't be done too flashily, and had to be kept within a reasonable scale. Even purchasing under the production team's name, I had to gauge the limits, avoid becoming the bird that sticks its head out. Just as I was quietly working out the details of the operation, a panic shout suddenly came from the distance. Someone jumped in the river. Somebody's jumped in the river. The moment the shout rang out, the market-going commune members instantly stirred into commotion. Everyone turned their heads toward the riverside in unison, all wanting to get in on this rare spectacle. I set off along with the flow of the crowd too. In an era of extremely scarce entertainment, a major event like a river suicide was enough to draw everyone to come rubberneck. Quite a few of those who'd crowded over wore not a shred of pity on their faces. Rather, they carried the gloating look of people who wouldn't mind the drama getting bigger, pointing and gossiping. With a little happiness cigarette cocked in my mouth, I mixed into the crowd and shoved my way forward with all my might, cocking an ear along the way to inquire. What exactly was going on? Why would someone jump in the river? The noisy chatter bored into my ears. I hear it's a 5 black categories, a dame. Haha, 5 black categories, dead's just dead. Alive, they only consume collective grain rations anyway. You can't put it that way. That dame's a fresh, pretty thing, with a nice figure too. Jumping in the river just like that is such a waste. Better to let us have our fill of comfort first, then it wouldn't be too late for her to die. Even Deputy Director Liu couldn't get his hands on her. What stock of scallion do you think you are? Go take a piss and look at your own reflection. See how many caddies you weigh. Hearing the 4 words, Deputy Director Liu, combined with the jumper being a 5 black categories dame, my heart sank abruptly, and a bad premonition welled up. Surely it couldn't be this much of a coincidence. I'd only just promised Lu Xiaoya and Lu shouting I'd lend their mother a hand, and the moment I come to the commune, their mother jumps in the water to end her life. How would I explain it to Lu Xiaoya when I got back? And what if something went wrong and Lu Xiaoya had a miscarriage? At that thought, I stopped dawdling. In a couple of moves, I shoved aside the packed layabouts and grabbed the man who'd just spoken those lewd words by the collar, my face full of ferocity, and roared aloud. Just who is it that jumped in the river? Tell the truth right now, or today I'll make you see some red. The layabout, his collar gripped tight, could barely breathe. How would he dare go head-to-head with me? He stammered out, his words slurred. Li Jinxiang. I flung the man aside and, paying no mind to the astonished looks around me, rushed swiftly down to the riverbank. That layabout had just slurred his words. It was plainly Li Jinxiang. Damn it, please don't let anything have happened. Deputy Director Liu, if my mother-in-law dies and something else goes wrong on Lu Xiaoya's end, I'll skin you alive. In the middle of the river surface, a figure bobbed up and down in the water, seemingly already motionless. The bank was packed dense with onlookers, but because of the drowning person's 5 black category status, not one of them was willing to go into the water to rescue her. They all just stood there watching coldly. With a thunderous splash, I leaped and plunged into the river, swimming with all my might toward the center. I hadn't swum far before I noticed something off. It was the dry season now, and the water level wasn't deep at all, only up to my chest. Even at the deepest point, it barely reached the nose and mouth. For someone who could swim, standing on tiptoe and treading water was no problem at all. Half waiting, half sliding, I made my way to the drowning woman's side, reached out and grabbed Li Jinxiang's long hair, flipped her over face up, and dragged her toward the shallows. When I reached even shallower water, I simply hoisted her onto my shoulder, pressing my shoulder against her chest and abdomen, and walked toward the bank step by step. Using the jolting of my stride, I gave the drowning victim a makeshift water expulsion first aid, the equivalent of a simple CPR. The sensation coming from my shoulder made me can't help cursing under my breath. Damn it, Deputy Director Liu really is a connoisseur. Say what you will about my mother-in-law, but when it comes to figure, hers is truly nothing to sneeze at. Before I'd even carried her to the shallows, the Li Jinxiang on my shoulder gave a sudden convulsion, and with a hurg, she vomited up a big mouthful of sour water mixed with river water, all of it pouring down over me. After that violent bout of vomiting, having choked on water and nearly suffocated, she finally caught a breath, and her limbs regained the strength to struggle. Li Jinxiang forced her eyes open, and her first reaction was to twist her body desperately, trying to break free from my shoulder. I stopped in my tracks accordingly and set her down in the shallow water, just about to open my mouth to scold her a few words. But who'd have thought that the moment her feet steadied, without a word, she turned and dashed back toward the center of the river, plainly bent on dying. Quick of eye and hand, I reached out and seized the disheveled hair at the back of her head, yanked hard backward, and swung up a crisp slap across her face. Damn it! I risked catching a chill going into the water to save your life, and you turn right around wanting to run off and die? It's just Deputy Director Liu, isn't it? You're not even afraid of death. What are you still scared of Deputy Director Liu for? If I were you, even in death, I wouldn't die for nothing. I'd have to blow this thing wide open. Even if I died, I'd splatter Deputy Director Liu with blood. Stunned by the slap, Li Jinxiang stood frozen in the water, her brows knit tight, clearly turning my words over in her mind. I just started raising a ruckus right there, standing in the water, and shouted loudly at the fellow villagers on the bank. Fellow villagers, young and old, aunties and elders, everyone come and judge for yourselves. In broad daylight, a woman is driven to throw herself into the river. Is there any justice in this? Is there any rule of law? I just heard on the bank that Deputy Director Liu of the commune's Poor Peasants Association wanted to defile this woman's honor, and unable to bear the humiliation, she threw herself into the river. My name is Wang Chong, a poor peasants representative of the Red Star Brigade, and I'm going straight to the Poor Peasants Association office right now to question Deputy Director Liu and get to the bottom of it. If he doesn't give me an explanation, I'll go to the Commune Party Secretary, and I'll write to the County Poor Peasants Association and the County Revolutionary Committee to report him. I refuse to believe it. Even if the complaint goes all the way up to the province, I'll make Deputy Director Liu answer for this. Fellow elders, dames, everyone come with me. Come watch the show. Let's see just what kind of thing this Deputy Director Liu really is. I was genuinely furious now. A modern person's mind simply cannot stand to see someone driven to their death. Much less when the one nearly driven to death was my own mother-in-law. I was a poor peasant's representative myself, so naturally I understood the rules within the poor peasant organizations. The Poor Peasants Association looked powerful, but it all served a supervisory and reviewing function. In an era where the poorer you were, the more glorious, whoever was poor had the moral high ground. As long as the poor and lower middle peasants dared to make noise and had the guts, they could just as easily turn the Poor Peasants Association upside down. I quietly stashed the watch into my storage space, then buttoned up my collar to make myself look a bit more like a poor peasant. I even, with a stir of intent in the water, stashed away my shoes, and just like that walked ashore barefoot and dripping wet. Behind me, Li Jinxiang gazed blankly at my retreating figure, and inexplicably a glimmer of light showed in her dim, lifeless eyes, as though she'd grasped the one and only life-saving straw. As if guided by some unseen force, she lifted her feet and silently trailed a short distance behind me. Soaked through, my clothes clinging tightly to my body, my frame tall and straight, thick brows and big eyes with an imposing aura, a patch of water grass plastered to my forehead, just as majestic as the god Erling Jinjuan from the opera librettos, the very picture of a righteous protagonist. The onlookers on the bank involuntarily fell in behind me one after another, especially the young maidens and little wives, each unable to help stealing glances at me. Before our group had even fully climbed up onto the high ground of the riverbank, the staff of the commune compound hurried over upon hearing the news, and the one leading the team out front was none other than the commune party secretary I'd met before. A clerk leaned in close to the secretary's ear and, in a low voice, quickly gave a brief report of the whole story: the Riverside rescue, the masses' complaint, and my public exposure of Deputy Director Liu, cause and effect. Having heard it all, the commune party secretary put on a dignified, steady expression and strode forward to greet me. Young comrade, We've already learned of your brave deed in going into the river to save someone, and your demand to seek justice and demand fairness for the drowning woman. The commune is fully aware of it as well. At this point, the commune party secretary deliberately raised his voice, turning to the cadres behind him and the watching crowd to make a solemn declaration, his voice booming and full of infectious force. Today, before all our fellow villagers, I solemnly pledge here, and I guarantee to this young comrade who stepped forward, the commune will absolutely investigate this matter thoroughly and give the victimized masses, give all commune members, a fair and reasonable answer. As his words fell, the accompanying clerk was the first to clap vigorously in approval, and the crowd of full-time cadres followed suit, applauding in agreement. The watching commune members were swept along too, and waves of applause rose all around the riverbank. It clearly showed this commune party secretary held very high prestige locally and was skilled at winning people's hearts and steadying the situation. Having fully savored the atmosphere of everyone's adulation, the commune party secretary turned his gaze back to me, barefoot and soaked, and looked me over carefully. "Young comrade, you look a bit familiar. Aren't you the young fellow who went to the monk's temple to conduct the search and seizure before?" I gave a slight nod, my manner neither servile nor overbearing. Reporting to the secretary, "That's me. My name is Wang Chong, a poor peasant's representative of the Red Star Brigade. Today I originally came to the commune market to buy some things, and I never in the world expected to run into such a vile incident of driving someone to jump into the river. I saw it with my own eyes and heard it with my own ears. Deputy Director Liu of the commune's Poor Peasants Association lusted after the body of the 5 black categories Li Jinxiang and drove her to the brink of death. I heard people say so at the market, and I just now heard the masses discussing it on the bank too. Clearly this is already common knowledge." The words had barely left my mouth when a fat man with a pudgy head, big ears, and a greasy face beside the secretary immediately jumped out in a rush. None other than the named Deputy Director Liu himself. His face flushed scarlet, and he shrilly retorted in furious agitation, "You're talking utter rubbish. This is nothing but a malicious slander, spouting vicious lies. This is spreading rumors to smear me. Where are the Public Security Committee people? Detain this person who's groundlessly spreading rumors and maliciously defaming a commune cadre right now and interrogate him rigorously." Several Public Security Committee duty cadres exchanged glances, instinctively turning their heads to look at the commune party secretary, not daring to make the call on their own, all awaiting the final directive from the top man. The commune party secretary's expression didn't shift. Striking a rigorous pose of handling matters by the book, impartial and unbiased, he looked at me and spoke slowly. "Young comrade, spoken words are no proof. Do you have any solid evidence?"